A year's worth of hard work, and it has all come down to this. We are here with the very best of the best in the high school competitive esports scene. This is the 2021 EGF High School National Championships in collaboration with Walt Disney World and ESPN. My name is Bull Skunk, alongside my good friend Chef Billy. Billy, we have a week packed to the brim with action.
We absolutely do. Today and tomorrow, we've got the group stages of Overwatch. Tomorrow and on Thursday, we will have the group stages of Rocket League. Thursday and Friday, we will see the group stages of Smash Brothers. And then we're going to see the quarterfinals, finals, and grand finals on the weekend. I cannot wait to get into it. I'm doing a couple of titles myself. I'm just absolutely over the moon and ready to go.
Yep. Spoiler alert. You may see us on some Rocket League coming forward in the next few days. But hey, let's talk about the here and now. We're in day 2 of groups for Overwatch. We got 2 groups. Group A completed their round robin yesterday. 3 of the 5 teams making it on into our postseason, taking place Saturday, Sunday. So you got Crespi, Rockford High School, and McNair all moving on, qualifying for the playoff spots. Today we got 4 teams battling out. They will play 3 games apiece between our 4 teams, top 2 moving on.
Yep, and I mean, every game is going to matter here because it is a lesser populated group. We've got 9 teams of the best from season 7 and 8 of the EGFH championships. So, man, I mean, it's all to play for. You've got to come out the gate swinging, and you've got to make sure that you have your organization as far as your teams. What are you going to run? Are you going to stick to what you know? Or are you willing to experiment at this point? In the high school scene, we've covered a couple of series dealing with high school students, and a lot of times it deals with comfort picks rather than what is the assigned meta going on right now. So we're going to see what these teams find most comfortable and how do they address going into this first match. We're going to start out in Nepal today, and we'll go into hybrid after that. We're going to have Kings Row and a choice between Kings Row and Blizzard World for that hybrid map. We'll get a choice on Assault from Hanamura and Volskaya. And then the Escort map, we will have choice between Route 66 and Watchpoint Gibraltar. If we do get to a map 5, it will be a choice between Busan and Oasis. And I cannot wait to get ourselves started.
Indeed. Let's see, I may have had a little bit of a hiccup there. Hopefully y'all can hear me. Very good. Oh, very good. Oh, but yeah, talking about our 2 teams facing off here today. We do have the North Mesquite side taking on the All House High School Gale Gamers Blue. That was a mouthful, Billy. That one was a mouthful. And like you're saying, I mean, there's only 3 games apiece for these teams, so I mean, each one carries a lot of weight to it. And if you are looking for the Richardson High School Nuclear Eagles versus the Blue Devils, that is taking place over on official EGF channel. We got dual streams going on here, so we can bring you all the action.
Yep, and I mean, every single map is actually going to count as well because map differential could come into play because of such a small group. So we're going to start out here on Shrine in Nepal. Looking at All Hallows High School, Gale Gamers Blue. I got it out myself there, Bull Skunk, facing off against the Stallions from North Mesquite High School out of Texas. I mean, I'm looking at Dappin. I'm looking at Shai Yu, Chris Frosty Flashback, and Sith Lu coming out on the starting 6 for North Mesquite. And then we've got Phoenix, Kellyda, Dark Ladder, Oblivions, Majin, and Suho coming out for the Gale Gamers Blue out of the Bronx in New York, showing us a little bit of Ryan Zarya. 2 definite DPS ultimates that could go into a Graviton Surge if they keep this composition coming out from All Hallows. Looking on the other side, one of my favorite characters is coming out, Shayu bringing out the Echo. You're going to have a lot of long-range poke and just burst damage from those sticky bombs. So let's see how they deal with this.
Yeah, 2 very different styles from our 2 teams right out of the gate. Like I said, there's a lot of ultimate combination potential available for All Hallows. I mean, the obvious being that Graviton Surge with the Dragon Strike. You can also throw the Earth Shatter and the Tire mean together, that Nano Boost onto a Reinhardt, the Phoenix Hanzo going through Suho's Amp Matrix. There's a lot of synergy available for this Brawl squad in red right now. A lot of mid-fight potential on the other side. Good early pick as Phoenix is able to find that Echo, take Shayu down. There's also a D-Mech through, and All Hallows move in to claim first control.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, shield management might be a little bit of an issue here for Darklighter, even though, they were shielding the team there. Actually got it down to 0. So, I mean, right now, what you're looking for from All Hollows is just maintaining the point right now, catching these flankers in Dap and Shayu. I mean, they've already dealt with it twice with this Hanzo. Dappin really needs to watch their head when they poke out because Phoenix is not having any of this.
Then Chris is going to go ahead and make that swap over to the Reinhardt, so we're going to get that mental main tank battle. Of course, hailing from that Dallas area, Chris is rocking that fuel skin. I'm a fan. Ooh, but eats a sleep dart. Is lucky not get their head taken off by Phoenix. Is hiding. Was it sub 50 health? Getting topped off now, but it is going to stall things out by a little bit of time. Steins are going to try to work around the right-hand side. Tyre coming in. That's going to take Chris out of the fight and finds the D-Mech. Both tanks falling under the weight of a beautiful Tyre from Kelly Dud.
Yeah, I mean, you put out 2 ultimates there, though. I didn't see where the Dragon Strike went, but I mean, you got most of the value out of Kelly Dud's Tyre, and that Tyre was not a dud. So, haha! See what I did there. But I mean, looking at North Mesquite, they have reinitiation tools right now. Sithlu can go in and really keep the tanks nice and healthy with this coalescence. I'm looking for a little bit more out of Shayu and Dappin.
Shayu close to that duplicate. Such a good ult.
Oh, what
the coalescence to engage, but the grab gets eaten. Nice. Unfortunately, Chris is down, and despite the loss of the grab, All Hallows may not need it to win this fight. It's not without their casualties, but All Hallows still emerge on top from that team fight, and they are approaching that precious 90% mark. This is going to be a rush fight from North Mesquite.
It really is, and I mean, look at the duplicate coming in onto the Hanzo of all people. That is kind of weird and already taken out of the duplicate form. So 0 value out of that ultimate. And now you got to look. I mean, the DPS are just absolutely streaming on point.
Dap is desperately trying to hold on to this objective, self-destruct out as well. Neither finding a whole lot of value. And All Hallows High School cleaning up as they take a clean 100-0 to start off day 2 here in the National Championship.
That is an Oblivion's diff right there. That is the difference between a Zarya that has great bubble management and able to burn people down, getting that high, consistent charge versus a defense matrix of a D.Va that just wasn't able to get the same amount of work done. So All Hallows High School coming out the gate, absolutely swinging on fire. This DPS duo, we're going to keep an eye on them throughout this series because they were lighting up the kill feeds. They were getting the initial picks in the neutral. It was absolutely beautiful work coming from them. Even the nano boost, I mean, just to keep Darklighter up, wasn't really needed. It was just something to make sure that he was topped off and he didn't even have to use it aggressively. So changes from North Mesquite. Shayu coming out with the Reaper. So looking for a little bit of tank busting. We're getting that Zarya mirror as well.
With flashback going over to the Brig. But yeah, I think the Zarya mirror is super important. Good move from Frosty, trying to adapt as we head over to round 2 of Nepal. Looking to get some percentage started. North Mesquite moving up to the high ground. They are going to find that first kill. Looking to isolate. Chris has got somebody into the corner there. Just find the kill. That's Majin. What an important pick and a great early lead for North Mesquite in this fight. They're going to clean it up and they're going to grab first control this time.
I tell you what, swapping over to this Reaper has absolutely reaped them some benefits in taking this first point. Chris and Darklighter, I'm telling you what, these 2 main tanks right now, they are unafraid of anything. We've seen Phoenix swapping and then swapping back to the Hanzo, so they just completely reset their entire ult economy there, Bullskunk. That might come back to bite them later in the series.
Absolutely could, but they're going to get a little bit of backfight in an opening pick onto flashback. Kelly raining spam from above is able to find one as well. Here comes Shayu trying to contest, but the mine's going to send them flying. Shayu with a long distance shot with those Hellfire shotguns is able to pick them off, but North Mesquite lose their primary source of healing in this fight. All Hallows move in and claim the point.
Yeah, I know that's a weird kind of flip. They're playing a little bit disjointed, North Mesquite are. They need to really group together as a sticks and get the value, not only of the Inspire uptime from Flashback, but also kind of getting a little bit more of an engagement, making sure that Frosty has multiple targets to be able to bubble and build that all-important charge up with.
Both of these on us coming close up to that nano boost. Frosty push it in, using those bubbles, trying to get that charge. Here comes the Nano. The Shatter gets blocked. Counter Nanner's thrown in. Dark Lighter has that Shatter ready to go. The Graviton Surge to open things up. And Phoenix to shut it down. What a beautiful play coming in from the Gale Gamers.
Oblivions, they have families. I can rest assured that they have families, and you just committed murder on national TV, and I am not okay with this. Actually, I am okay with it because it was a beautiful Graviton Surge, and I mean, just the value out of it. They just poured all the damage in on top of it, but you're going to have the answering Graviton Surge, maybe grab Dragons coming up from North Mesquite High School.
85% Frosty towards that Graviton Surge, trying to take this back. Oh, flashbang! Flashback turns their back to Phoenix, and Phoenix turns around and takes the head off of DAP as well. Beautiful play, 22 health, and just deadly aim. Phoenix is absolutely opening things up so well for All Hallows. It's keeping them in control.
Yeah, I mean, this is great singular work from Phoenix on, 25 health in a dream. Just waiting for some healing to come in. Maybe needs to go find themselves a Mega or a Mini. There's the healing coming in. But, I mean, you've got 10% before you're down 1-0 in this series.
Frosty still trying to finish off the rest of that Graviton. It does come up. Dragon's used to try to isolate the point. Death Blossom with that Graviton Surge picks up 1. He does enough damage to get 2. Oh, it's a nice Shatter coming through from the other way as the follow-up there. Chris does go down. Oh, and Suo with the AMH is able to get another one. Now they've got a souped-up Dark Lighter running in there, glowing and doing all kinds of damage. Smashes Frosty to bits. North Mesquite High School will get the flip in the interim, but I don't think they have the reinforcements to stick around here. Xiaoyu doing their darndest to make it happen. Takes Majin out of the fight, but the tanks, now they're coming back and they're angry. They're going to steal that point right back. Burn down Xiaoyu, who cannot even approach Dark Lighter. Kristas get that final blow. And this is a bit of a back and forth DPS from North Mesquite trying to hang on, but in the end, Kelly did and Oblivions take it away, and they take Nepal 1-0 from All Hallows High School as we finish up map 1, finish up Nepal.
Really love the adaptations that came out from North Mesquite. I think they were answering what needed to be answered, coming from Shrine going to Village. I just think that once they lost that massive Graviton Surge battle, even though they did flip the point in the end, they didn't have the mental reserves or the physical reserves to get back in there and just let go with it. I mean, look at that. That is a beautiful Graviton Surge combined with the anti-nade going into it. Even if they wanted to stay alive, even if they wanted to pop any kind of a healing ultimate, no. Done.
No chance.
No chance. No chance, as Doomfist would say. But I mean, I like the adaptations that did come out there from North Mesquite. So, going into this next map, which is going to be our hybrid map, if they're going to keep playing this Reinhardt, which you and I both adore and love. I mean, I'm all about Reinhardt. What's not to love? It's going to come down to the off-tank battle. We did see an eat of a Graviton Surge, even though it did not lead to better results on Shrine. I think that you can bring that out here again. If we're going to see the McFlurry come out, that could come as well. There are so many different ways that you can address Kings Row and or Blizzard World. I hope that they're going to Blizzard World because right now the Reinhardts they're clashing, and I mean I'm living for a Reinhardt battle, but I really want to see can they flip the script here? Can they bring a little bit different hero pool out and pick a map that may not be expected?
Well, that's you gotta say, Blizzard World and Kings Row are their choices. And with the way Oblivion was playing, I mean, I would definitely recommend Blizzard World, and that's exactly the word just coming through. And North Mesquite are indeed going to go to Blizzard World. Because, I mean, Oblivion's just looked outstanding on that Zarya, building up that the damage percentage, as well as building up that ult percentage, and staying ahead of the other side, and just keeping it on top was a big reason they were able to lead the charge in those fights. And you can see, even when Dark Lighter went down, Oblivions was able to maintain control, maintain that point presence. And it was due to having that Zarya charge, as well as having those Graviton Surges available. So heading into Blizzard World, I mean, we'll see how North Mesquite responds. This is a strong squad. This squad got 3rd in Season 7. North Mesquite got 4th in Season 8. That's what bought their ticket to be here in our high school national championship. So I'm confident they have the ability to adapt and fall back to some of their strengths. May see that Diva come back into play.
Yeah, I think that if you can force Oblivions off the Zarya and mirror a Diva or make them go to a Sigma. I mean, a Sigma could work really well here in Blizzard world as well, because you can get the gravitic flux alone, being able to move it at will and place it, and then launch the ultimate itself. You get more value than a graviton surge, because you have to hope and pray that you get enough people in that graviton surge. Whereas the gravitic flux, you get more, you get half their HP no matter what. And it's just, you got the experimental barrier as well. So I think right now what we're looking for between, Oblivions and between Frosty, I mean, it looks like they're going to bring out the Zarya again, unless I am absolutely mistaken. Really, I'm not sure how much value the Zarya can get. I think Frosty's going to be able to challenge high and low a lot better than what Oblivions is going to be able to do. Even with if you do the right click, a jump, you can't get all the way up top, high ground left from the left as we're looking at it right now. So I think right now, just compositionally, unless DAP stays on this Genji, really North Mesquite, they have the mobility to just run over a Reinhardt and take care of business in the background.
Particularly if they can move to point B, right? Point B, that high ground becomes even exponentially more valuable and more important to be able to have map control and keep that payload moving along. And North Mesquite High School, they know it. They're coming out with this highly mobile comp. Everybody is capable of reaching higher ground, short of the Moira, who does have that fade to speed around and try to keep up with the rest of the team. They are running into quite a bit of damage, though. Kelly's sitting on this back high ground, just laying down the spam, and Phoenix back on this Hanzo. And I mean, are you kidding? Look at this ult charge, Billy.
I mean, Dragon's already in the first fight. That is absolutely disgusting, and they have nothing to barrage against it. So Phoenix right now is kind of a soft carry for this All Hallows team.
Chayu had to use that Wraith form just to get out of dodge, but cannot find Sanctuary. Oblivion's able to cut them down. And that is a nice fight with, I mean, Phoenix just did so much damage. They're already lapping DAP on the other side.
Yeah, that's just disgusting. And I mean, I'm not sure what the Genji pick really does for you here versus a arrow and a concussion mine grenades. I mean, you can't deflect. You can deflect the arrows for sure. I'm just not sure what else you can do with it. I think that you're playing a little bit greedy with this, hoping that you can get a lot of damage into it, but that maybe taking it out. Phoenix is a good start.
DAP making it work, and a priority pick indeed. Coalescence used to try to get North Mesquite onto this point. Shatter is available. Chris is watching for it. There's the bubble out, and Dark Ladder goes down. North Mesquite are able to storm onto this point and finally get some progress going. Hey, DAP made that Genji work, Billy. Made it work.
Priority pick taking Phoenix out. I mean, Phoenix was doing so much work, and there we go again. Phoenix already back up into the kill feed, taking out their duplicate on the other side. So right now, what I've got to look for from Daphne is, getting into Majin and Suho, making their lives hell, and making sure that they're not feeling any kind of comfort in their back line.
Oh, Phoenix just getting bold. Just dives right up onto that high ground. Starts laying on the shots. Big ante over the pack. Chayu and Chris very low as they try to push forward. Chris is forced to drop that primal rage. Perhaps a little earlier they'd like sound barrier used as well. They do have a nano Rhine in their face, and so far, Darklighter is not moving off of this objective. Hammer's down, flashback, is now getting pressured by Chayu and those shotguns. Self-destruct thrown in, but there's Phoenix in the back, finds both tanks. He's gonna go with a little spinny. I hope that was Chayu getting charged out of their Death Blossom.
Oh my word, watch for Graviton Surge into this next fight, maybe in combo with another filthy anti-nade. You've got the tornado warning, you've got the tire to be able to go into that as well. This should be a very easy fight for All Hallows here to hold outside of Snaxorama's here. Oh man, I am very worried for North Mesquite going into this next fight.
Oh yeah, that economy on the defense was insane. All Hallows win that with just the nano boost, and convincingly at that. Now the Shadow come through, fine too, both healers down. Graviton Surge to lock up the tanks, and that is a smooth, clean fight win from All Hallows High School.
Yeah, that's just filthy. Out of all hollows, I mean, just both your tank ultimates, and I mean, just the patience to burn Frosty out of their mech, and then go ahead and press Q and let everybody else take care of the work after that. You still have both of your support ultimates. You still have both of your DPS ultimates here going into this next fight. This is Economy 101, and they are taking North Mesquite to school on it.
One caveat, Dap with this blade. Now, there's really nothing to pair with it. This is going to have to be a bare blade. Coalescence out. And here comes the katana. No, shut down immediately. The hammer is mightier than the sword. And Darklighter cuts him down. Chris is getting into the mix, has another primal rage, and is able to find Phoenix with it. But I think North Mesquite might have just lost too many reinforcements. All Hallows, well, they're keeping this cart in place. Chris with a nice kill on a Darklighter, though. That's an opening.
That is definitely an opening. I think right now it's Dap. Dap needs to go over to something more harmonious with what they're running right now. I like the mobility, but I mean, you could run a Tracer with this right now and just absolutely run laps around Kelly and Majin and Suo.
Die from the high ground from Shy. You can't quite find the angle. Frosty already out of mech as Kelly's gonna go ahead and leap down. Looking for a good opening for that tire. Finds North Mesquite caught in that small room. Dangerous place to be with all that Junkrat damage coming through. Not to mention Darklighter with that big axe. And then the three-man shatter to boom. Moves in and cleans them all up. Darklighter, this is his game and everybody else is just living in it.
Oh my word. I mean, completely uncontested right now. Reinhardt versus Winston. You would think that the mobility would win more, but the support that is being given to Darklighter is absolutely outstripping what you're seeing for Chris from Sithlu and Flashback. I think that you need to have that honor right now to pump that damage and give them the nano and let them do their work. I mean, the nano tickler is absolutely what you want to see going on here.
Struck through to the back, and they find Darklighter early. That's going to allow a lot of space for Chris to move and already picks up one support, but they got to watch out. The DPS from All Hallows are absolutely vicious. 3 quick kills in the blink of an eye. Phoenix is eventually fall. And I think it's a +1 if my math is correct. The advantage to North Mesquite. Chris is going to find himself in a trap, has to spot that primal rage just to stay alive at the back end of this fight. Oblivion's returns with the 2 kills on the whole hog, pulling All Hallows High School out of the deficit with 12 seconds left on the clock. Shy, you returning on the Tracer is going to get dismantled, and there's nobody left here to touch this point. 4 seconds left. Frosty has to go to the ball just to initiate the overtime. Oh, Flashback finds himself caught in a trap, has to use that sound barrier. Coalescence coming through as well. But North Mesquite High School have run into a wall, and that wall's name is All Hallows High School. This cart is not moving.
No, it is not moving. Oh, what a shatter coming out once again just to clean up the rest of the point. That was absolutely filthy coming out from All Hallows. My goodness, if there was ever a tank diff, that was a tank diff right there. There's also a support diff going on. I mean, not to hound on North Mesquite, but I'm not sure what they were trying to run. I mean, you're trying to run a Genji without an Ana. You're trying to run a Winston without an Ana. So, I mean, you were set up for not good success. I was surprised that they actually got point A because Dap did take down Phoenix on the Hanzo and immediately made them swap over to the Reaper. So compositional differences right now. That's what we're seeing here in Blizzard World. I mean, it's a shark. But I mean, looking for what, North Mesquite can do here defensively. Maybe a long-range hit scan, maybe bring out the Ash. The Dynamite would be absolutely filthy over the top of All Hallows High School. I mean, maybe I like the Reaper pick. I thought the Reaper pick was actually pretty darn good because you were getting the value out of it. I mean, Shayu was getting a lot of good value with the Edgelord. I just think right now, if you want to tie up this series, you've got to be a little bit more aggressive. They're bringing out Celtic Pride shield tank line. I highly approve of this. I think that the Gravitic Flux will be better than a Graviton Surge here.
Oh, that is a ton of damage. Not only that Sigma, but to have the Junkrat and the Hanzo to go with it. So, hey, they got some more range to work with here. Ideally, working from medium to long range from North Mesquite High School, and bringing the Mercy out to pocket Dap and Shayu. You can see the results immediately as Kelly Dud falls. Oh, so we're going to go ahead and move up through the main choke, but they're going to have to sit and wait for the Tracer to get back.
Well, what we do see is Phoenix bringing out the Southern Belle. That's one of my favorite plays. There goes down the Junkrat in a heap. So I'm telling you what, Phoenix right now is a DPS legend here in our National Championships group stage. Good Lord!
Beautiful anti on a Frosty. Yeah, they can't get the healing. Phoenix finds 2 more. That's a 4K for Phoenix in this fight. Initiated by some beautiful play from Darklighter on the Sigma and a lightning fast take of point A.
Oh my word. I mean, you've got the length of Phoenix. You've got the nuisance of Kelly Dud. And then you've got a hook coming in as well. And just the accuracy being shown by Phoenix right now is something of legend. I mean, I wish I could aim like that in my competitive matches, but we're not going to talk about that right now. What we're going to talk about is you're almost 25% to Bob and nothing much of import on North Mesquite's side. This is going to have to be a very close hold. DAP does take the main source of healing out, though.
A good start for the defense of North Mesquite. DAP finds yet another, the difficult target of Kelly Dud on that Tracer. With that, All Hallows are going to go ahead and back up in just a soft reset.
I do like the soft reset here. I think right now that, once again, Chris has got to watch the shield management because that's the only thing keeping you safe from a hook.
And speaking of, I mean, Frosty's going to have a tough time, I think, on this Wrecking Ball going against the Hog. I mean, Chris moves in despite being anti, has a nano boost, finds 2. And Darklighter just ends up off the side, resetting again. North Mesquite, it was a shaky point A, but they've planted their feet here at the start of point B.
Ooh, Bolska swapped from Oblivions over to the Reinhardt, so they are a flex tank. They are not just an off tank. I highly approve of that since that's what I do in a lot of my games. And Pulse Bomb is online for Kelly Dud. Now, I mean, you're going to be wanting to look for Sith Loot or Flashback if you can.
Oh, that would be ideal. Especially with Flashback having that ult online. Early Dragons coming out from DAP is able to take Oblivions out of the fight. And that's I'm keeping my eye on this swap. I'm very curious if Oblivion's Reinhardt can hold up to the skill that they put on display with the Zarya. And that's a very different skill set, a very different mindset. And Chris, clearly a seasoned Reinhardt player. Frosty's going to go down just as the mines come online. That's unfortunate. Oblivions get slept. Sound Barrier out. Nano Boost invested from the attacking All Hallows High School. And Oblivions will eventually win out that fight with all that support. Continues pressing forward, just pressing Mouse 1, swinging into the fences, while Phoenix lands a couple more deadly shots with that Viper.
Good grief. They rarely miss. I mean, I'm just very impressed with Phoenix right now, building up so close to this Bob. That's a set of mines over the point, so really try to prevent the progress moving forward. I don't hate that ultimate right there from Frosty. What I do want to see right now, where are you going to apply this nano boost from Sith Lou? I think that you can put it on Chris and let him swing and see what kind of value they can get, especially if this Bob comes out anytime soon.
Flashback, Spy being in Valka's in trouble. Phoenix on the high ground putting shots onto Shayu. Swapped over to McCree, and yes, indeed, finds that final blow onto Flashback as well. But in the interim, Chris did get nano boosted, found a pair of their own, and we're at a 4v4. With the main tank still left standing, that gives a slight edge to North Mesquite. Frosty eats a Bionade. But, yeah, fortunately, that Wrecking Ball's a little tanky. The hamster good at staying alive.
Chris is taking a nap on the job right now, and Dappin is very, very low. Oh my goodness, Shayu taking down a massive threat in the Tracer. So that's going to provide you with a little bit of time to reset yourself. Sub 2 minutes, 30 seconds. So the economy definitely in North Mesquite's favor. They can actually hold pretty well here, especially with the mobility of the Wrecking Ball. I think if you get Frosty into a good grapple position, you can absolutely lay in there and get that nice roll through and get your next set of mines, unless you're dead.
Oh, that is unfortunate. Fortunately, Rez is available. But Phoenix is able to punish Flashback for it. Nanobu's thrown down, and Oblivions goes toe-to-toe with Chris. Both powered up, and it's Chris winning that battle. Matter of fact, just takes out everybody around Oblivions. Oblivions will eventually win the main tank duel, but then looks around and realizes they got no friends left. There's no more reinforcements on the battlefield for All Hallows High School.
Also got 90 seconds left. still the ult economy definitely in North Mesquite's favor. You're going to be looking for a whole hog. That's going to be a liability ult unless Oblivions can shield them from incoming damage. Looking at now, Majin going over to the Baptiste. So now you're going to have the immortality barrier in play. You're going to have the amp matrix if you can build it up in the next 60 seconds.
You know, we've been talking about Phoenix a lot as well, but DAF is extremely accurate in their own right. Both of which desperately trying to control this high ground. And All Hallows High School, they just need one more fight win. Oh, and that opening kill onto DAF, that's huge. The res does come through this time. Phoenix goes down, not there to punish flashback on the Mercy. And North Mesquite High School hold once again. They just got to win one more fight to tie up the series.
They absolutely do. And I mean, right now, Majin in a serious boatload of trouble. 30 seconds, Bullskunk. Both tank ultimates ready. 20% or less than 30% to both DPS ults. Bob will be able to buy you some time, but Suho now going over to the, oh my goodness, bow support swap out in the sub 30 seconds. They're not going to have any kind of value into this next fight.
At least not from the ultimates, but you know, they can speed themselves in, at least get a touch, at least get a contest. We'll have Bob to continue that to further that contest. Kelly, opening picks. Phoenix finds the auto, but not before they can get the nano boost out onto Chris. Chris lays down the shatter, is able to get one. Dragons thrown over the point that are littered with mines. All Hallows High School can't get close without getting blown to smithereens. Kelly gets their head taken off by a cleave of that hammer. Now it's up to Darklighter in with a Moira and a Dream facing an uphill battle. They're going to take down Shayu. That's a good start. They find the kill on the flashback. Here come reinforcements. All Hallows High School are actually doing this. They get the hook in onto Frosty. Frosty has about 100 health. Rolls away, is able to grab a mini, able to get within Sithlu's sightline just in the nick of time, but the contest has to come through. 2.5 meters left to go for All Hallows High School to try to put themselves a match point. Phoenix returns on the Sombers, able to get the hack down, and now the Coalescence is out. Hallows High School has everything going in their favor. They were down in that fight, and Darklighter brings it back on the Roadhog. I don't believe it. All Hallows High School take Blizzard World. They are on match point, Billy.
What just happened? How? How do you let that go? Oh my goodness, that is absolutely heartrending. For North Mesquite, my word, they had the map on their terms, and then just one hook that came out. One hook to rule them all. That hook taking down the McCree and having to force that res out absolutely destroyed any kind of economy, any kind of pushback coming out of North Mesquite. All Hallows, I mean, the cavalry definitely came in, and they all took a massive bionade as well on the ingress, coming back to the point. And then Phoenix. What swaps has this player made? The Sombra hacking out Frosty on the ball. They completely collapsed on top of him. That was Dunsky. That was a beautiful result out of Gamers Blue. That is just some beautiful work.
My. That was fantastic. That puts a giant smile on my face. That resilience, pulling it back from a 2v4. That was amazing. I cannot believe what we just witnessed. Oh my. I need a short intermission. I got to catch my breath after that fantastic Blizzard World. When we return, map 3, it'll be North Mesquite's pick. We'll see if they can bring it back when we get back. Gale Gamers blew the esports squad hailing out of All Hallows High School from the Bronx. They're up 2-0 at the half after it took them 5 minutes to break open point B, but man, did they do it in spectacular fashion, Billy.
And it was behind the DPS. The DPS of them is just, they're just crazy good. But the one that got play of the game and the one that led up the charge and the DPS has been subbed out. Phoenix is off the field, Dark coming in for them, and I'm not sure why. Maybe it's an assault map, planned strategy. It might just be a map type differential. I'm not sure. Right. But Phoenix was really hard carrying at points there for them. The swaps that came out were absolutely brilliant and very mindful of what was going on and the counter swapping coming out of North Mesquite. So the interplay, the chess match that we just saw on Blizzard World was one of the biggest reasons why I love this game. And where the meta is, the balance of the game is that right now, we just saw it on display on Blizzard World. I mean, I can't take anything away from North Mesquite. They did everything they could to win that map. And coming out 4v2 and losing it's got to be a soul crusher, but they have another chance to take it back here on Volskaya.
They have chosen to head to Ferocity, Russia for map number 3. Their other option was Hanamura. Important because going to Volskaya tells me they want to stick with more of these high ground types of compositions, which also makes it that much more surprising that we're seeing Phoenix come out. Ash typically very strong on this map, particularly on the defense. So I'm anxious to see what North Mesquite brings to the table. I'm anticipating we'll probably see a little bit more of that Winston coming in here, but Brawl's still viable as well.
Brawl absolutely viable here. I mean, it just depends on how they want to address it. What I'm really looking forward to is what Dar is going to do for All Hallows High School. The Gale Gamers Blue. Let's see what kind of a hero pool they have. There is the gigantic metal robot here in Mother Russia. But I really want to see, do they have the same accuracy and same lethality that we saw coming out of Phoenix? And they're pulling out a hit scan character right out the bat. So that tells me that they want to have some flank potential. They want to get around the tank line of North Mesquite, and they want to poke from side, and they want to poke from that mid-range, maybe being able to catch a flashbang and catch one of the supports out, or maybe one of their dueling DPS players out as well. I mean, I'm not hating the fact that we're seeing Darklighter and Oblivion swapping roles here again. Oblivion's running the Reinhardt, Darklighter coming out on the Zarya, so lots of healing. You're looking for a Nano Rhine for the most part, and Sound Barrier will hold you up through any kind of ultimates coming out of North Mesquite.
Ooh, Kelly Dunn immediately gets found out. Dap had that one dialed in before the gates even opened. What a quick opener and a +1. North Mesquite High School, they come out on map 3 looking to get that goose egg out of the map score. They're going to find both supports along the way, and they're going to cap this with just blazing fast time, Billy.
Oh, my word. And, I mean, just being able to sustain through that high-powered, high-charge Zarya. Darklighter was like at 100 charge right there, and they just withstood it. Frosty just kept firing the auto rockets on top of the of Oblivions, and really just took it to them, blowing a kiss as well. Frosty feeling very happy with themselves. 6 minutes and 13 seconds to get to Volsky at point B. This now is where they need to be seeing the results coming out of this swap from Dar.
Good news for All Hallows as North Mesquite were not able to build up towards enemy ultimates just yet, although with the... Oh! Kelly finds both supports with one line. One click on the button, and this fight is shut down. Now, there are a couple kills coming through the other way, but North Mesquite High School does not have the sustain to stick around and overcome this spawn advantage.
Boy, I think Frosty's going to want to have that self-destruct back, because it got completely devalued by the immortality barrier of Majin. So Shatter ready for the defense coming in for All Hallows. You do have a pause coming up on the screen. I believe that might be an auto pause from a disconnect. And I believe it was...
EC'd, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's not good. So we're going to see. Hopefully they can get back into the lobby real quick. But I'm telling you right now, that was a brilliant push. Taking the Junkrat first, and then a huge Bionade that went on top of All Hallows. Let me tell you what, that absolutely decimated any kind of a defensive stand they were trying to make there. Sithlu has this Nano available, waiting for, obviously, the Blade. You're going to have Nano Blade in this next fight.
Xiaoyu 83% towards that big impressive ultimate. Always fun to watch. It's gonna be the Dragons to initiate this fight, thrown over the objective as that moves in from the flank. The Nano's actually gonna go on to Chris. See if they can win the main tank war, but the Shatter finds two on the other side. Flashback goes down. Counter Shatter lands. Gotta pick up two of their own, and the Katana is used to good effect, taking Dar out of this fight. But Oblivions and Kelly Dud did respond. Kelly Dud, with 12 health, is able to come through and take Chris out of the fight. They do not give up a single tick, despite the early success from North Mesquite.
Kinda shocking they put the Nano onto Chris instead of Xiaoyu so close to Blade. Oh no, there's another disconnect. This is absolutely ruining any kind of support ultimate buildup for North Mesquite in their off healer. So I hope that they get their I hope that they can get their connection issues sorted out. But this is the second reset now for them. So I mean, this is going to be absolutely murderous on their economy, trying to build up to a sound barrier. And I'm sorry, a Valkyrie, because they were running the Mercy there. I scratched my head at how they would put the Nano onto the Rhine, because he was full health. You want to invest that Nano onto the Blade to get just maximum value. I mean, you can slash through one slash through an immortality barrier and just go to town after that. So Kelly Dud, though, really redeemed themselves, because they got the 2K tired, then they came in with 12 health and got the rest of the cleanup there, and then Moira started spraying on them. So it was kind of funny seeing them go down solo. And I'm not dying. I'm just going to keep throwing my mines and my grenades.
Oh, Kelly Dud with the big save there, not giving up any progress. I think we're going to take a short break. But okay, never mind. We're good. We're good. Just got word. Flashback is back in. We just want to make sure we give players plenty of time to get set, get all, any internet issues worked out. You'd hate to see such a great match thrown off by something as silly as internet issues. But it looks like everybody's stable. We're back into this thing. Just under 4 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, and I mean, right now, Darklighter is just getting a lot of serious work done with this Roadhog. The hooks are starting to land with frightening rapidity, and you're going to be able to burn down Chris's shield with this Roadhog.
Chris is able to block that hook, but can't block the Shatter. Chris and Dap both falling under that. Trades coming through on both sides. Advantage to All Hallows. The res does get up safely. Flashback able to stay alive, utilize that cover. But I believe their main tank still out of this fight, which means North Mesquite have to retreat.
Yep, and Deadeye is online. You've actually got quite a few ultimates ready to go for All Hallows High School. I think that right now Genji needs to go bye-bye. You don't have the same kind of sustain. You're getting your great hook target right now for the Roadhog. You can also get flashbanged on your way in by Dar. So I think a DPS swap right now would do them worlds of good.
Dragons coming out from the attackers. Dar's going to throw down the Deadeye for All Hallows, but Xiaoyu Making that Genji work, is able to pick up one. Dap does fall along the way as Chris receives the nano and drops a two-man shatter in the back. Suo is gonna fall. Shai is working to bullet the last 10% needed on this blade. Clean up is there's North Mesquite Storm onto this objective. Trying to start getting percentage going, but the tire gets 3 for Kelly Dudd. Once again, Kelly Dudd is the hero of the All Hallows defense.
But they're not done. They're not done. They have gotten some answering kills back from Chris, and now the blade has come out. The katana doing the work. Just got to get down this main tank, but their reinforcements have come through.
There's only 2 of them left.
Oh my goodness, they
not enough sustain.
They had it. They had it. Now we're going to be sub 2 minutes. I need to see some DPS swaps here. I know that every time that I mention that they need to get off the Genji, they do something wonderful, but I still think that they're just being out DPS. The raw damage coming out of All Hallows right now is just completely masking anything that you're seeing coming out of North Mesquite.
North Mesquite spent quite a few ultimates during that fight as well. Darklighter's gonna make the swap go over to the Zarya here for this next fight coming off of the Hog. North Mesquite trying to come in for the right-hand side, but Oblivion's just lays down the hammer. Oh, and it takes Chris into the drink, going for a bit of a swim. 4K for Oblivion's in that fight on the right heart.
I mean, he was so on fire, he needed to go into the Frosty River and cool off.
Cool off a little bit, yes sir, yes sir.
Genji's gonna get caught out here. Shayu being staggered to the heavens and finally throws themselves off into the river as well. Kelly Dudd, though, has been a singular bright light here for All Hallows. The whole team is playing very well, but Kelly Dudd has been clutch in more moments than not.
Yeah, time again. Kelly Dudd showing up on this Junkrat. It's just been a thorn in the side of North Mesquite. There it is. Frosty recognizes it, is able to take Kelly Dudd out of the fight early. Chris wins the shatter. That's 3 on the floor. Good to get the kill on Oblivions with the pit. Now pushing in, but facing a lot of damage from Dar and company. All Hallows going to drop that sound barrier, try to sustain through this fight. Bubble used as well, and Darklighter's putting out a ton of damage. Nano was thrown onto Chris, but it looked like they were stuck in a trap. Not able to find full value out of this Nano. Chris does eventually take Suho out of the fight. And here comes Shayu dashing through the pack. Try to build up the rest of that blade. Dragons invested from North Mesquite as they look to finally get some percentage going with less than 10 seconds remaining in their attack. Shayu's going to take Dar out of the fight. 91% to that Genji blade. Rez coming through, and Chris is back on their feet. Self-destruct using 2 ticks. Already picked up here for North Mesquite as reinforcements start to show up for All Hallows defense.
Again, the tire comes out once again from Kelly Dudd, but they go down and heap after that. Just a little bit of cleanup. Now, they are in overtime, though. The blade does come out from Shayu, getting the work done and starting to find the kills, but I don't know if they're going to be able to get enough to stall. This is huge from All Hallows High School.
Yep, Coalescence coming out from All Hallows just to keep it going, but Frosty and Chris are able to manage the stagger as they come in one at a time and will eventually claim point B for their own. They put 2 points on the board, but it took them until overtime to make it happen.
I tell you what, Frosty, recognizing how much of a real threat that Kelly Dudd was, started hunting out the Junkrat, and I think that's what really got them the win here in their attack phase. 0 time on the clock, though, so All Hallows High School, if they continue in the same DPS thread that they have, you know, any time over a minute is going to make it so difficult for North Mesquite High School to stay in this series. I need to see them really bring something out here that All Hallows is not going to expect. The Shimada brothers, I don't think it's going to cut it here. I think you need to bring out some more burst damage. I think you need to bring out a little bit more long range, especially on point A. Shayu, yeah, I mean, that can work better than a Genji. I would rather see the Ashe here, especially since you have flashback on the Mercy. Get that damage boost and get those DPS health bars down in a hurry with a good head click.
We'll say, I mean, at least they got the flashback. They got a little bit of CC to go with it. So, I mean, I don't hate the pick, but I mean, yeah, Ashe is such a strong hero on this map, and again, on the defense in particular. Now, you do have Dap on the Hanzo, so flashback could throw that damage boost down there. The Storm Arrows just do an absolute ton of damage. Could help win the shield break war. Gotta be careful not to build up Oblivions on this Zarya, though, as Darklighter, You can tell they're going back serious. Dark Lanterns back on the Reinhardt, Oblivions back on the Zarya. They were so dominant with this pairing back on the pole.
Yeah, I mean, taking a quick little nap there. There's some kills coming through for North Mesquite. That is exactly what they needed to do, making good presence out the gate and just taking names and really just owning that first fight. It was 30 seconds and a complete team wipe for North Mesquite. So Kelly Dudd is going to have to watch out on this main.
Sleep dart. Sithlu absolutely threaded them with that sleep dart. It took the shield down, and they just opened things up. Dap was able to make some easy shots. Now Frosty with a charge advantage, sitting at 80 right now. Oblivion's still on base, ult charge, but here comes Kelly Dudd rushing in, trying to wall it up. They find that kill onto Sithlu. They're going to use the immortality field to continue their aggression, press forward. Oblivion's at high 90s charge in just a blink of an eye. And All Hallows High School will claim point A.
That absolutely. And I mean, that wall that came out from Kelly Dudd there, completely cordoning off the tanks from the healer. Sithlu getting taken down first in the fight, actually. I mean, they had nothing to really fight against us. I mean, the McFlurry Clomp is back and well, and they are absolutely devastating on this right now.
I mean, it shows why this comp was so meta for so long. There's just such good synergy between all of these heroes. And All Hallows are executing it very well right now. Just like that. Look at that wall coming up. The Shatter does come through, but it doesn't connect on anything they like. Big bio nade, but it doesn't stop All Hallows High School. Not even the Deadeye, I don't think is going to be enough. It picks up 1, but there's still 5 players remaining. All Hallows, as they push on to this objective, they've got a Shatter to use if they need it. Coming up on a blizzard. The wall is going to keep some people off, but North Mesquite got to really make something happen. They got a nano to work with coming in. Dap's going to switch over to a Junkrat. You see the ball coming out to try to stall. Chris does pick up a good kill on the Dark Lighter. It's a good start, but there's already 75% picked up on the other way. Now the sound barrier coming through for All Hallows, trying to close this thing out. Nano thrown onto Chris as they come swinging into the fight. Dap is able to get 1 before getting taken out. Door finds 2 with the Deadeye. Oblivion's taking a quick nap. They're going to get up, throw down that Graviton Surge, hold 2 in place. It doesn't look like the kills are quite coming through. It's going to be the Blizzard to seal the deal. Nice and Frosty. Goes Frosty and Chris as All Hallows High School will. Dap returns. Might have just given them a fighting chance on this defense. North Mesquite hanging on by a thread, Billy.
Oh my word, they had no rights winning this back and turning it on its head. But the spawn diff of 2 CP rears its ugly head again. And now you've got Tyre. You've got Shatter going into this next defense for North Mesquite. I am absolutely loving the fight back that is coming out of the Stallions right now. Gale Gamers Blue, they have got to be just kicking themselves that they did not pick this up.
And now they're going to have to push in with the dry fight. They have absolutely nothing in the ult economy to work with. They're running into a couple on the other side. And I think their goal right now is just to get as many ults out as they can. They did get the Shatter out there. It's a 2-for-2 trade. 4v4 on the objective. And as anticipated, North Mesquite will eventually win this out. They are going to go ahead and invest the Tyre late. Nice pair of headshots. At least 1 good headshot from Shayu. It's going to be a 3K before it's all said and done for Shayu on this Cowboy.
Yeah, beautiful switches. Beautiful switches. We actually saw them come out on the Tracer in the middle of that defense just to get back with the stall character. But this McCree coming out from Shayu, absolutely lethal. The other thing that we forgot to mention into this next fight, Dart did let loose with a nut, went over to the Tracer, now has gone back to the Cowboy, so ultimate economy was set there. But Kelly Dudd is on the Echo. So Duplicate, I mean, they're going to have their choice of where they want to go. They can go to the Sigma, they can go to the Rhine, they can go to the Junkrat.
I think the Rhine is definitely the play. There's just something about 2 Reinhardts that's just so oppressive, so devastating. All Hallows moving in, trying to claim some space. Big pen from Christ. Not an immortality field. Keeping Dark Lighter alive through that one. A couple of quick picks and another good hold from North Mesquite, but All Hallows have managed to build some ult charge.
They really have. Shatter and Amp Matrix coming into this next fight. Majin may have been caught out, but the healing is coming through for them. Sound Barrier will keep you up through, I believe they hold it for Oblivion's Graviton Surge, and they know that they can charge it very quickly. So I'm looking for Frosty versus Oblivion's right now. The off-tank battle is where I'm going to be making my stance here. who gets to their ultimate first will defend or decide who's going to hold this next fight.
Frosty was so close to getting Majin down, landed a big accretion from across the way, and that could have been absolutely instrumental. As it stands, Majin's going to be able to build up the rest of that sound barrier. Chinese going to go ahead and drop a Deadeye from above. Speaking of sound barriers, North Mesquite High School invests theirs. Shatter from Chris is able to get one, and the finish is there. Majin, I think that sound barrier got interrupted. Sound barrier came out. I did not see any shielding. I think that went into the void, courtesy of that combo from North Mesquite High School.
That's just beautiful work now. In sub 90 seconds, all that All Hallows has to play with right now is an upcoming duplicate and Graviton Surge. You might also be able to get some really good value for Darklighter with this Amp Matrix. However, the sound barrier came out from flashbacks, so they're not going to have anything to defend against this.
No, certainly not. And man, just that one pick potential of a 200 hit point fire strike can be so menacing. All Hallows High School are going to go ahead and just rotate far around coast side. Darklighter going to go ahead and drop down. They're sending Dar, I believe, up to the high ground as Kalida is going to duplicate the Junkrat. Graviton Surge coming in from above. Darklighter's able to find one. Amp Matrix from the high ground is going to provide double damage, double healing. Tire out from the defense, and Dap finds two with that. Suo was able to pick up a pair of their own with the aforementioned Amp Matrix. So North Mesquite High School just barely hanging on here with their defense. And remember, All Hallows only needed that precious 33%. 15 seconds on the clock, and Kelly Dunn's already got two on the back half of this fight. Looking to finish off the wrecking ball, but can't quite get him low enough. Xiaoyu does fall, but reinforcements are starting to show up. The spawn advantage is starting to come through. Oblivion returns on a wrecking ball of their own. Frosty on the Winston is able to pick up one, but Kelly Dunn's is still in this fight. Kelly Dunn's has three. Lands the stickies, looking to finish off the Lucy on the other side. Will get that kill with a little help from Darklighter, who has that Earthshatter ready to go. They complete the map. Both teams get 60 seconds back. We're resetting this thing. We're running it back with 1 minute apiece.
Oh, word. My goodness. North Mesquite just showed me so much heart there, Bullskunk. They never collapsed. They bent, but they never broke. I tell you what, Xiaoyu and Dap absolutely showed up huge in this point B defense. So we're going to see North Mesquite come out first on the attack. And if they have anything like they did on their attack phase and they just run over Darklighter on the main tank and take the shielding out of the way, they could potentially go to point B with some time in the bank.
And I think that would be a win. I mean, I think whatever team can cap point A here is going to take this map. It can be so difficult to do, though. I mean, like you said, I mean, not only did North Mesquite have a blazing fast time on attack, All Hallows didn't do so bad in their own right. Both teams took point A with pretty much ease.
Yeah, I mean, we did see North Mesquite get one fight win in the beginning. And then on the second attack, they swapped over to the McFlurry comp, and that's when they got just the steam of head of steam that took them to point B. And that's where North Mesquite made their stand. So, I mean, we would really need to see one singular pick here. Bullskunk is going to define whether or not All Hallows can defend this point.
Oblivion's going over to the Reinhardt and is hiding out on the right-hand side. They're playing a little sneaky sneak up on this balcony. Not in this fight. Here comes the big charge. Oh, cannot kidnap it. He was looking to take somebody from North Mesquite deep into their own territory. Instead, it's Oblivion's getting burned down by some storm arrows from Dab. And that's opened the door for North Mesquite to move in. Frosty's going to complete some high ground, drop into the back, and just keep pushing All Hallows High School back. They're going to have to fall back into Mega and use their Immortality Field in the process. Dap does return fire, able to take that Mercy out of the fight. But it's North Mesquite High School who have claimed a lot of ground. Under a lot of pressure, Frosty does get demeched as Dar continues to rain down those storm arrows. And All Hallows High School have wrestled back some control at this point. Even the Nano invested from North Mesquite, but it's no match for Dar and this Hanzo. The Dragons claiming some, the Arrows claiming the rest.
Yep, they just did not have the economy to really deal with what was coming from All Hallows. They didn't push in fast enough on the back of that important kill. So, do we go to a draw here? Do we go to an escort map? Do we go to map 4 here, or do we see All Hallows bring out a comp that just runs over North Mesquite and takes them out of this series and goes up 1-0 in our Group 2 group stage here.
Like we mentioned at the top of the broadcast, each team only has 3 matches in this round robin stage, and only 2 of our 4 teams will advance to the playoffs starting on Saturday. So this is extremely important 60 seconds for the defense of North Mesquite, and they're going to come out with the Reinhardt and the Sigma to try to make this hold and buy themselves another opportunity to get back in this series.
I don't hate this at all. I love it. I love the fact that they're going to have Rez on the board as well. Shimada Brothers being shown by All Hallows here, I'm kind of questioning this. I'm not sure if they're going to try and get a quick assassination with maybe a dash reset from Kelly Dud. If they are able to slash through and get enough percentage of the kill to get them that dash reset, get them back into another slash through the team. We're just going to need to see what they bring here.
Not a whole lot of time to build up towards that Nano Blade, and Kelly Dud's going to be running into a Sleep Dart from Sithlu. You've got an Accretion Rock from Frosty, the entirety of Dap's kit on the May, and then Shayu with that flashback. There are so many things that can stop Kelly Dud right in their tracks.
Oh no.
But Dar's able to get a great opening pick. Oblivion finds that kill on a Frosty as well. A quick +2. And All Hallows move into this point, trying to close out this series. 1 kill does go the other way, but Oblivions is able to pick up that kill onto Sithlu. All Hallows High School are in a prime position. North Mesquite, they want this back. They don't want to take this out now, but desperation is not enough. All Hallows High School will not be stopped. They take Volskaya in extra innings. They close out this series 3-0.
And that puts them up to 1-0 here in our round robin group stages here in Group 2. And they get a full 3 points into the map differential as well. So that could also play a very big role going into the latter matches here. Oblivions just absolutely just owning them. That is MTD if I've ever seen one, Bull Skunk, and it brings a big giant smile to my face seeing the 3K with just the hammer. It wasn't even a fire strike, it was just swinging with impunity, and then the charge off into the Volskaya River.
Yeah, part of that 4K we saw on the defense, that was fantastic. That was fantastic. And it didn't seem to matter whether it was Darklighter or Oblivions in that main tank role, playing that Reinhardt. They were able to get a ton of value and maintain that space. I'm impressed. I'm impressed. All Hallows High School, the Gale Gamers Blue looking very strong here in day 2 of our national championship.
Oh man, I mean, our next matchup is, I hope it lives up to the same billing as well, because this was a very interesting and entertaining map, and I think that North Richardson have a lot of positives to build upon. They didn't just get shellacked by All Hallows High School. Blizzard World was one of the best maps of Overwatch I've seen in quite a long time in the high school scene. And then Volskaya, obviously, both teams, going into extra innings. Just, I think the focus fire, I think the raw mechanical skill that we saw out of All Hallows, I think that was just that little bit of difference that got them over them in Volskaya, and they take that 3-0 win. So, I mean, that's 1 down, 2 to go.
Yeah, no, I mean, both Volskaya and Blizzard World went down to the absolute final fight. North Mesquite are certainly not out of this yet. They've got 2 more games, like you said, to play today to try to claim one of those top 2 spots. But our focus is on All Hallows and this victory today. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to get an interview with one of their players, get some insight into this fantastic win. We'll see you in just a moment. We are here with Oblivion's tank player for All Hallows High School. Thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations on the W.
Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. Now, normally I would say, that you were a main tank player or an off tank player, but your situation is a little unique. You seem to pick up both the Zarya, the Reinhardt, all of the tank roles, and transition between them with ease. Give us a little insight into that. Why the swaps back and forth between you and Darklighter?
So I've been playing Overwatch since it's like season 3 on Xbox, and I've been flexing ever since then. And the switch between me and Darklighter, I joined the team not too long recently, and I realized he's a main tank, and I'm also a main tank, so I just switched to Zarya because I started flexing and um I had to adjust because it's a brand new team, people that I don't know that I just met, and ever since like first day of practice, I had to play off tank. I was like, okay, I can flex. This is easy. I've been flexing since console, so.
Well, your Zarya looked fantastic, particularly on Nepal. I would never have guessed that you were pretty much a main tank player. Like you couldn't tell. You looked great on both roles.
Thank you.
I got to ask you, your journey here through season 7 and 8, what was it like? You said that the team is rather new. So, what was the biggest hurdle getting into the national championships? Was it an easy road? Was it a biting your fingernails, hoping that you got in process?
Uh, in my personal opinion, for me, it was definitely biting my nails because I never thought we'll come this far as a group. Here we are. So you just build up that confidence every step of the way we go.
What would you say was the biggest challenge in getting this far?
Um, Definitely some other schools that we faced. They're like 10 times better than me on PC. So adjusting from console to PC is really hard,
Yeah.
and
I,
I just adapt.
yeah. Yeah,
Both.
I can tell you personally.
Yeah.
I've done the same thing. I've come from we actually come from Xbox originally, and I've made our way into the PC world. And I actually have done it on my own personal account. And let me tell you what, the game is faster. The time to kill is faster. And I
Yeah.
was just like, what? So I completely understand you there, Oblivions.
Yeah,
It's
we
not
feel you.
easy.
No, it is not easy at all. Not easy at all. Shifting focus to your DPS line. We saw Dar come in, subbed in for map 3. I mean, it looked to me like Phoenix was having a pretty outstanding game in maps 1 and 2. What went into that substitution?
So what we do is we have the main roster in, then we have subs to like play with us. So
Sure.
we had a sub because they sometimes he said he's not feeling good, but again he really feels good looking at his aim and all that. But we just had to sub him in because main tanks just had to stay at
Well, it looked like no matter
healer.
which of your weapons you chose, it worked out well for you.
Yeah.
Was
I got
that hero specific or map specific, or is it really just feeling it in the moment?
I feel like it was a map specific,
Okay.
honest. Because I sometimes me and him Phoenix, not sorry. He doesn't really like Volskaya like that. So we just had to like sub him out.
Well, I got to tell you, who are you looking forward to playing next? You've got 2 more matches. You're up 1-0. You've got a 3-0 map differential. So that's a great start for you to get yourself into the weekend where we'll see the semis and finals. Who are you looking forward to playing next?
To be honest, anyone could come in.
Bring them
Ready.
on, huh?
Bring them on. Love it.
Our team
Love
is ready. Win or
Awesome.
lose, we having fun. Win or lose.
That's what I like to hear. That is what I like to hear on both accounts. Hell yeah. All right. Well, any shout outs you want to give before we let you go?
Definitely All Hallows. The school, my coach, and the team itself. They helped me through this journey, and also my friends watching. Shout out to you guys. Talk again.
Awesome. Well, congratulations again on the victory. Good luck in the rest of the day.
Thank you. Good day.
Well, that is our. Oh, thank you. You too. You too. That is our first series in the books. 1 down. We've got I guess 2 more to go.
Mhm.
We're gonna take a little break. I'm gonna pass the baton over to my guy Fred Sapulus. He's gonna come in here and guide you through our final 2 matches. When we return, what we got? We got the Blue Devils taking on the North Mesquite Stallions. So y'all stick around for more of the EGF High School National Championship. Oh, we threw a bit of an audible. You get my beautiful face back here again. Bull Skunk alongside Chef Bill as we head into our second series of the day in day 2 of the EGF High School National Championships in collaboration with Walt Disney World and ESPN. Billy, what do we got lined up for our second series?
Well, we've got the Huntington Blue Devils versus the team that we just saw on stream here. It's the North Mesquite Stallions. They are down 0-1 here in our Group 2 group stage. Oh boy, they had a heartbreaker. They had some really close maps. The 3-0 score that we saw from them is not indicative of the play that we saw come out of them. I actually really want to see how they bounce back from that really devastating loss in their first match here in our round robin. So, I mean, we haven't had a chance to see the Huntington Blue Devils yet. However, on paper, this should be a very decent match. I think, having a little bit of the stream nerves and some of the performance that we just saw. I mean, Blizzard World and Volskaya went down to the very, very last moment that it could have, and they unfortunately were on the losing end of both those maps. The control map was a little bit difficult for them. They came out with something that kind of got boomed, and they went down 2-0 on Nepal. So hopefully they will have a different kind of angle on how they decide to attack Nepal today. I think for their compositions that we've seen them run, Bull Skunk, I think that if they get Sanctum first, this might put them on a better pegging to be able to get themselves and get their nose out in front on the control map.
Yeah, we didn't get to see him play Sanctum last time. Nepal was actually the most one-sided of the 3 maps. I mean, it was an 0-3 loss for the North Mesquite Stallions. But like you mentioned, I mean, that is definitely one of those, just quintessential does not tell the story. Blizzard World went down to the very last fight. Volskaya went down to the very last fight. They were one pick away from winning Volskaya, Blizzard World in particular. If not for some heroic efforts coming through from their opponents who were all hollows in that first match. But now, going up against Huntington, hopefully they can just brush it off. You just put that one behind you. They've definitely got some quality players. DAP had some incredible moments in that first series. Let's see if they can bring it back, put a W up on the board here in their second up against the Huntington Blue Devils. Oh,
I mean, just from Volskaya alone, Shayu on the McCree was absolutely lights out. So they can pull that again. I'm fully expecting them to get a better accounting of themselves. But looking at what we're seeing from Huntington, we've got the Sigma Zarya tank line, so this is a little bit different. And also looking at a Bap Moira in the supports, Vesper's going to be playing tank buster duty. Let's see what kind of value they can get out of this edgelord, because Sithlu and Flashback had some pretty darn good support games the last game.
Yeah, Sithlu's Ana in particular was very strong. I'm not crazy about this Sigma Zarya. They want to fight at kind of different tempos and at different ranges. Vesper just getting picked off early, and you can see North Mesquite pressing their advantage all the way in this tiny room. They are able to get a second kill off of that aggression. And now they're just kind of holding the door. They've got control of the point. They're going to build that percentage. Look at Chris already with an Earth Shatter ready to go, Billy.
I'm just absolutely loving what I'm seeing from them. They learned their lessons from last time and have applied them to this game. They are going with this Zarya complement with the Reinhardt. And look at the charge. Look at the ult charge as well for Frosty. Lots of right clicks into that small enclosed room. They are 80% to a Graviton Surge. That can win you a fight by itself.
Absolutely can, especially if coupled with DAP's Dragons, who's not far away from that one either. Give me an Ant Matrix out, but the Shatter, the Shatter gets interrupted. Chris can't quite get the hammer down. And that is a plethora of kills, lighten up the feed in blue as the Blue Devils run in and wrestle this objective away.
I mean, and all it cost them was an Ant Matrix. That is absolutely beautiful economy coming out of the Blue Devils. Man, DAP has Dragons online. Gotta be careful. Don't get rocked. Don't get picked too early. Oh, what a bubble coming out of Frosty.
Well done by Frosty. Able to get some early charge going into this next fight. Just kind of get a little bit of a leg up on that. Nice flurry of storm arrows, but it is answered right back. We got a 5v5, and Frosty's out of this fight holding that Graviton Surge. I think that's a big win condition. And right now, if I'm North Mesquite, I play a little bit slow. Dragon's going to come out early as well as the Deadeye. But it's Sauerkraut finding a pair the other way, and that pair was onto both of the supports. Entire healing core gone. Xiaoyu answers back. And the DPS showed up. Sauerkraut, though, proving that they've got a steady hand with this Peacekeeper in their own right.
Yeah, I mean, this is actually back and forth right now, and I mean, it's going to come down to a Graviton Surge that Frosty has just not been able to let loose with. You're looking at double DPS ultimates coming in for Huntington into this next defense of the point here as we cross 60%. Yeah, Sauerkraut's going to have to get back to this fight rather quickly. Otherwise, you know, we're not going to see much coming out from Huntington. There actually a lot of win conditions for North Mesquite right now just to hold them off the point. The Graviton Surge, I mean, everything going into this fight.
Immortality Field is able to keep Big Ol' Boy alive, but only temporarily. Frosty's going to finish him off. 100 charge. Sauerkraut just ate the brunt of every last bit of it. Frosty with 2 quick picks and maintaining this 90-plus charge with this hyper-aggressive positioning from North Mesquite.
Yeah, they passed the progress made by Huntington Blue Devils. Now, Ant Matrix really destroyed them last time, so they're going to need to kite out of the LOS of this important BAP ultimate. You still have both of your DPS ultimates as well. Azer might be able to get a Tornado Warning off here with the Graviton Surge into a Death Blossom. They've got to be careful going into this next fight.
Nanoboost onto Frosty to start this off, and immediately Edra's down. They can't get that Amplification Matrix off. That's one way to deal with it. You just killed a Baptiste early. Chris does pick up a pair. Look at Frosty again. Look at that charge. 94 charges, so much damage, and that kinetic grasp can't block a single bit of it. North Mesquite High School, they will take round 1. Azer can't even stall it out. What a play from Frosty.
I tell you what, they've already increased their win percentage on Nepal here in our round robin stages by 100%. They finally get on the board here in Nepal on the back of some beautiful tank play coming out of North Mesquite. I'm sorry, that was just singularly beautiful and dominant coming out of them. You know, they flipped the points. Once they got recontrol, they got hyper aggressive. They didn't allow Huntington to really feel comfortable coming out of their spawn. And, you know, Frosty being at 100 charge for so long, that is just really something that you have got to deal with. And I'm not sure if Zarya Bap's going to be able to, or I'm sorry, Moira Bap is going to be able to keep you into fights. So we're seeing 2 main heals come out now.
Adra going on over to that Ana. Maybe the Bionade would be the trick. Perhaps give Frosty a little taste of the old Sandman. You can put Frosty on their back, might be able to take him out of a fight. We'll see what Adra can bring to the table. On the Grandma Healer, one of my favorite healers in the game, personally. Big anti and a sleep dart onto Azer, and Sithlu showing off that kit. And immediately take it down. Frosty there with the follow-up. They're able to back up and just wait out a purple of their own. North Mesquite, though they do lose Xiaoyu. So it's a 5v5 on this point. Getting a little aggressive. Frosty almost bit off more than they can chew, but Chris right there to back him up. Finds 2 final blows, and Frosty stays on their feet. Chris sacrificing their life in the process. Flashback should have a res for that, though.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they used it or not.
I don't think they did.
Yeah, I think saving it in case they need it for the next fight. That's, you know, beautiful restraint coming out of Flashback, because I would want to get my main tank back up fast again. Another massive Bionade coming in once again from Sithlu. Shatter is available right now to North Mesquite. Let's see how they decide to use this.
Dap with the early pick has Dragons ready to go. Frosty now has that Graviton Surge. We saw Dap invest the Dragons early because of Frosty falling first in a fight. I would like to see them combo this. It's just an easy win condition. There's no support ults on the other side. There's no immortality field. Frosty lands a big grab. This fight's all over. And now our Sauerkraut from the back. Oh, they're all caught in it. The Dragons come out. It only gets 2. It's not as massive as I thought. The Nanoboost comes through into Big Ol' Boy, keeps him alive, and they're able to find 3 kills with that extra damage. So somehow, some way, Huntington, they survived the Wombo combo and strike back.
I'm shocked that did not work. No anti-nade into the Graviton Surge. I think that would have really decimated them, regardless of the nano. But still, I mean, they got the win there against the Wombo combo, and they still have ultimates that they can push into this fight, though. Both DPS ultimates available to Huntington to defend the point.
Shatter on the right, he's gonna find two. Big old White strikes back with a bigger one. It's a 5-man Shatter. 4 kills with the Dragons going over the top. Now that's a wombo combo.
Woo, boy. I mean, we press Q, we win fight. That's just all you need to say about that. And you only used 2 ultimates in that fight, so you still got your Deadeye. Dueling Deadeyes, as a matter of fact. And Coalescence will be able to keep the tanks and the rest of the team up through this next fight.
A little showdown at the OK Corral here on Nepal. Chayu out of Texas is going to drop it first. Found a couple skulls, but can't quite land the mark. Vesper is actually going to take them out of the fight. Sauerkraut's able to pick up one as well. Nice roll into the flash fan. Pair of kills for Sauerkraut. Huntington at 66%.
Yep, and I mean, Deadeye still available to Sauerkraut. I mean, you should press it a little bit. I hear the taunting coming from Big Ol' Boy. I love this game attack, by the way, because I feel it. I feel it in my bones. I'm a Big Ol' Boy too. But, you know, Shayu has swapped over to the Symmetra, so we're going to be dealing with some turrets, teleporter as well. Also being able to burn down Big Ol' Boy's shield might be the answer to helping lock this point for them.
Yeah, you can definitely build up that level 3 charge and do a lot of damage in. It's going to be a cheeky teleport onto the back of the objective, and they pounce, picking up a pair of kills, but Huntington and High School answer right back. They take the lead. It's a 4v2 favoring them. They got 99%, and Huntington High School are in overtime. They just have to stave off the couple of stragglers from North Mesquite, and they will. Tying us up on Nepal. Well, we're headed to round 3. We're going to Sanctum.
Well, you know, I thought that them going that North Mesquite going to Sanctum might have been their saving grace. However, seeing Azer on the Roadhog and landing hooks with frightening rapidity, they might have a problem here, Bull Skunk. So I want to see what are they going to do to counter that. Oh, Farah could be actually a huge fight turner, comp turner for them. They're going pretty mobile as well. The only real slow one's going to be Flashback on the Mercy, but they can just tether to the Farah and be that important source of healing for the Winged Egyptian.
This is the first we've seen out of Shayu today. First we've seen out of any team today, as a matter of fact. Bringing the Farah to bear. And immediately dismantle. Shayu doesn't last long on that hero. They do get the res off, so there's that. Chris is able to strike back, swinging the +1 advantage back to North Mesquite's favor. Daft's going to increase that to a +2 with a nice shot onto Adra, taking the Baptiste out of the fight. North Mesquite trying to press forward. Vesper is keeping him in check, though, not allowing him to get too close, and North Mesquite have to settle with what they got in backup.
Yep. And, I mean, Immortality Barrier did have to come out from Sithlu there. So, you lose that all-important cooldown for at least 20 seconds now from time transpired. But Azer and Vesper, I think right now are going to be the keys to getting the maximum value that they can. Now that Barrage is coming up very quickly for Shayu, they don't really have much to defend against it. They've got the Immortality Barrier, but I think that if they can draw it out first, this is going to be a bloody, nasty Barrage.
Especially if they're all bunched up in this little corner, and there it is. The Immortality Field's already out, but 2 quick kills. Shayu needs to build the rest of this. 3 with the mines, though! Holy cow! Chris puts it in a perfect spot, clumped up as they were. Huntington were sitting ducks for that minefield.
That was beautiful. That was beautiful, and I think Chris may have overextended here. Yes, that is absolutely not what you want to see out of your main tank. So now, Huntington have the +1 advantage moving on to the point. And then no shielding, no mines, no mobility going onto the point for North Mesquite.
North Mesquite's going to run back in. Amplification Matrix coming up, trying to stop them in their tracks. Dragons are going to pick up 1, taking the Brig out of the fight. Chris is going to try to rotate around. Going to go diving onto this objective. Smashes in with the barrage, but Acer's all over it. Does not allow any casualties from Huntington from that barrage coming out. Frosty does strike back, is able to pick up 2, and is now fighting down in that pit against the Roadhog. Has to use that take a breather to get out of there. Vesper very low. Chris is going to pounce on them and will eventually get that kill, finishing it off with the melee. Flashback even getting into the mix. Look at this, trying to punch down on. It's going to bounce. Oh, the shatter from big old boy. It looks like Flashback pulling out the pistol may not have been the play. They are able to come back in and get to that res. North Mesquite High School does edge it out, despite maybe a little bit of hubris. North Mesquite emerge on top. The Stallions win Nepal in their first map of the day.
Flashback was not afraid to pull the Mercy Clock out. Frosty getting kills with the Bunny Blaster. I'm here for it. I mean, let's go. I love a bloodthirsty Mercy as much as the next guy, so let's see the play of the game here. Big old boy just getting the absolutely filthy shatter. Then the dragons over the top was just absolutely gross. And I loved it, Bull Skunk. And this is absolutely a really good turning point for North Mesquite. They get their first map point. That's the first point. Second of all, they reverse their fortunes from Nepal versus Gale Gamers Blue. So 2 wins there in their column for their own personal team. And they go up 1-0 in our series.
But, hope is not lost for the Huntington Blue Devils. They do have map pick going into our hybrid game type. They have a choice of Blizzard World or Kings Row. And given what they were showing us, it wouldn't surprise me to see Kings Row. And in fact, just got confirmation coming through. We are headed to jolly old England for our hybrid map here at game number 2.
Yeah, and I mean the last map pick for North Mesquite, they chose Blizzard World. So now we get to go to jolly old England. Let's see what their strategy is going to be here. I'd love to see Frosty on the Zarya again, obviously, because they had a really good performance on the Russian hero, but also their diva is pretty darn solid as well. I think that Azer might be the outlier for them. I think that their off tank play, if you're going to continue to play the Roadhog and continue to get these big picks and pulls and picks, I think that you can make it work. I would rather see an Orisa go with the Hog, though. But, give them a little bit of extra cover, give that Roadhog a little bit of extra protection. Also, working it into connection with the halts coming out of an Orisa. So I think that really this could be all to play for. I want to see what you can get out of them. I think that the Blue Devils, they did take a map off of North Mesquite there. So it wasn't all one-way traffic. So I think that North Mesquite's really going to have to step up their game. Sithlu has been putting in a beautiful performance. That's something that I really want to focus in on for the next map. I want to see, what the battle between Float and Sithlu is going to be, because those two were clashing heads many, many times there over the maps of Nepal.
I agree with your previous point that you're making about the Orisa. Orisa's in a really strong spot. Obviously, a classic pairing with the Roadhog. I mean, just namely because, not only because of the halt, which was what I was initially about to say, but it goes back to what I was talking about when referring to some other tanks where they like to work at the same pace. They like to play from the same range. That ideal range, it's harmonious for the Orisa and the Roadhog, and Orisa's in a great spot. After the buff to halt, where there's no more headshots during, to Fortify, where there's no more headshots during Fortify, and then previously to that, halt got a little bit of a buff going from 4 meters back up to 5 meters. Orisa is actually in a pretty good spot right now, and I mean, it wouldn't hurt my feelings just based off the strength of the Roadhog play we saw to see that Orisa rear her head.
Yeah, I mean, Donkey Horse is my favorite character. You know that. She's my main, and
she's a fun character.
She's a fun character. I mean, Supercharger still wins you a ton of fights, especially here at the high school level. So, I mean, if they have the Orisa in that range, I wish they'd go back to the old halt, of course, because I love being able to pull people down from 10, 12 meters. It's fine with me. I think that also the Fortify allows you to get out of a lot of fights with your life, even though you are slow. If you pair it with a Lucio, you're going to get that speed. So, I mean, there's ways to counteract the when she goes golden. And I think that, getting her out of a fight and sustaining can really change the tenor of a fight, and it turns it into more of a bunker-esque comp. You can throw a Torbjorn in there and throw a turret in there for extra protection. Also keeps the turret up because you've got that shield in front of it. So there's so many different ways that you can go with it on King's Row. It just depends on how do you use it. Because while Orisa and Sigma, they also harmonize pretty darn well, I think the Roadhog gives you pure fright with that hook. The hook can snag you out of your nice, snuggy little comfort zone, and then all of a sudden you're surrounded by 6 people that do not like you, and you're going to go bye-bye back to spawn.
Yeah, I mean, and those early picks are so vital. I mean, if one good hook, like you mentioned, it can swing the entire tide of a team fight. So we'll see if they stick with it. I mean, traditionally, King's Row is kind of Reinhardt's playground, right? I mean, the whole design of the map, as far as the width of the chokes and the way that the streets phase is designed in particular, the whole layout, the whole geometry, the topography, it kind of caters to Reinhardt in that close quarters brawly play style. But if Azer and Big Ol' Boy, they want to stick with Azer on this Roadhog in particular, I think the Orisa could absolutely work. But it's all speculation at this point. Like, we'll have to wait till we get into map number 2 to see for sure what our teams are going to roll with. And like we talked about at the top of the day, your comfort picks play a big part. You don't necessarily have to stick with what's meta or what is expected to be played on the map. It's understanding your matchups, understanding your strengths, and how they play against your opponent's composition and their win conditions. So just because we normally see Reinhardt on this map, or that's what's traditionally thought of or whatnot, it doesn't mean that you put yourself necessarily at a disadvantage if you don't run that composition.
Right, and I think that Bullskug, I think that you could also run Pig's Feet here if you wanted to really keep the Roadhog into the mix. I think you could run Pig's Feet. You could run Sigma with the Roadhog and have that experimental barrier. Then you have the extra abilities of the kit, but it looks like we're going to go with double main, double shield, just not in what you expect. And bringing Sauerkraut out without a Mercy tether, whilst the Viper is still a beautiful, elegant weapon, and the ADS still does a lot of damage, you're not going to get the same value with the damage boost off of it. So for North Mesquite, looks like they're going to run a very mobile comp. Looks like Shy's going to try and get an early pick with the Widowmaker.
Yep, pretty standard affair. Try to pull out the Widow. The question is, does Shy stick with it after putting this initial shot or two down? You can see Chris rolling all the way back around to the high ground, crossing up there to meet him. Huntington High School playing very conservative, sitting on the back of this point, sitting by phone booth, able to rotate back to hotel if they get in any trouble. Chris looking to be the name of that trouble momentarily. He's going to come in across the top. Dap opens up, finds Baptiste right out of the gate. Adra has to use their nade just to heal themselves. It goes down in a heap. That was a nicely executed attack coming in from all sides. North Mesquite take point A.
What a beautiful pounce coming in from North Mesquite. We also have a new player on the field for North Mesquite. We've got Poon or Pone or Pawn. I'm not sure how to say that, but they're definitely from NMHS, so they're coming in to play the Moira here in King's Row, 60% towards their Coalescence.
What do we go with that? Puh? Like Poo W? Pow?
Poo?
Oh? Poo?
Poo! We're gonna call him Poo.
I don't like that. I don't think that's what they're going for.
Oh boy.
Maybe we just go with PUW. Like, we'll just go to the basic form and pronounce each letter. Big Ante over the top. Big Ol' Boy and Azer are in a lot of trouble right now. Good heals coming through just in time where Shy doesn't get max value out of that focusing beam. But Huntington High School still on the back foot, particularly with this Coalescence coming out. Vesper's going to go down. 2 kills as a result of that. Shoyu able to get into the mix, and North Mesquite High School are just firing on all cylinders right now, Billy.
A shot from Dap there, and I mean, that was just a Coalescence diff. They forced out Float's Immortality Barrier early in the fight, and then they went ahead and pressed Q. And PUW absolutely going in with the aggressive coalescence. They're going to get this point in 5:43 to capture point C, but they're going into 4 ultimates coming out of Huntington High School.
Oh, that's a great shatter coming through. That's going to find 2. D-Mech comes through to Frosty, but they're able to get that mech back with the self-destruct dragons in to create a little bit of space and try to devalue that ant matrix. Big ol' boy oversteps their bounds and just gets picked right on off. It's still a +1 for the defense of Huntington High School right now, though. Chris looking for an opening, looking to bring it back. Finds A's are kind of out on their lonesome, but they had personal bubble to be able to fall back to safety.
Yeah, and I think right now, you know, the mobility of the Wrecking Ball is what's really keeping them into a lot of these fights, and just the initiation factor. I think that what you want to see right now is Shayu get the perfect duplicate, and that is not a bad one, but they are super low health right out the gate.
That's an interesting choice. I might have opted for the Reinhardt. But yeah, obviously Reaper puts out a ton of damage. Has that Death Blossom, and it goes. It gets stunned now. Nice flash coming through from Sauerkraut just in the nick of time. Look at those health bars in the top left corner. Shayu's able to finish off Sauerkraut themselves, but does eventually fall. That's going to be a nano coalescence on the battlefield. The PU Double's able to pick up 1. Make that 2 for the newcomer here on North Mesquite High School. Dragons out might just be enough to close out this map.
2 meters 80. That is all that is left between these two, and the super time bank. 4:17 on the time bank. They get plus 17 seconds to what they started with. The duplicate that we thought wasn't necessarily the best, even though they did not get the final blows, the blows to the health bars of the DPS and the healer there for Huntington High School, the damage was done. I mean, DAP and company were able to go in and just clean up after that. And it was just a matter of time after that point. So looking at Huntington High School, they're going to have to show me something here. They're going to have to show me some heart. They're going to have to show me, you know, that they can stand up to this mobile comp and really take it to North Mesquite, because North Mesquite, that was a singularly dominant map from them. I mean, they never got stopped in Streets phase other than just a little bit of a hiccup. This is what a wonderful turnaround for North Mesquite from their first match. And now Huntington High School, they're going to have to answer some questions that, you know, just weren't answered in their defensive phase.
Yeah, going back to Shayu's Echo duplicate, I mean, you know, that's one of the brilliant parts about that hero is you have the flexibility to choose your dupe target based on the situation. Shayu opting for some extra damage in that particular instance, and like you said, even though the Death Blossom didn't net a huge list of Shayu's name in the kill feed, it did so much work on the health bars themselves. The rest were just easy pickings. Shayu coming out on the McCree here with the defenses. Chris, yeah, on that Wrecking Ball. Sticking with it for the defensive phase for North Mesquite.
Yeah, and the Bulldozer coming out from Huntington. So you're looking for not only fire strikes and just the beefiness of a Reinhardt, but you're also looking for the dive ability of Big Ol' Boy and just getting so much cleave damage on top of North Mesquite.
Yeah, but they lose Sauerkraut along the way. I would like to see Huntington roll out with an Ana here to be able to help support Big Ol' Boy a little bit better. The Bulldozer comp, as we call this in the West, it goes by different names depending on what region you're in. But typically made to break double shield. It's not really built to go up against this dive comp, but they're making it work. The individual effort from Sauerkraut, Vesper, and Big Ol' Boy have all netted them a handful of kills, and they're going to get this car on the move.
Yep, and this is going to be a stagger out onto PUW from the cleave, and then the finishing out from Sauerkraut. So, I mean, nothing really of import on the board right now, ultimate wise, other than Adra getting this amplification matrix. So they're going to be able to push up and really claim some space just on the back of pressing Q from the Baptiste. So I want to see them use this in tandem, maybe with a Dragon Strike. That could work as well.
Oh, that works. Do you double damage Dragon Strike if you throw that initial arrow through an Ant Matrix? I can't say I've ever tested that, to be perfectly honest. I'm kind of curious. I like to pride myself on knowing all these little intricacies and the numbers and all that. That is one particular instance I don't think I've ever tested. Big ante onto the tank line at Huntington High School, though. They got to be very careful. They have to use that immortality field early, and that might turn around and bite them, but they managed to find both supports of North Mesquite High School, and with that, Chris does not have the sustain to stick around. Dap is able to pick up one with those storm arrows, but I don't think it's going to be enough to stop this progress.
No, but I think that the wrecking ball is the issue right now. 0 shields versus 2 shields. Defense matrix versus 2 shields, and it's just going all in favor of Huntington right now. I think you've got to bring out, I would bring out the Ryan Zarya here, close quarters. Get your ultimates off and then swap over to the Ryan Zarya, and you're going to go ahead and win this, because we see Big Ol' Boy swapping off of the Winston going to the Sigma now.
Mines over to the point, Dragons as well. They're North Mesquite able to deal with that immortality field, and Azer goes down. So the high mobile comp working temporarily, but here comes the dual support ult. Sound barrier and Matrix used from the other side, combined with attack visor, nets Sauerkraut a pair of kills. Vesper and Hydra getting into the mix, and they're going to pick up point B on the back of that. After just a touch of cleanup, Xiaoyu goes down, 2 points on the board.
Yeah, they're a minute less than, or a minute slower than what we saw come out of North Mesquite. So I think right now, there we go. There's the swaps that I was wanting to see. This is beautiful. Giving up the economy. I don't care if you get off your self-destruct or not. I wanted to make sure that you guys are using the right comp to defend here. So this now is a different story. And look at this. Already seeing the benefits of swapping over to the Ryan Zarya.
Yeah, able to go toe-to-toe in these close quarters. +1 to North Mesquite, and they've got the immortality field, but here comes a 4-man shatter from the other side. Health bars are down. Xiaoyu and Dap are still somehow hanging on, but not by much and not for a long. Xiaoyu's gonna fall. Transcendence coming out just to keep Frosty in this fight as the cart rounds the final corner of King's Row. Dap circling around as the Gravitic Flux comes through. That's going to find 2, and the ally bubble already used. Chris is smashed to bits. Frosty falls. Huntington High School, they're going to push this thing home. Less than 2 meters left to go. Xiaoyu has less than half health. That gets quickly disposed of.
Wow.
Huntington High School putting up a very good time in their own right. Only 10 seconds separating our two teams.
All right, Huntington, I see you. I see you. And you showed me, and I now have to eat my toe. So, yeah, I mean, that is exactly what I need to see coming out from them. So, 10 seconds difference between the two. Huntington is going to be able to come out first on the attack, so they're also going to have that in their favor, is that they just got off attack. So, that's for me, I think that when you get to go into overtime and you're, especially if it's just 10 seconds, coming off of attack and going straight back to attack, I think it's a little bit in your favor because you're in the mindset of, okay, we're already attacking. For North Mesquite, though, it could be the same thing. They could be a much better defensive team here this time, as long as they run the right comp. And I like what I'm seeing. I think that you should probably bring out the McCree here with the main, just go straight up McFlurry. But you've got a little bit of differences here. You've got PUW on the Zenyatta. You've got Sithlu on this Ana, which we've seen them do so well all day. I just don't know if the sustain is going to be good enough for this. I mean, you can get the value out of the Discord Orb always, but you're dealing with, Monkey and D.Va now, so this is completely different than what we saw from their first attack.
Yeah, highly mobile composition from Huntington on the attack, but with range DPS, so we're not quite looking at a dive comp despite seeing a Winston and a D.Va on the battlefield. Sauerkraut and Vesper are going to want to maintain their distance, work from range, and poke them down as they approach. Try to do as much damage as possible before Big Ol' Boy engages. Big Ol' Boy jumping into the back, gets isolated, and wow, that health bar just melted off. Xiaoyu's able to move in, find 2 with the Hellfire shotgun. Vesper on the retreat is able to get a pair of their own, and it might open things up here for this next attack.
Yeah, Frosty, 52% already to their Graviton Surge. So, spawn difference is going to be all important here. I think they just need to kite themselves around this quarter and protect themselves. Frosty cannot make that poke right there. That is no bueno. Sauerkraut is on the Widowmaker. That was a bit of a head scratcher for me. I'm not sure what the, other than the one pick potential right now. You might catch somebody out, maybe.
Yep, some swaps coming through from the tank line of Huntington High School to try to push in here. Big Bionade over the top. Chris and Frosty trying to fall back. Nano boost used on to Chris as they push in. Frosty picks up 2. 3 kills for Frosty. Chris moving in, is able to get a couple of their own. And this tank duo, holy cow, they have just exploded onto the streets of Kings Row.
They are not happy. They are very angry right now, and they've got both of their ultimates ready to go. I'm looking for them. You know, you can hold them off the point with a Graviton Surge here.
You already in the back. North Mesquite High School, absolutely voracious. Look at this shatter. They are laying waste in this attack, not giving Huntington High School an inch. Nothing to work with, not a room to breathe. The Graviton Surge into the doorway as Float tries to make it to the point, but gets slipped. Can't even touch the objective. And this clock is going to tick down. Huntington High School get absolutely stymied in extra innings.
Blue does it again. The sleep. We saw the sleep on Volskaya in their first series. You see the sleep here onto a Lucio with speed boost. Just absolutely massive coming out of them. So, win condition set here. I mean, you get a tick and you're good. And that's all there is to it. And if Chris and Frosty keep up this performance on the tank line, I mean, they're going to be really putting themselves in the driver's seat here to take themselves to 2-0 here in our series and put themselves on match point.
Oh, and like we talk about, something we always say, Billy, like, you don't have a good tank line without a great support line backing them up. And that's exactly what we saw from PUW and Sithlu right there on that defense. Sithlu just looking absolutely outstanding. Pinpoint accuracy, particularly with those sleep darts. Wonderful timing with the bio nades. And it's no surprise we're seeing him stick with this Ana as North Mesquite High School look to claim this precious 33%.
I'm telling you what, PUW on that Zenyatta was absolutely filthy. The Discord orbs was so important. The investment of the Discord orb onto Big Ol' Boy, and then on to Vesper, and then on to Sauerkraut. They got so much value right out the gate. What I want to see right now, though, they've got 2 snipers. I don't know if Sauerkraut's going to be able to survive this.
Yeah, playing Afara into double sniper, very tricky indeed. There is a decent amount of cover for Sauerkraut to work with here, but I believe I remember typically seeing Afara on the attack on Kings Row to try to corral. On the defense, I think you got a little bit less to work with, and here comes Shy. You swap it off the Widowmaker onto the Soldier for more consistent, steady damage, not only onto that far, but onto the shield and front line of Huntington High School as well.
And the biotic field, my friend. And the biotic field.
That's a good biotic grenade onto Chris. Nades are able to take them down. Damage boost and an anti-nade. And, well, Chris didn't stand a chance. North Mesquite just going to reset.
Yeah, but I mean, I think it's all about building up to ultimates right now. I mean, they're up at the 2-minute 10 mark. Frosty and Chris well on their way. Pone almost has a coalescence. That is absolutely going to be able to get them in on this point. The shatter, the coalescence coming out from Frosty. This could be the point right here. 3 people on the point, going for everything right now. Float gets the res off. Barrage out from Sauerkraut, picks up 1. That's only the Ana, and I think this is going to be it. This is going to do it. This is going to be the 33%, and they take it through, and they go up to 2-0 in our series. That was close, competitive, but in the end, having the ultimates to push through, that is exactly what you need to see from your tank line. The substitute gets in on the play of the game as a Moira with the
Moira play of the game, of course.
Yes!
Oh, it's the Nano coalescence. Oh, you gotta love it. You gotta love it.
That's beautiful work, and that's puts North Mesquite onto match point here. I think I lost you for a minute, so I went rap guy out there because I just wasn't sure if you were there or not.
No, it happens. A little hiccup there, but hey, you know what's not hiccup is North Mesquite, man. They are not missing a beat. Coming in with their second series of the day. They don't want to go 0-2. North Mesquite are coming out on fire, taking it to the Huntington Blue Devils so far. We're going to take a quick little break. When we come back, it'll be Huntington Devils, their map pick, to see if they can get that goose egg off the board, find their first map win of the day. We'll see you back in just a couple minutes. Well, the Huntington Blue Devils still searching for their first map win of the day. You're in day 2 of the EGF High School National Championship. We're in a round robin stage. This group has 4 teams. Top 2 will make it on, and North Mesquite are 1 map win away from going 1-1 so far here in the round robin.
You know, it's also going to reset their map differential as well. So, I mean, this is all into the good for North Mesquite here. Pua, sorry for saying your name wrong. Thanks, Frosty, for telling me how to say it properly. P-U-W or Pua is how they would like it to be pronounced. So we want to make sure we get these things right. However, what really needs to go right here for a 3-0 sweep for Volskaya is for a first point hold and then getting their own singular tick. But I got to tell you, Huntington Blue Devils, they don't want to go out like this. They don't want to go down 0-3 twice. So they need to get something together here. They need to figure out where the issues are and really try to connect with their heart. I mean, they've shown some heart. I need to see more from them. And I'm not sure if we're going to have some role swapping here or not, depending on what I just saw. But we may be seeing a little bit of role swapping around here.
Well, Huntington, I mean, they have to win this one. Like, I don't see a world just mathematically where going down 0-2 with an 0-6 map differential is going to get you into our postseason. It's on the line here for Huntington High School, and we did get confirmation. Yeah, you can see Sauerkraut moving on over to the Zarya role, picking up that tank. Aids are going to DPS, pulling out the McCree.
Yep, and I mean, maybe this is something that they've done before. Maybe this is something that, maybe Sauerkraut wanted to play DPS, and they're like, no, you need to go back to tank. I'm not sure which of those scenarios it is, but they do have a pretty burst down comp right now. I mean, especially if Sauerkraut gets anywhere above 50% charge, you're going to have the spam damage coming in from the Junkrat. You're going to have the mid-range hit scan of Azer. There's a lot to be dealing with here, and they're running out with, we've seen it before, Xiaoyu on this Genji. We saw them get a really good value against all odds against the Gale gamers, but there is a major source of healing gone right out the gate.
Yeah, that's going to slow things down for North Mesquite quite a bit. One difference, though, is Sithlu is on the Ana. Previously, when we saw North Mesquite running this comp, they opted to not bring the Ana into the mix. So I think this is a good change and definitely a strong individual hero for Sithlu. So this absolutely could work. We're seeing Frosty make a swap early as well. It's going to pull out the Wrecking Ball. But Chris gets picked out early. Once again, Huntington just going to win this with a very nice early pick.
Yeah, I mean, it's fights in neutral right now. And I do remember from the previous match when we went to Volskaya that Sithlu swapped over to the Ana when we went to point 2. So I think that, I think they just need to stay on the Ana because that's really their standout hero. It's their signature that we've seen so far. And here we see Frosty trying to get a little bit of trolling in the back and pull the attention from the main choke, but it's no go. They need to deal with the Junkrat.
Yeah, Vesper's just putting out so much damage. I mean, really all Huntington High score putting out some damage is indicated by the check marks you're seeing in this Deadeye coming out from Azer. He's going to channel that bad boy, but there's really not a whole lot to be found. Pulls the trigger, no real results, but you're keeping those tanks at bay, making sure Chris and Frosty just have no room to breathe.
Oh, man. And here comes... Oh, no!
The three-man shatter from the other side. Big ol' boy does get slept. Not really quite able to follow up of it, and Chris moves in and pops the primal in the back. Trying to batter down Sauerkraut, down to 1 health. Following up, does get the final blow. Leave it in the back, looking for more, but just find Azer as a flash and a fan the hammer ready to go. Now it's a bit of a duel between Azer on the McCree and Chris on this Winston. Meanwhile, back on the front line, Azer is able to pick up a pair of kills. Azer able to eventually win that duel.
They didn't get a singular tick out of this whatsoever. And now Azer's almost back up to another Deadeye. So this is not optimal position for North Mesquite. I'm not sure what's going on with them right now, but I think their meme tank comp just did not have any kind of traction. And now they're paying the result for it. They're sub 90 seconds. Frosty's going to have mines, but it might be a bit too late.
Oh, especially with Puar going down early. This could be disastrous for this push. I think North Mesquite just need to fall back and reset, certainly after losing Sithlu.
Oh my goodness, and this is just going from bad to worse for North Mesquite. Adra, the bloodthirsty support that we didn't know we had, is really starting to pour the work in on the Baptiste. Oh, that's a kill though. That could be your aggression point. You take the tire off the table.
Yeah, Xiaoyu going over to Junkrat of their own. North Mesquite kind of regrouping, and it's time for them to push. You got an opening, but the shield's broke. Big ol' boy does fall. Nice storm arrows. Dap comes up with 2. Leaps up to the top, trying to move in for more, but Xiaoyu's gotten a pair of their own. The DPS duo coming alive of Volskaya.
It's about time. They didn't have much time to spare. So they're going to have about 320 when they go through here, I believe. You're gonna have you're gonna have a plethora of ults though. I mean, almost the full 6-pack on both sides. Other than the mines that just came out from Frosty, Huntington have all the tools they need right now to repel North Mesquite.
Gonna be a nano coalescence combined with dragons to initiate this fight. Shadow comes through from Chris, able to pick up 2. Big ol' boy's gonna respond with one of their own, and Chris is down. Pua out of the fight as well as Vesper looks and finds 2 kills with the tire. Huntington do hold on. It was an old extravaganza, and Huntington still on their feet when the dust settles.
Still that word for me. I'm not happy about it. Bullskunk. That's my word.
What?
All right.
We've been using that word for years, Bill. We've been using that word for years. Your word. Oh, don't give me that. Don't give me that.
I'll fight you on that one. But seriously, Sauerkraut, the only one left standing with an ultimate to speak of. So Frosty swapping over to the D.Va, so we're seeing the adaptations coming out now for this point B push. Chris going super low there, but giving a ton of ult charge to Sithlu once again. Frosty, I mean, have another snack. We saw them do it in the previous series, even though they didn't get much value out of it.
Oh, but an 8 here would be extremely valuable indeed. But Sauerkraut's going to burn down Chris. Still at 100 charge, pushing forward. Does a lot of damage to Frosty. Frosty at 1 health gets demeched. Is lucky to get out of there, Baby Diva form. Chaidu was trying to do a little poking, but I don't think they realized the rest of their team was dead. And it just falls back right into the view of Sauerkraut and that big old damage beam.
I'm still getting over you calling me out on my names for things. Okay, so Nano into the next fight. I think you can throw it onto. I would throw it on to Chris and just see what kind of cleave damage he gets. You still have the Graviton Surge to deal with. You still have the Deadeye from Azer to deal with. So right now, I mean, it's all to play for. Your sub 90 seconds. What can you get out of this?
Not a whole lot to work with either. Well, I mean, that Nano's got to get value. Running into 2 DPS ults and 2 tank ults. That's Huntington are stacked to the brim. A very full war chest. The team of the Dragons to try to initiate, but North Mesquite High School already down 1 in this fight. That trying to take advantage of this high ground. Shatter comes through. Both DPS ults coming out from the defense. Tyre looking around. Tyre doesn't find much. Nano on to Pua once again, and it's 2 kills for the Coalescence. They love nanoing this Coalescence, and it was a lot closer that time. It's Sauerkraut still able to burn him down, still has tons of charge. Well, Shayu's gonna shut that down. The very least, you get rid of that Sauerkraut charge.
Well, I'm gonna tell you right now, that's a waste of a Nano, and it's not cute. I'm gonna be bad cop on this one. That's not cute. You have other priority targets that can do so much more with a Nano, including the soldier. I mean, a nanoed healer's rocket could get maximum value, burn shield downs really fast. So, yeah, you just wasted. You wasted the Nano, and I'm not happy with it.
Now there's no more time. The remake! Double kill with the remake from Frosty. Oh, just the turn of fortune that North Mesquite needed to at least start getting some progress building on point B. There's 1 tick picked up. They don't have anything to hold on to this with, and Shayu is down. I just see 3 members, and one of them's a Baby Diva on this point. Frosty gets taken down immediately as reinforcements storm onto this objective for Huntington High School. Move it in. They have ults to work with, and is looking for room to use them. Big Anti over the top is simply returns to the fight, but doesn't have much health. Has to back all the way up. Shatter comes in, shut down Chris, and the kill is there to follow it up. Overtime will burn down. North Mesquite High School will have to settle for 85% on point B.
I'm not going to dwell on the horrid choice of Nano, because he did it once, it was cute, and you got the value on King's Row, but this is a whole different animal. This is 2 CP. You have the spawn diff completely against you as an attacking team, and I still am scratching my head about that. Oh my word, Septilence, our hearts go out to you, my friend. We love you. Please, yeah, gosh, I my heart's out for you. So going into this right now, North Mesquite, they've got to really dig their heels in on point A and make sure that they are just ready for the onslaught that Huntington is going to bring to them. Because Sauerkraut and Azer, despite the role swaps, I saw 0 difference between what they were doing before, other than Azer was really putting some serious work out on that McCree. So, I mean, they've got a definite win condition here. They can get that goose egg off of their board, Bull Skunk, and you know, bring themselves within 1 map of leveling this series out.
And putting a DPS onto Zarya isn't totally unheard of. I mean, it was the adjustment most teams made when we went into the GOATS era, you know, way back when, back in the old days of Overwatch. We were dealing with that 3-3 composition, but you saw the DPS flex over to that Zarya because you got a lot of the same fundamentals, and of course that tracking is so important. When you trained yourself to build up that magnificent tracking, it translates to Zarya so well. As long as you can get your bubble timing down and kind of understand some of those tanky elements, you can be a vicious Zarya coming out of the DPS role. Sauerkraut putting that on display so far, but with that kill on to big old boy, Huntington High School are gonna have to pump the brakes a little bit.
Yeah, and I think right now that Shayu bringing out this Reaper right now is going to really mess with Sauerkraut and Big Old Boy. You just got to watch You just got to watch the charge going on to Sauerkraut, because you don't want to get them built up to that charge so high, because you can just start burning things down. Shai's just being so cagey right now.
On that Reaper, I mean, if that Reaper just pounces in your back line, it's just like instant deletion. Sauerkraut able to pick up one. Good opener. Nano Boost was thrown on to Chris this time. They finally deal with Sauerkraut, but not before they had found a second in that fight.
Oh boy.
Chris and Frosty both down. It's up to DPS to make something happen here on point B, but then this is a tall ask for Xiaoyu on this Reaper. Both Dap and Xiaoyu will find their way back into the spawn door, and Huntington High School will find themselves with a point on the map scoreboard. Well, at least in the round.
Yeah, and then looking at Pua right now, swapping over to the Zenyatta, we did see a little bit of swap coming out from them before, so the Discord Orb is definitely going to be showing its ugly head here for the members of the Blue Devils. Almost a full six-pack once again. They have everything going in their favor. Grab Dragons are 10% away, my friend.
I mean, the Matrix start things off. They wall up, kind of just funnels Huntington into a little tight area, but they throw the Shatter down. That is huge. Backed by the Coalescence. Dragons over the top. And Huntington High School systematically delete this defense with some fantastic ult usage. The Deadeye used to shut down Xiaoyu. And Huntington High School find their first map win of the day. We have got a match, my friends.
We have got a series on our hands, and the snowball was absolutely real there, Bullskunk. They just garnered their resources and took care of everything that they need to take care of. Here's the off-tank that's now playing as the McCree. Just such great work from them. This was a very dominant series here, or map here from the members of Huntington High School, and they just got so much work done. This is exactly what they need to get themselves back into the series, and I tell you what, we got a series on our hands. We got the fight back coming through. We're not going 3 Omega LOL Overwatch again. Let's go.
No, and I mean, funny enough, every single match prior to this point, including every single match yesterday, were all 3-0s. This is the first match so far that's headed to a map 4. And I can't help but feel that the tides have turned, the winds have shifted, and now they seem to be at the back of Huntington. And I don't know, maybe there's a classic movie scene where there's a sword fight going on, and there's two fighters just ding 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 ding, and they're hit it, and then they stop, and it's like, I have something to tell you. And I say, I am not left-handed, and they swap. And it's like they level up. I feel like that's what Huntington just did. It's like, wait a minute. Azer wasn't really an off-tank player at all. They just swapped to DPS, and we're seeing their true form now. Only time will tell if that's actually. But that's the story I see in my head right now, Billy.
It's the Spider-Man meme. You. So that's what it's all about right now. And I mean, we're going to map 4, and it's going to be an escort map. And they got a choice between Route 66 and Watchpoint Gibraltar. So they're going to Gibraltar, I hear from the magical voice in my head. So
not surprised.
Oh, not surprising. I mean, for both sides, honestly. I mean, you can run the Winston here. I haven't seen double bubble yet, so that could be an option if they're coordinated enough. They definitely have the Ana player in Sithlu to really deal with a lot of the damage going in onto a Winston, also being able to nano them in the primals. So, does the DPS of North Mesquite now, do they have the tools to run the double bubble? Are they able to poke from range? We haven't seen it yet today, but everything can happen. And that's the beauty of Overwatch, is that we never know what's exactly going to happen. And so I'm hoping that we get to see an Ashe. I would like to see an Ashe. I'd like to see the Echo come out, because we did see an Echo come out from North Mesquite before. So, that could be on the range as well.
And double bubble can be a difficult comp to execute, but from the hero pools that we've seen from North Mesquite so far today, they definitely have it. They have the skills on the individual heroes to make it work. The only question is, do they have the coordination or the practice with that composition to pull it out here in our national championship? But super strong on Watchpoint Gibraltar. Of course, that mobility of the Winston controlling high ground. I would love to see that composition. And Chris has shown a very competent Winston. So that's I think could definitely be in the cards, but I can't guess what's in their heads at the moment. All we know is that North Mesquite have opted for WPG, which that does tell us they do want to play that high ground, and we've seen them choose these kind of maps every step of the way. They like these more varied maps as far as vertical geometry within the map design. And Watchpoint Gibraltar is maybe the epitome of utilizing this high ground and utilizing these highly mobile compositions.
Yeah, it's also good. I mean, if they do pull this out, okay, if they do pull it out, then hopefully, we've seen Frosty put out a very serviceable Zarya. So, in that respect, bubble management would be the only thing that I would personally be, keying in on is how do they manage the bubbles? Do they save it after Winston bubble, which is the right way to go? Personally, my way of thinking, because you can get the cleave damage in, throw your own self bubble down there, and then get the secondary bubble out there and get the charge for the Zarya, which also helps there. So, I mean, looking at what we're going to see from the defense for Huntington, Ryan Zarya here, a little bit surprising there for me, but they are bringing out Azer on the Ashe. No Mercy Tether, though, so you're not going to get the maximum value out of it. That's a little bit concerning for me. Are they going to be able to get enough of the damage in with the Viper, the aim down sights, and also the Dynamite? Just that damage boost provides so much extra oomph into that fight.
Oh yeah, 195 damage for a damage boosted headshot. But this does tell me Huntington want to invest their resources into that front line, into those tanks. They get Sauerkraut, beefed up, full of charge. There's a nice trap there. It's going to hold Frosty in place. Adra does fall, though. So if you're North Mesquite High School, you take that trade. Azer taking down Shayu is a good sign. It's a good indication that their aim is on point. They're nice and warmed up on this hero. And, like we said, maybe we just saw Huntington High School swip to their final form with Azer on this DPS role.
Oh, my word. That is some serious drop down from Big Ol' Boy and getting the results to boot. Frosty feeding a little bit on ball. I'd like to see the swap over to the Zarya right away and just go double bubble with this, because you've got the Echo, you've got the Ana here, and the Brig is also a wonderful addition into that. If you guys just play the right way, you can get so much value out of this composition. Just a couple of little changes here and there.
There it is. That's now that I was gonna say that with that being the only swap necessary to make this into a double bubble comp, they had to have it in mind. And Frosty does indeed go on over to the Zarya. We're going to see North Mesquite High School just kind of move up top and try to take control of Blue Box. This is going to allow Frosty to do what you're seeing here and just keep Huntington High School in check and not allow them to set up on this back high ground. There goes the dive. Chris is in. Nano boost, bubble, everything invested onto Chris's Winston. They're able to pick up one. Pop the primal rage, and they're going to move in. Find Vesper with it as well. God, Azer trapped into a corner. Is going to chase him down. Nice primal mechanics coming from Chris, and a great attack put together by North Mesquite High School.
Yeah, but Chris is in a little bit over their heads. I don't know if they have the support to stay in this fight. I don't see Sithlu anywhere. Sithlu out from the beam of Sauerkraut. So, I mean, this is a little bit of a win here for Huntington. Sub 2 minutes, Bull Skunk. They're going to have to work really hard to get up to these ultimates once again.
Yeah, they had that fight. I'm not quite sure what happened. North Mesquite didn't really suffer much casualties. They certainly had the numbers. I did not see where Sithlu got caught out at, but clearly they were not in a position to find the LOS onto Chris. So, I mean, what was a well-coordinated attack just ends up falling a bit flat. And with Shayu fouling early with only 3% to duplicate, North Mesquite High School are trying to work, from a disadvantage, popping that rally to try to bring it back, but only Frosty and Sithlu are able to get that extra armor. Dad moves up to the top with 56 health, is now just looking around for something to give him some healing. Meanwhile, the front line continues to push it. Shayu's going to go ahead and duplicate the Reinhardt now. 3 tanks on the field. Lays down the Shatter, doesn't really find much. Vesper trying to counter with the Tire. Ant Matrix devalued by Chris's Primal Rage. The second in as many team fights. Chris is doing a fantastic job creating the space needed. North Mesquite High School need to close it out this time.
They did. And not a second too soon. And now you've got Nano. You've got the Dragons once again, and now the push is for real. It's in earnest. They're moving forward. They're getting these exit kills. This is absolutely classic coming out from North Mesquite.
Yeah, a couple good exit picks. This will allow them to claim this high ground and get set up, get Dap and Shayu in a position to cover these doors we're about to see Huntington enter from.
Yeah, I think they need to take control of the top of the shuttle right now. Give themselves a position of power. Because what Huntington wants you to do is come in close and say hi. And I'm loving what Chris is doing. He's getting burned down so fast, though. That was absolutely nasty coming out from them.
But with that nano boost, Chris is resilient. A little help from Sithlu, actually maybe a lot of help from Sithlu. They're able to find the opening pick. They're going to burn down Big Old Boy directly thereafter. Huntington High School have no more tanks standing on the battlefield. Vesper is gone. They're losing damage. A rally has been popped from North Mesquite, and that should net them point B. Contest comes through with 0.85 meters left. Sauerkraut doesn't last long, though, and that rest of the percentage is there. 2 points on the board. Chris diving in to claim some space on point C.
That is exactly how you win point D without a stop at all. I mean, they took control of shuttle, they took control of all the high ground, and it was all for them to play with. Deadeye could stop them really quickly, though. Bull Skunk, they've got to watch their LOS on this.
They're just playing front and center, nothing cheeky. Sitting right with the tanks and keeping a steady line of fire going down into the bulk of North Mesquite High School. Shayu lucky to make it out of there. Nope, never mind. Luck ran out. Courtesy of that Graviton Surge. Coalescence through the mix, and that's a nice combo and a good halt from Huntington High School. Finally able to hit the pressure release valve.
They absolutely got it at the right time. 3 minutes now, but you have some serious ultimates coming up online for North Mesquite. You've got the duplicate available. I see no reason why you don't go for the Reinhardt once again. Was that a fat finger?
Not quite sure what prompted that Deadeye. Maybe saw something there. Hey, maybe it was just a fat finger. Graviton Surge out from Frosty. Trying to start this next fight. Still 3% away from the Dragons. We're going to get the duplicate in. Nevertheless, it's 2 kills for the defense. Make that 3 as Chris dies during Primal Rage. And North Mesquite High School, it's back to the drawing board for you, my friends.
Oh, boy. And I think that Huntington took the time to just regain their six and regain their shape as a team. And they were able to feel the pulse there of what needed to be done. And I absolutely feel like that was the right play for them. They pulled out 3 ultimates out of North Mesquite.
And North Mesquite just got 0 value from it. I mean, what a play. There's an early pick onto Chris as well. North Mesquite had so much momentum coming into point C, and Huntington High School absolutely have stopped them in their tracks. Just put a boot on that cart, and it has not moved. Dap looking to pry it open with that kill onto the Moira. Large chunk of sustain absent from the Huntington High School defense currently. But they do have a couple of DPS ults to work with. Chris is going to go in, finds Big Old Boy in the corner, gets him isolated in that right room, is able to win that war. Azer finds a kill to return the favor, though. Both bubbles used as North Mesquite High School push forward, and they finally at least make it around this final corner, Billy. They're going to throw down that shatter. It gets 2. I don't know what the follow-up's going to be there. Immortality Field plus Ant Matrix are keeping Huntington in this fight, not to mention that Graviton Surge Coalescence thrown in as well.
Yep, sub 60 seconds now, and that's both your support ultimates off the table. And look at this. Pua just holding steady. Both the supports were left behind, and I think they're going on a hunting, fact-finding mission here from Huntington High School. Both support or both DPS ultimates ready to go. Rally could win this next fight for North Mesquite, though.
Yeah, all that extra armor coming in. Frosty so close to a Graviton Surge. They've got a Deadeye behind them. They realize it. No! Frosty doesn't turn around, keeps eyes focused forward, and takes a bullet to the back of the dome. Zarya out of the fight early, and that Graviton Surge just kind of fallen to waste. North Mesquite High School, they had such a big time bank to whittle it down, and they've gotten it all the way to 5 seconds. Frosty going over to this ball, just trying to touch, trying to keep hopes alive for North Mesquite High School, but Shayu's already down. The touch has come through, and the overtime work is going to start to burn. Gets the slam, but there's an Ant Matrix keeping reinforcements from showing up in this fight. Float and Adra actually the ones lighting up the feed, and North Mesquite High School get totally stalled hold on point C.
And now there is a definite win condition set up here for Huntington to level themselves in the series and possibly even reverse sweep this second game of day 2 here in our round robin group stages here for the national championships. And I'm telling you what, Huntington, boy, they bent real far, but they did not break. Their .3 defense was absolutely chef's kiss beautiful. And North Mesquite have got to think about some fundamental changes to their compositions right now, because while it worked through the hangar, while it worked through point A, and point A was not a cakewalk for them by any means. I'm telling you, they've got to lean into what's going to work. I want to see more out of the DPS right now. I think the DPS are kind of they've kind of gone a little bit cold here, and I don't know if the Genji going into this is going to be the answer, Chief.
Nope, if we're going the double bubble for some just more traditional dive. I mean, it's kind of a hybrid composition. I mean, obviously with Dap on the McCree, you know, not much of a dive character. But we'll be looking for Shayu, Chris, and Frosty to coordinate their strikes and see if they can get some picks before they get burned down by this Sigma Zarya composition that Huntington High School are showing us.
So much sustain, too. So much sustain coming out of them. The Baptiste grenades, as well as the standard healing and the healing orbs. I mean, there's so much for them to go. And there goes the main source of healing down right away.
Yeah, Azer landing that headshot onto Pua. Vesper continuing just to spam arrows up there. Keep North Mesquite from peeking, making them think twice before looking over that ledge. And Azer is going to pick up their second of the fight. This swap into the DPS role has proved very fruitful indeed. Azer gets a D-Mag, looking for the shot onto the baby diva. Azer comes in to help clean it up.
Yeah, Shayu's still on point, though, trying to do what they can to contest the point. Chris is there with him as well, but I don't think there's anywhere near the support that they need to stay up through these fights.
I mean, Azer, this has just been all Azer on this attack as far as the final blows. The tank's doing a good job of giving Azer the space needed to sit back and take the shots, take their time, and land those beautifully accurate hits, just like that one on Pua. Eventually, the reign of terror from Azer is ended, but enough work has been done that they're going to get these hangar doors open.
5:17 to get through hangar. And now it's all about getting to the top of shuttle and taking the high ground away from North Mesquite. They're not going to have a very easy time of it. Well, I say that. We see a fundamental tank swap coming out here. Frosty going over to the Donkey Horse. Chris coming out on the Mad Dutchman. Sithlu, 85% to Nano.
I'm curious. I mean, yeah, I guess you got to wait for Nano Blade on this one. There's no really good option. I mean, a Nano Teresa is actually super strong, but you wanna see if you can invest in this fight win from your DPS. And Shayu's just trying to build that up, but Dab gets taken out early. Not a good start. Azer's gonna go and invest the bomb, lands another headshot onto Pua as well. Bomb is gonna take down Frosty, and Azer continues to dominate in Watchpoint Gibraltar.
They are absolutely getting it done. 5:51 now to just basically get around the corner and a little bit more underneath the bridge is where they need to get to. That's a nice right click coming out of Pua, and then the punch to finish off Azer. Their reign of terror is done, but Spawn is definitely going to be in their favor right now.
Nano Blade over the top. Trying to get something other immortality field away. That is done. Adra chops through that, and Sauerkraut as well. Tries to find the kill onto Float, but Float eventually finishes that. But yeah, I mean, good value from the Blade. They're able to at least make Huntington back up and take some time to reset here at the start of point C.
Yeah, but it's 5 minutes. 5 minutes to go 50 meters. That's not going to be hard. I mean, especially if Azer keeps landing these headshots the way they are and landing that dynamite damage as well. They have so much sustain coming into them right now. They're getting all the heals that they need. I mean, they're already 58% to another bomb.
And very aggressive positioning. Yeah, North Mesquite High School were pushed very far forward and lose Frosty early. And now Float's going to pop this Coalescence. Oh, does get stunned out of the Coalescence, but it was enough to heal up from Chris's Gravitic Flux. Now we're getting Matrix out from the attacking Huntington High School. They're able to pick up one on the back of that Sauerkraut, landing the alt fire through the double damage. Nice headshot from Vesper, who now has Dragons online and ready to go. Acer's able to pick up yet another one. And this DPS duo, Huntington High School, it's gonna propel them forward and send them to map 5. Coming back from an 0-2 deficit, they're now threatening to reverse sweep here in our second match of day 2 of the high school national championship.
That's just nasty. That's just nasty. I mean, this is a great Dragon Blade, but I mean, you had to wait 3 points of Gibraltar to get to your first one. So I mean, the value's just not there. It's not there, and I'm not sure what the thought processes are going into playing with this. So. I mean, comp differences right now is what's plaguing North Mesquite. They've got to come together as a 6 and get their coach in there, their manager, whoever they need. They need a pep talk here because we're heading to map 5. They're going to have a choice between Oasis and Busan, and all the momentum is absolutely in Huntington High School's favor. They've got to get a complete reset here, Bull Skunk. Otherwise, it's going to be a very fast 2 maps.
Whew. I love map 5s. I absolutely love map 5s. It all comes down to this. I mean, these two teams have been so evenly matched. It looks very one-sided. And then the Huntington Blue Devils made that swap of DPS and off-tank, and holy cow, they just unlocked something special. I cannot wait to see what they have in store for us. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, it's the tiebreaker map. Don't miss it. It's one of my favorite times in Overwatch. Map 5. Map 5 is upon us. North Mesquite, the Stallions look so strong to start off this series. Came out, absolutely everything going their way. And then the Huntington Blue Devils have just turned it right on around. And now it all comes down to this. Both these teams sitting at 0-1 in our round robin stage. This last and final map. Oh, so important. Remember, these teams only get 3 games each, and top 2 move on. North Mesquite have chosen Oasis to try to stop this reverse sweep.
And we've got a little bit of a role reversal now. Shayu going to support and Pua going to DPS. So maybe this is the key to unlock their final form. We'll see, because it obviously works so well for Azer and going to the DPS role from off tank. And I mean, now we're going to see the same thing going on for North Mesquite. And I'm telling you, I'm living for it. I think that if you get into a Winston map, Gardens especially, you need to be running double bubble. I mean, if they would stick to the double bubble here, they can get a lot done, especially if they pull Gardens first. I'd like to see what kind of pool Pua has in the DPS. I hope that they've got a hit scan of some sort, because the Hanzo's just not getting it done. You know, sorry to say, but you just didn't see enough value from the North Mesquite Hanzo. I mean, Vesper, we saw them clicking heads and taking amulets from people just because they just decided to do it. So I really need to see what Sauerkraut is going to bring out to support with Big Old Boy, because their tank line has really come to life as well. Once Sauerkraut got into that line, that shored up the tank line as well. Everything the A's are doing aside, Sauerkraut has actually shored up the tank line as well. That's a secondary bonus to them getting this role reversal. So Pua showing us right now the Echo. I'm going to say it again, I'm not a fan of the Genji here. You're not getting much value into it, and Azer and Vesper showing us some different heroes here. I like this as well.
You know, to follow the narrative from earlier of the 2 sword fighters, you know, the one swapped and said, "I'm not left-handed," but the end of that story, the other sword fighter swaps and says, "Neither am I," and that's exactly what North Mesquite have done here. We'll see if this is their stronger form. I kind of agree with you on the Genji for sure, but I do like the Echo. Echo very strong on this point. Azer, that's a great opening pick. And Pua's Echo is certainly going to be hindered without having that Mercy tether. But nevertheless, North Mesquite are on this objective. They've got some point presence. Daff up on top. Frosty rolls back and finds himself isolated from the rest of the team. Gets focused down by Azer and Sauerkraut. And it's 2 opening picks for Huntington High School to start off this series. Make that 3, thanks to Vesper and those Hellfire shotguns. Vesper picks up another.
Yeah, but it's just a comp diff. Once again, I've been mentioning this for the past 2 maps, and I'm going to say it again. This is a comp diff. You're trying to run Genji into burst damage. You're running it into a hit scan. Even if you get the deflect out, they can reload and go at you again. You're still on a cooldown. So I think that this right now is just not working, and I think that they need to fundamentally change about what they're doing and try to match what you're seeing out of Huntington. I think Frosty on the ball right now is not a very good pick either. I think you need to be running the Zarya to mirror that so that you give your main tank a little bit of extra staying power.
Yeah, Frosty getting in ahead of his team. At the very least, they need to coordinate their timing a little bit better. Mine's coming out over the back. Huntington High School not really phased. They just rotate around to the other side of the center pillar. He did have Big Old Boy a little bit caught out, but he's able to just hammer down some of those mines. Azer does eventually fall. Pua taken out of that duplicate form. Finds Float, though. Dap there to help finish it off. And Chris is going to get into this mix as well. So piece by piece, North Mesquite High School have found their way back onto this objective, gotten a little bit of a foothold, able to get some percentage going.
Yeah, but I mean, they're missing the most mobile of their heroes, and right now, I'm still not seeing the value of the Genji. So, I mean, it would take one swap coming out of Huntington to completely devalue that altogether. Blade will come out. I hope they get a swap into it.
Huntington have a lot of tools to shut down that Genji Blade right now as far as ultimates go. Attack Fighters are going to be the first of those to come out. Not even as a result of that, 2 kills go to Huntington's favor. Make that 3 as Vesper finds that kill on to Chris. And it didn't take long for Huntington High School to move right back in and plant their own flag here in City Center.
Yep, and here comes the swap. But is it too late? So Frosty starting out on the Zarya now. You still haven't let loose with the blade, so the longer that you hold this blade, the more value that Huntington High School gets out of you playing this character. So their long game is taking too long, and I think that they need to just get more aggressive and push into Huntington High School.
Yeah, Pua about to come up on their second duplicate. Good opening pick as that Genji Blade does finally emerge. Able to Wraith form out of the way. Vesper responds, returns fire, takes Dap out of the fight before eventually getting focused down by Pua. Chris with a Primal Rage into the back has got Aether caught in a corner. Will find that kill. Turning their attention onto Sauerkraut. Going to chase them out. No personal left for Sauerkraut. They have to just try to run away. Pua is going to chase them down. But the overtime Wick Bird in North Mesquite High School will flip this objective. But they've got a long road ahead of them if they want to take this opening round of Oasis.
They absolutely do. But finally, Dap gets off of the Genji. So, yay in that respect, because now they've got burst damage. They just need to make sure that they don't feed the charge to Sauerkraut's Zarya, because that would just add a 3rd DPS into the mix.
And Sauerkraut has this Graviton Surge ready to go. I mean, combined with the Death Blossom, this just could be mean. Into the top goes Chris. The bubble pops pretty much immediately. Shatter comes through. Dap goes down. But Chris able to follow up. Finds 3 final blows in the thick of it all. Doesn't even have much health left. Oh my. Chris putting this team on that big Winston back and keeping them alive in this opening round.
Well, let's give credit where credit was due. First of all, the huge anti that came in from Sithlu was the beginner of that. And Frosty focusing down the immortality barrier was the second part of that pronged attack coming out of North Mesquite. And now, we're very rapidly entering Final Fight territory.
Oh, this is Final Fight right here. Absolutely. And Sithlu has that Nano ready to go. Vesper tried to teleport up top, but was forced back down immediately.
They didn't touch!
Riz finds another pick.
Eat!
Primal Rage into the back. Gonna pick up nothing as Vesper drops the Death Blossom onto the point. Eventually taken down, and this has turned into a very broken fight indeed. It's a 2v2 on this point. 2 takes versus the Winston and the Echo. Chris finds 2 kills before Big Ol' Boy finally swipes him down. Big Ol' Boy takes down Pua as well. The lone player left standing on point. Big Ol' Boy raises that trophy and plants it right here on Oasis. Whoo, that was close. Huntington edge it out.
If they would have come out with a more feasible comp out the gate, this would have been probably in favor of North Mesquite. So, seriously, they came out with a Genji into what, once they recognized what came out there, they had a soldier, they had a Reaper. Once you get the deflect done, and if you happen to dash out, you've got a hit scan and a burst shotguns coming to bear on you, not to mention the Moira that can just, use the grasp and take your life away at the same time. So, Shayu going over to the Ana, we're seeing Sithlu on a hero that we have not seen them play today in the Baptiste.
This one surprises me. Just because Sithlu has had such a fantastic performance on this Ana all day long. But, Shayu as a DPS player, he clearly has the accuracy to make that hero work. We'll see if they have the timing with the cooldowns to get max value out of the Grandma Healer. Right now, team's just going into Clash in Small Room. Vesper's going to take down Chris in the fight. That's going to help Big Ol' Boy to just push forward. You can see just charging across there. Reinhardt flying through the screen. But Huntington High School, nevertheless, they still managed to get first control, get the percentage started on University.
Yeah, it's going in their favor right now. I think that Frosty, I'm not sure why we keep swapping off of the Zarya here. There's not a ton of spam coming in. So, Yeah, I can see some damage mitigation there. I'm just not sure if the Zarya does not do in better stead.
Oh, Zap is able to get some work done at the very least, throwing some mines in, trying to open things up. Cool goes down on the approach, and now North Mesquite High School are pushing into this amplification matrix. Vesper, I mean, Hanzo through Ant Matrix, that is just an insane amount of damage. Chris is going to throw down a Shatter, but there's nobody left to follow up on it. The damage is not there, and Chris cannot stay alive through the fight. We're at 50% and counting. Huntington High School halfway to completing this reverse sweep.
This is a mental boom right now. There's nothing else I can call it. This is we're seeing the collapse of a team that was up so big, 2-0 to start the series out, and then everything went to a different way once Azer and Sauerkraut swapped.
We'll see if the tire can bring it back. Those 2 picks for North Mesquite. It's a good start. But more work needs to be done. That kill on the big old boy, that's a big step forward. And North Mesquite High School should be able to finally get rid of that 0 in their percentage as they finally get that point over to the red side.
Well, Blizzard will win them the next fight. At least it should. Especially if they can bait out Adra's Immortality Barrier. But right now, Sauerkraut has got weapons. Vesper and Azer also have weapons going into this next fight.
Yeah, there's a lot of tools here for Huntington High School to try to take this back. The Blizzard is enough to pick up a couple. Adra and Big Ol' Boy falling. And Vesper kind of just found themselves caught on that flank and get killed trying to regroup with the team. So, North Mesquite High School, they have to spend a couple ultimates, but they do maintain control.
Yeah, they maintain control. They still have 4 ultimates, almost a full 6-packs once again. Shayu Nano is going to be at the ready, throw it on Chris and see what you can get done.
Yeah. The Nano Reinhardt has worked well for him today. Oh, big hook. Adapt goes down early. It's the shatter from Big Ol' Boy. That comes out. Back bow shatter to throw it onto the table. Maywall, I believe, devalued, frankly, both of them. Coalescence now coming out from Huntington High School as they look to push back in. Chris, well, goes down after the nano boost fades, and it looks like Huntington High School, well, yep, they're going to move in. They're going to take this thing right back over. They clash pretty even at first, but the DPS of Huntington High School prevail here in this all-important fight.
I tell you what, Sauerkraut putting out that whole hog when they did onto the Nano Rhyme blew his shield away, and then you saw Big Ol' Boy just take the pin in and take him out in really fantastic fashion. That was a great series of cooldowns that was brought out from Huntington High School.
And now North Mesquite, they're relying on the Sand Matrix to try to open something up, try to keep their hopes alive. Who was able to get Azer on the back, but Frosty's in a lot of trouble. Chris is already out of the fight. Huntington High School will have this point on lockdown. Anybody from North Mesquite that enters is just automatically surrounded, focused down, and sent right back to spawn as quickly as they stepped onto the objective. The overtime wing is going to burn! North Mesquite cannot touch the Blue Devils, complete the reverse sweep to take their first win of the day. A heartbreaking loss for North Mesquite High School, but the Blue Devils stand victorious. And wow, off the back of just an insane swap. It all came down to that Sauerkraut Azer swap, and they never looked back. They hit final form and took it every step of the way since. Holy cow, what a series between these two teams.
That was just insane. And I mean, I'm going to have to, take a breath there because it was back and forth action. No team never really gave up, and they put their hearts into it. I mean, this is a second crushing loss for North Mesquite. This should almost guarantee them being dropped out of consideration going on to our weekend with the semifinals and finals. But I mean, they've got to come out in their next game and get a dub. They've got to come out in the next game and get a dub. And North Mesquite, they just gave themselves a life raft, and they have a chance to serenely sail into. They're going to have a -2 map differential, right? But they have a win in the win column. So now, they put themselves into that conversation. And what happens in the next match, which we will see them in, I do believe, we'll see them up against Richardson Nuclear, if I'm not mistaken. that's going to be all to play for. I mean, we're going to have to see them earn their spot. I don't know how All Hallows did in their second match, but I'd love to know what they're going to bring to this fight.
Well, I mean, with a win like that, the Huntington Blue Devils certainly should have, their confidence back, and it should be able to go in their next match and roll that into it. See if they can find this momentum and keep this streak alive. After dropping 5 maps in a row, they put 3 together back to back to take this W. Oh man, glorious! What a series! What a series! We're gonna cut to a quick intermission while we sit for an interview. I can't wait to talk to somebody from the Huntington Blue Devils and get their take on this series. While we get that set up, y'all go hydrate, and we'll see you back here in a couple minutes. We are here with Azer, tank player slash DPS player for the Huntington Blue Devils. Thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations on the reverse sweep.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, first and foremost, I gotta ask. We didn't see your first match on stream. We know that it was an 0-3 loss. Were you playing tank in that first game? Was it losses for the first 5 maps with you on tank?
Yeah, I was playing off tank mostly, but me and my main tank, we kind of swap off every once in a while.
So what prompted the change to move to DPS? What was that halftime pep talk that prompted this change and started this comeback?
So it was kind of like on impulse almost. Like my team knows that I'm pretty good at aiming. You know, I was playing hit scan when I was playing DPS, but there was just something we just kept hitting a wall and we just couldn't get past it. So we just decided to do what was pretty much like uh the most like extreme change and just swap roles. So we swapped our DPS sauerkraut for me, and he was off tank. And yeah, this is what happened pretty much.
It worked out really well. And I mean, sometimes that kind of adaptation, like that's huge. That's the difference between winning series and not. Big props to you. That is fantastic. How comfortable are you? I mean, in the DPS role, is that something that you keep up the practice in the DPS, keep that accuracy sharp, or was you feeling a little rusty? What were you feeling going into map 3?
Well, I play a lot of aim games. You know, Counter Strike, Valorant, stuff like that. So
Sure.
I'm always kind of playing an aim game if it's not Overwatch. So I'm never really rusty, for that matter. And I do partake in some aim training every once in a while, as my team knows. But I don't really play DPS for our team. I feel like we have a very strong DPS duo, and I feel like
Right.
I'm really just not needed on DPS, and I feel like I could fill the tank role just fine. But yeah, my team kind of they trust me on DPS, so they really let that change happen.
That's huge. That trust is huge. It made it work out. It's not your tank didn't look bad or anything. I thought you were great on tank, but holy cow, to come out and make that swap and to have the turnaround and the results that you did, that was absolutely spectacular.
Yeah, we were really kind of after that first game on Volskaya, I'm pretty sure it was. We really just kind of realized like we can keep this momentum going and like and they were all like, no, no, stay on DPS, stay on DPS, like don't switch, don't switch. So yeah, we stayed with the comp we had and it really paid off. Like we just kept the momentum going and just reverse sweeped, honestly.
It was huge. It was huge.
Well, I got to ask you, your journey here, what was it like? Was it, yeah, we're in, we're good? Or was it a nail biter? Was it something that you guys got in, just basically tumbling and falling over the finish line?
Well, I think the last set really shows that it was kind of we were tumbling over the finish line a lot of the time. Because this is our first year doing this as a school and as a team. And like half of us didn't even know each other before the season started. So we really kind of put this team together on the fly. We didn't get a lot of practice in, but we pretty much talked every day on Discord. We would play kind of separately, but then when we would come together, we would really just bring this energy that even if we lost, we would still be enjoying it. We would still get something out of it. So I think that kind of mentality helped us to just get better as a team, grow in such a short time.
Now, did you have any expectations when you made it to the national championships? Did you guys have a certain benchmark that you wanted to reach, or is it just part of the experience right now and maybe moving forward towards next year's national championships?
I think for me, it's more about the experience. Just this being our first year and everything. But I think as a whole, I think we could have we kind of had the same idea where we knew we could have went very far if we really applied ourselves. And I think right now what we're doing is applying ourselves. So I think we definitely can succeed in that. Um, but yeah, we definitely all collectively, I think, knew that we could go far, honestly.
Well, you're going up against All Hallows High School for their third and final match of the day. Any thoughts going into this match? Any special preparations going into this match? How are you feeling? You're sitting at 1-1. This is going to be an important one.
Yeah, well, actually, for the All-Star game, me and my teammate Adra, we actually played with 3 of the people from All Hallows, so we kind of know, how they play. We got that kind of inside scoop on the kind of stuff that they run, the kind of mentality they have going into games, how they approach certain things. So I think that'll definitely give us an advantage over some of the other teams they faced. But I think they also have an advantage over us in that matter as well. They know how we think, but it's a lot less so. Only being 2 people, while we have 3 on them. So
I was thinking that's a two-way street. You both might have some insight into each other. Hey, this should be a spicy match. I'm really looking forward to it. Any shout outs you want to give before we let you go?
yeah, I want to shout out my team, Vito, Logan, Luke, Tate, Jake. You guys are the best. Thank you so much for trusting me. Letting me do this. I want to shout out my 2 advisors, Mr. Corkin, Miss Balducci. You guys are goats. You guys are the best. And just like my school, if any of you guys are watching, just representing, first year, I think we're doing pretty good. So, yeah.
Oh, it's awesome. I love your attitude. I love your mentality. It's been an absolute pleasure getting to speak with you. Thank you for the insight.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah, have a good luck in your next match.
Thank you.
All right. Well, that is 2 in the books today as we fight to determine which 2 of our top 4 teams here in Group B will make it on to the postseason starting on Saturday. Like we mentioned, we're going to have All Hallows taking on the Huntington Blue Devils coming up in just a bit. We're going to take a short break while we get that set up, but y'all don't go anywhere. We'll see you on the other side for the conclusion of day 2 here of the EGF High School National Championships. It is time for our final match of the group stage for Overwatch in the 2021 EGF High School National Championships. Collaboration with Walt Disney World and ESPN. My name is Bull Skunk, back alongside Chef Billy. We're here with the Battle for New York, the match to decide the second team to move through and play in the playoffs starting this Saturday.
Yeah, Richardson already has 2 wins, so they're pretty much guaranteed. Even if they lose a match here, they're pretty much guaranteed to get in because, unfortunately, North Mesquite has 2 losses. So, we're at the 1-1 stage here. It's the Battle of New York, Bronx versus Huntington. So they have named this inside their game, the Battle for New York. We're stealing it from them. We're going to steal it. So it's
a good
okay.
name.
It's a great name. We just have to steal. I mean, mwah.
Imitation
name,
is the highest form of flattery, Billy.
Very true. Very true. So, we've seen both these teams once today, and now we're going to get a chance to see them in the penultimate fight here, going to see who's going to get that second transfer spot going into our 5-team finals weekend for Overwatch. My goodness, this has been a journey. And, of course, we're going to start out in Nepal, Bull Skunk. And, the switch that we saw, when it happened, and Azer coming alive in map 3 and then just starting to just decimate poor North Mesquite in maps 3, 4, and 5, really turning the tables. I'm wondering if we're going to see them staying on DPS to start out with, or if they're going to put them back on tank.
That is the $1 million question right now. You had such success. Huntington literally lost 5 maps in a row before making that swap, and then went on to complete that reverse sweep. So, do you keep that going? I mean, that's a good thing. Like, why, if it ain't broke, don't fix it type of scenario. But with that said, I think All Hallows is a much tougher squad. We saw All Hallows 3-0 North Mesquite earlier. The Gale Gamers Blue squad, which I do believe is their varsity squad, looked dominant. Particularly Phoenix, Kelly, and Dar, their trio of DPS players, whichever one they choose to use, look strong. And right out of the gate, we're going to go ahead and see Phoenix starting off. Phoenix had a mean Ashe in that opening game, but looking towards the red side, look at this. Azer in that DPS slot. They're going to keep Sauerkraut in the off-tank role.
But we're looking at a little bit different for All Hallows. Majin was in the support role first match. Yeah, and Dar was DPS sub. So now we've got some role swapping going on here. Maybe this is their final form. Maybe this is something that they needed to bring out in order to secure themselves. And I mean, look at what we've got from All Hallows. Phoenix had the hit scan pretty much on lock until they got subbed out in the third map. Didn't matter because Dar came in and filled their shoes very nicely.
Well, and we spoke to Oblivions after the first match and, figured out that Oblivions really is a main tank player at heart. They have the flexibility in the hero pool to really pull out any tank they need for the team to make it work. But at heart, a main tank player. So Oblivion's taking up the mantle of that Rhine, going toe-to-toe with Big Ol' Boy to start things off here on the high ground of Village. But it's Big Ol' Boy finding first pick. Good fire strike through the mix. Takes Kelly out of the fight early, which is good. Kelly had put in a lot of work and almost had a rip tire online. Big rotation coming through. All Hallows going to drop down and drop a Shatter. Shatter landed in the back and trades continue. It's going to be a 5v5 yet again. His players return. Phoenix going to offset that difference with a nice kill on the float.
Yeah, they don't want to give up this point for free, and the support and the cavalry's coming in for Huntington, but I think that Majin might have too much to say about what's going to happen here, and that is going to be All Hallows taking first control of this map. However, you already got the Shatter out, so that's actually more in favor of Huntington because they're going to be coming up on their Shatter so they can take this map over. I just really need to see Big Ol' Boy just put those big boy pants on and really get the work done on the Reinhardt because we know Oblivions has come to play.
But despite Oblivions using that Shatter, look at the ult charges from DPS and Suho, well above that of Adra and Azer on the other side. Azer falling early to Kelly to start. Kelly's going to unleash the tire and find 3 with it, taking them down in the tiny room. They never stood a chance against the explosiveness of Kelly Dunn.
I mean, didn't we see that happen on Volskaya as well, Volskunk? So, I mean, this is nothing but par for the course for this player, and you still have the Deadeye available. This may just be used as a reloading mechanism because, I mean, you've got shields, you've got bubbles, you've also got a Pharah in the sky now. That would be a delicious target for a Deadeye.
Yeah, but no mercy to pocket Azer, which means Phoenix is just able to pick him off with a couple of well-placed shots. With the Mercy pocket, it might have taken a little bit more. Here comes the Shatter from the other side. Oblivion's with another fatty Shaddy into the mix. Able to pick up one. The life bars are oh so low. Not even the Coalescence from Float will be enough to keep Huntington in that fight.
I mean, you do lose the tank there. You do lose your main tank there, but I mean, the damage has been done. You've got Graviton Surge available to Huntington now. Here comes another Genji on the field. What is up with Genji today? I am not certain why we are playing these heroes, and that's exactly what happens when you go into a player that can throw a mine. You can't deflect it.
Oh, Phoenix with the drop down, the flash fan, just putting the exclamation point on Village, and that's a clean 100-0 to All Hallows High School.
Oh boy, comp picks, and I did use the Deadeye to reload, so that was a prophetic statement by me there. I'm quite proud of myself that I got that right. But still, going into this, I mean, Huntington, they've got to pick better heroes. They've got to make sure that they are dealing with the spam damage that's coming in from Kelly Dunn. We saw it happen once today where a Junkrat player was just left to do whatever they wanted. We saw Frosty try to deal with it from North Mesquite and just really never got a handle on it. So I think right now you've got to match the hit scan to try and take care of Kelly Dunn on this Junkrat. You also got to make sure that your supports are absolutely pumping out the max amount of sustain that they can. Don't deploy the barrier too soon.
Fortunately for Huntington High School, they do have a Moyer and a Baptiste. Lots of just raw healing output to go around. Going up top, Kelly Dunn throwing some mines down into the unsuspecting members, but not doing a whole lot of damage. Immortality Field used to allow Huntington to try to get aggressive and push on its objective, get some point presence as that point unlocks. Bubble already using, there's not much left for Big Old Boy, but they are close to Shatter, doubling the amount of charge that Oblivions has put up here already. Throws it down, but it gets blocked, and Oblivions finds that kill. They do get Kelly Dunn out of the fight, so it's a 5v5, but there's no main tank standing for Huntington, and it allows Oblivions to just run ham, run wild over this front line of Huntington High School.
Yep, and I mean, once we saw Big Old Boy get out the picture, it was clean up from there. Shatter was gained very early by Big Old Boy. The sustain was there. They just got a little bit overzealous. They didn't make sure that they took care of their own amplification or their own immortality barrier behind them. And so now you've got Dually Coalescence coming up online.
I anticipate Float will drop this immediately. Yep, there it is. Try to start off the fight. The answering Coalescence is there. Oblivion Shatter, I don't think anything but Zarya bubbles coming in. Oh, the Big Old Boy just walks right into a load of damage, and there it is again! Kelly Dunn drops the tire into the ground. Oh, man, that one hurt.
There's the Gulga Death. That's a 5K from the Junkrat. 5K, I mean, of course, the Graviton Surge is the impetus, is the engagement tool, but you land it. They got out the immortality barriers early. Once again, Adra dropping it so early. When you had Coalescence online, it was a waste of an immortality barrier.
Yeah, definitely might have wish they had that for that grab. And now Huntington High School have made swaps to the Winston Diva to try to get in here, see if they can circumvent this front line of All Hallows. But Phoenix is able to pick up one, pick up two, falling under the Peacekeeper. As Phoenix is rotated all the way around and continues to just show off this high accuracy, this great flick scan hero. 95% on the board. Huntington High School running into a ton of damage. The leap comes through, but there's no primal rage to speak of, no sustain there. A last-ditch Ant Matrix won't be enough for Huntington to get any percentage, and All Hallows perfect on the pole.
I mean, that's just oof. There's no real any other statement to say other than oof. You got out-comped, you didn't deal with the Junkrat, and that's exactly what happens when you don't deal with the Junkrat. You see this happen. The trap was, well, destroyed, but look at this. First the regular mine, then over the top of the wall, into the grab, bye-bye. So I mean, that was well played by them. I don't think that I don't think that they got any percentage point at all. If you were Huntington Blue Devils, I don't think you got a single percentage point at all on either map. So compositional differences right now. You've got to deal with the Junkrat and you've got to deal with Phoenix on the hit scan because they've come to play, and we know that Dar's not going to be coming in unless they roll swap again, which I don't see why they would do that. But crazier things have happened today.
I mean, yeah, all Hollows seem to be very unpredictable on who they're going to field. And Majin looks spectacular on that Zarya. I mean, what a grab. It was play a game for a reason. Winning that fight handedly. Of course, Kelly gets the glory with the Tiger going into that Graviton Surge. But it was that well-placed ultimate from Majin that set that whole thing up. And a hero that, we didn't even see play tank last time we saw them.
Right. And I mean, the thing is that Kelly Dud got the initial direct kill onto the main tank of Huntington. So, once the shield was gone, they couldn't charge into the grab and keep that shield up and kind of rotate it around to make sure that they mitigated as much damage as they could. Once Reinhardt was off the table, I mean, that was a free grab and it was a free tire. And it was just all, like I said, there was a series of events that happened that really led to that demise there. They threw out the coalescence and they threw an immortality barrier on top of it. Then the main tank goes down, big old boy goes down, and then the grab, then the tire. So I mean, it was just a horrible series of events that happened there for them, and I felt bad for them in that moment, honestly.
I mean, big old boy did kind of overstep. Not only it was when they pushed in that things started to look a little dicey. I mean, you can kind of push in and out along the stairs, but when he pushed in, kind of shifted to the right to where there was no way to retreat. Big old boy just put themselves in a really tough spot, and in the line of fire pretty much the entirety of the Gale Gamers. And like you said, that definitely started the downfall on that team fight, no doubt. Well, now it is Huntington's map pick, and they have chosen King's Row. We are headed to the quintessential Overwatch map for map number 2, and we'll see if this can turn the tide in their favor. We've seen them complete one reverse sweep already today. Maybe Huntington just plays better from the back foot.
Maybe they do, but if that first, if Nepal told me anything, Oblivion's is the better main tank. And if you're going to a Reinhardt-centric map, you have stones, let me tell you. Because Oblivion's really MTD'd a lot there against Huntington. So Big Ol' Boy's going to have to be a little bit better with the shield maintenance, a little bit better at the positioning and the pathing where they're trying to aggress from. I mean, they're going to have a singular performance coming out here from them. I'm liking what I'm seeing as far as having the Zarya in tow. You've got the Ana for the anti-nades and the nano boost when it comes online. I would like to see a Mercy with the Ashe, but we saw Phoenix bring out the Sombra on Blizzard World in that fantastic match of the day for me. That was the map of the day, was their attack phase on Blizzard World, where we saw Phoenix get an EMP in about 45 seconds.
Yep, Phoenix already deep in enemy territory. Trying to scout it out, trying to find a good hack target to start. Looks like Kelly's going to stick with this Widowmaker. Not just looking for that opening pick, but pulling it out of the gate and continue to try to put pressure down. Try to control these open areas just with the threat of that sniper. But All Hallows do lose Oblivion on the approach. With a Sombra and a Widowmaker, they do not have nearly the frontline damage that Vesper and Azer are bringing to the party.
Yeah, I mean, Vesper is starting to land these grenades and concussion mines with frightening rapidity. So I'd like to see, what they're going to do to really challenge this, because Tyre is going to be up, with another good flurry of grenades and concussion mines. You can work up to a Tyre here very quickly.
Oh, Kelly was like, oh, you want to play Junkrat, huh? All right. Oh, well, and Kelly just gets sent back to spawn immediately. It was a great headshot by Azer to open that up, followed up with the fire strike, and Kelly goes back to spawn with minimal ult charge. Shatter coming through from the attacking All Hallows is going to pick up 4. 2 kills on the back of that. Oblivion misses the pin back, but it's all right. Got regrouped with the team. Coalescence used. Just put the nail in the coffin to point A.
Yep, I mean, that's as clean as you like, and there's not going to really be a chance for them to recontest. So this is going to be some sizable time going through the streets phase. However, looking at Shatter, I mean, you're looking at Graviton Surge coming up also from Huntington. So, I mean, you can go for, you know, a little bit of revenge with a Grav Tire of your own. Let's just see if they can work it around the right way and start to deny the space being coming in from All Hallows.
Oblivion's in a lot of trouble. Yep, the bubble won't keep him alive. Now the Moira has to fade out of there. This would be a great opportunity for that Grav Tire combo.
I mean, you can just hold it in the pocket right now. You can hold Archway right here and deny the damage coming in. However, I like what Kelly Dud has done. By the way, Kelly Dud swapped to the Junkrat, got domed coming out of spawn, and has already worked up to 91% towards the tire. That is some serious ult generation.
The Graviton Surge from Margin to start things off. Kelly Dud now has that tire ready. Decides to hold on to it through the grab. Is going to wait for a better opportunity. All Hallows did pick up a Vesper. They're going to go and drop the EMP, but not before the Nano Boost lands on the big old boy, and he's able to swing through and find Bo's support, and gets the kill onto Oblivions as well. What a play from Float to get that Nano Boost out split second before the EMP hit the battlefield.
Exactly what they needed to reset themselves, and now they're going to be able to hold Archway. They still have Grav Tire in their hands.
Yeah, that huge combo is just looming, right? Like, they know they've got this ace up their sleeves right now. And Big Ol' Boy's got the Shatter ready to go as well, but so does Oblivion's. Main take war coming through. Oblivion's is able to pick up 1, but a big hit into the huge Shatter! That is 4 on the floor! All Hallows looking stunned after that fantastic ultimate use from Big Ol' Boy.
And they also invested the tire into it and got the kill onto a very high charged Majin as well. Majin now swapping over to the Roadhog, so they're going to try and pluck and pull people out from Huntington to assassinate them and get themselves an advantage.
Work around that shield. One of the tricks of a Reinhardt player, keep track of that hog hook. And the best Reinhardts just seem to flash the shield at the perfect time to deny that value. On the other side, Dar's going to initiate with his Coalescence Tire from over the back. That one's going to find 2. Good opener from Dar and Kelly Dud. And it'll finally get this cart rolling after a big stall from Huntington High School.
Oh, man, that was a 3-minute stall, Bull Skunk, and that's exactly what they needed. And they also have a lesser-known combo, Amp Matrix with Deadeye. So if they decide to employ this and work those 2 ultimates together, Big Ol' Boy's shield is not going to be standing long for the world.
No, and might even be able to get some kills through it. So our crowd's going to win the hog duel on that one. Gets the hook and pulls Majin into dangerous territory. Phoenix dropping it from behind, unleashes the Deadeye, is able to get 1, but Adra shuts it down. Nano Boost used on the Big Ol' Boy to try to stop this in his tracks, but no, not even that Nano Boost is enough to keep them alive. Even with Float's healing, Big Ol' Boy still drops, and now the double damage comes through. All Hallows, they've kind of limped their way in the back of point B, but they may just have the tools to get it done. They are running into an Amp Matrix of their own, and they're not able to find these kills. It's the Shatter that comes through. That might be just the tick. It is indeed 2 points on the board as Oblivion pushes them over the line with that fantastic Earth Shatter.
I mean, it gets them to point B, but I mean, that Deadeye that just came out from Azer got a lot of work done, and they can actually hold first corner here. And Suho, you know, letting loose with that Amp Matrix, they don't have that staying power, that pushing power that you have to respect from the Amp Matrix.
Coalescence coming out. Immortality Field used early to help Big Ol' Boy survive that Coalescence. That Coalescence is going to get all Hallows around the corner. Earth Shatter got wasted. Oblivion's dropped 1 of their own. What a turn of events. Big Ol' Boy tried to drop that in desperation with no health left. A fatal mistake for any Reinhardt player, and Oblivion's took full advantage.
Oh my word, and Majin has been putting some work in on this Diva, 75% to their self-destruct. That's a massive nade coming out!
And the Nano Boost onto Big Ol' Boy to follow it up. Kelly tries to respond, picks up 1 with the Shatter. Big Ol' Boy's gonna go into the back, clean that out. And with $1:45 left, Huntington High School, well, they've managed to stabilize.
Stabilized. They brought out Azer on the Pharah. Deadeye is ready from Phoenix. This is going to be an explosive 90 seconds.
Of that, I have no doubt. Speaking of explosive, Vesper does have that tire ready to go. Azer opts to come back on the Ashe. Besides, Pharah is not quite the answer. I like the Ashe pick here. So there's definitely some high ground perches that you can work with. Vesper gets taken down early. Doesn't find an opportunity to use that tire. Step too far in front of the rest of their team, and Phoenix found those shots. Now Phoenix is going to loop all the way back around, has the Deadeye ready to go, while the two Reinhardts are fighting it out. Shatter gets... looks like it may have actually gone through. I wasn't quite sure if that made it through or not. Vesper was able to take care. Oh my goodness. That's a 3K Diva Bomb coming through from Majin. And that's going to be the ticket to opening it up. After both teams going a little back and forth, it's Majin with the self-destruct that breaks that defense open wide.
Adra needs to have a little bit more discipline on when to deploy the immortality barrier, because they threw it out very early in the fight and didn't have it available on cooldown when Majin let loose with the 3K. So a little bit more trigger discipline when you deploying that immortality barrier, I think will serve them in good stead. However, considering the time bank that All Hallows had to work with, getting them down to 39 seconds is a win if you're Huntington High School. And now you have, room to play with. You know that if you conquer with a certain amount of time here, you're going to have a lot more options to you. So I think that Huntington High School have to think about burst damage. I think they need to think about taking this first point as fast as they can and really taking it to All Hallows. I think that is going to be the key to them keeping themselves afloat here in our last match of the day here in Group 2. This is the last match of the group stages. Whoever wins this match is going to be taking that second transfer spot into our semis and grand finals. So I'm liking what I'm seeing here from Huntington. You've got burst damage, you've got shield break, you've got speed. So right now, go get on top of All Hallows. Just watch out for Kelly Dudd and the Junkrat.
Yeah, you could be running into a lot of damage. Especially with Majin on that Sigma. Sigma is just the damage output from Sigma. It's sometimes easy to forget how much just raw DPS Sigma puts out.
Not to mention the damage mitigation of the kinetic grasp. So, I mean, you've got that available to you. You've got so much going into you. Big old boy is just going in, and he's not taking no for an answer.
Yeah, but he went from 500 to 100 health really quickly, and Phoenix is there to finish off the rest despite the healing from both supports, trying to keep them afloat. Big old boy cannot survive, and that's the rest of Huntington backing right on out of there. Oh, maybe not. Vesper's like, no, fam. I'm going to push it. I'm going to take this duel. Kelly Dudd obliges with a big bomb right to the face. Now Big Ol' Boy returns to the fight, but yet again, Huntington trying to take this 5v6. And Matrix are going to be the difference maker and even up the odds. Now, with that kill, Azer makes it a 5v5, and Huntington have managed to buy themselves a little space, so there's time for a recontest.
There's time for a recontest, but I don't know if they're going to be able to get on top of him before they capture the point. Oh my word, they get the last second touch. I don't know if they have enough in it.
Azer's going to drop the Deadeye, pick up 2 with that. And it's enough for Huntington to close it out. It even interrupts that gravitic flux.
Yep, that's exactly what got them that point. And oh my word, you're going to want to have that back. But there's a swap now. Majin going over to the Zarya. So now you're going to give Oblivions a lot more staying power. And also, looking at what you want to get, you want to get that third DPS up into it. Dar, Coalescence, at the ready. So do you save it for when Vesper lets loose with Dragon Strike? I'm not sure. We'll see what they decide to do with this, but I mean, Kelly Dudd is being hunted with a passion right now. They're not looking for another looking to suffer another multi-tire tragedy.
No doubt. Oh, and Kelly Dudd goes down. Speaking of tragedies, Kelly Dudd falls with the tire in their pocket. Self-destruct coming in. Bubbles already used. Shield very low. And while they're all stationary, the Dragons come over the top. Vesper is able to finish off Oblivion's little help from Azer. And Adra getting into the mix. It is looking like straight A's here for Huntington High School through point B.
Oh my goodness, Azer is absolutely lighting it up right now. Adra's getting into the case as well. Man, this DPS duo from Huntington High School, they have absolutely come through. We talked to Azer in our interview from our last match, and they said that his team trusts him so much, and I can see why now. They are getting so much value on this McCree. So now 5-16 as they enter point C.
Plenty of time to work with. And, I mean, if they can use this Ant Matrix to open this up, I mean, this could be a monstrous time bank, but definitely an ult advantage. Phoenix taking full advantage of that. Here comes the tire. In from the defense. That gets taken care of by Vesper. Shatter in from Big Ol' Boy. Shatter in from both sides. Neither really seem to find a whole lot. Coalescence used from Dar to try to stave off this attack. All Hallows had a huge ult advantage coming into this, and it cost them multiples of them just to stabilize.
Looking at a Symmetra on the field now. So obviously you're going to be looking to burn down the shielding of Big Ol' Boy. And I mean, they've got to be very careful, especially with the turrets that you can set up. Those DPS are going to have to be really looking for where they're at and taking them down in a hurry.
Not to mention the ability to maybe get some clever teleport usage in from the defense, perhaps to get behind them. Azer going to go ahead and drop that Deadeye sound barrier used. Here comes the Graviton Search on the other side. Azer's able to pull the trigger. Fine. 3 big kills with that Deadeye, despite the Graviton Search coming through from the other way. Nice headshot, making it a 4K for Azer. This cart's going to float on in. The only question now is how long can All Hallows stall this out and drain this clock?
Shatter's going to start it off very quickly, and Oblivious gets a 2K out of it. So that is pure value coming out from that. I think that you need to get out of there if you're float, but you're going to get sucked down by a Dar. There is minute 45 off the clock. 3.5 meters separates them from a massive time bank right now. You're looking at, I mean, oh no. They've got the photon barrier all ready to grow. That is a 5,000 hit point shield that they're going to have to really worry about. If they can pull it out, though, and Sauerkraut has self-destruct, and they throw it behind it, they might be able to get in behind there.
What a retake from All Hallows on that last defense. I thought they were just in stall phase, and they come out in force, very coordinated. Oblivion's able to take control, and now Phoenix starting off this next fight with a perfect kill onto Float. Hasn't even had to pull out that photon barrier just yet. Big Ol' Boy does find Oblivion's on this one. Coalescence from the defense to try to push back in. Sauerkraut follows up on that Shatter with the Diva Bomb, able to take Phoenix, able to fight. Kellyanne goes down while holding that tire. So another good opening here for Huntington. As we've learned, as I have particularly learned, you can't count All Hallows out, but these kills are coming through a lot more staggered. They're not going to get that coordinated push back out. Phoenix reemerges on the Symmetra, and here comes the tire from the other side. Phoenix goes down. Tire finds one, but that's not going to be enough to stop the progress this time. Huntington High School complete with nearly 3 times the amount left in the bank.
It's all going to be about ultimates, too. I mean, Huntington High School are going to have time to build up to so much on their side. And really, on the defensive side, they just have to really hold their ground and don't take any stupid losses. I think that's the real impetus here for Huntington, is making sure that they stay calm. I think, you're excited. The adrenaline's got to be pumping through their veins right now because they just almost tripled what All Hallows did to them. So now, what can they do to build themselves up and really just stall this out? I like what I'm seeing. If this is what they're going to bring out, the Immortality Field is going to be able to hold them up through a couple of fights. I mean, you'll get at least 2 of them in the time, because I'll assume that we'll get to an overtime, maybe. But really, I mean, All Hallows have swapped roles here. Kelly Dudd going over to the Lucio, and Suho is now playing in the off-tank role.
Oh, this is interesting. Yeah, it's Majid going DPS, who we saw playing support previously. Kelly Dudd on support. This is brand new. Phoenix on support, brand new. All Hallows just throwing big wrinkles into this. Massive changes. This is a very dangerous, high-risk maneuver you might be able to catch your opposition off guard, but All Hallows, you've built a lot of synergy, and maybe even just gotten used to having Majin in this tank role and Dar in support, and now you're flipping that all up again. You're going to throw off the rhythm of how everybody plays, and you can see Oblivion's not quite used to it to start. I mean, Phoenix got a lot of healing in, as indicated by that ult charge, but it still wasn't enough to keep Oblivion's alive, the most important factor.
Yeah, and I mean that anti-nade missed as well. But yeah, I mean this is not really working well for All Hallows here. They're trying to get the work up. I mean, Dar has almost built up to a Dragon Strike. There is a big pick though. That is a key pick for All Hallows.
They're able to get one, and they're going to go ahead and start building percentage. This will not be a draw at the very least. 40% on the board, and it continues to build, especially with Vesper going down. Big ol' boy's going to step foot, but has less than half health. Coalescence coming out, trying to keep them alive. They're able to hammer down Suho with that two-man Deadeye on the back of it. And Huntington High School... We'll talk about bend but not break. They give up a little bit of percentage, but a wonderful retake at the end, and they give up less than 50%.
And, I mean, that winning condition set. Let's get a tie game here. Huntington High School has 2 minutes, 43 seconds to get just about half of this first point. So it's really going to depend on what do they bring out as far as their attack. I want to see what All Hallows are going to do here. Are they going to continue with these swaps here into... the DPS and supports, because the tank line stayed the same. So I want to see what they bring out here, and you know, are they going to maximize their healing potential, or are they going to maximize their damage? And it looks like they're going for a little bit of both. Majin bringing out the speed. That's interesting.
They're keeping Phoenix in the support role, putting Kelly back on that Junkrat. And it's easy to see why. Kelly had a lot of success with that Junkrat. And yeah, Majin, who played tank in their initial attack, or in their overtime attack, in their initial defense. This is starting to get a little confusing. But Majin was playing tank, is now playing Torbjorn. Torbjorn really good against dive compositions and against, you know, a Winston heavy composition. But going into McCree and a Hanzo, I don't think that turret or that Torb is going to find a whole lot of value. Very susceptible to this long range damage.
Yep, and there goes the turret down right now. And there goes the immortality field of Phoenix down. So, yeah, the work is starting to push in right now. Kelly Dud on the side there is just putting in so much damage with those grenades, with those mines. Nice sleep from Phoenix.
Big old boy saved by that immortality field. But once that's done, Kelly Dud able to find two, including the main tank. Follows it up with the kill on the float as well, and this is why Kelly Dunn is back on that Junkrat. That's 4 kills for Huntington, all of them, excuse me, for All Hallows, all of them at the hands of Kelly Dunn's Junkrat.
Yeah, Tyre already gained as well. So, I mean, you're looking at bevy of ultimates coming up for Huntington High School. They just have the time advantage, unfortunately, for All Hallows, because All Hallows have to really defend. And if there's any kind of a concerted push, or if Azer lands another multi-man Deadeye, this is all she wrote.
Yeah, Huntington only need 48% to tie this up, but Kelly not letting that happen on this push. Another multi-kill Tyre. Kelly's just been doing this all day long.
Yep, and I mean, it just takes another 30 seconds off the clock. So now, you know, this is interesting territory. You have the ultimates coming up online. Sauerkraut is 17 to self-destruct as well. So there is a world where you can pop out 7 or 6 ultimates and just take the complete onus off of everybody and really just push hard.
I mean, animation from the defending All Hallows High School to start things off. Vesper is going to unleash the dragons over the point as the Ant Matrix, no, it's the Coalescence coming out. Shatter, oh no, it's just, the sleep comes through, big old boy. I may have been mid-shatter now that I'm seeing it, but either way, Huntington will not be stopped. They're going to push in and tie up this series. We're headed to halftime 1-1.
Oh, man. I tell you what, priority pick with that Dragon Strike. Vespa taking down Phoenix takes the immortality field off the table, and that was when they were just able to just push in on top. of All Hollows, and it was all she wrote after that point. That was just beautiful work from them, beautiful patience. You know, they knew they had the time, and they got exactly what they needed out of it. That was the shatter, that was the swing, that was everything that they needed. And my goodness, that is what you do when you want to bring yourself back even into a series. They brought the fighting gloves out, they punched them in the mouth, and got themselves a point on the board.
And that was after getting rocked pretty hard on Nepal. I mean, it was an absolutely perfect Nepal for All Hallows. Huntington, unfazed, come back and strike back on King's Row. Well, we're going to take a quick little intermission, allow our teams to catch their breath, reset. When we return, it's going to be All Hallows map pick for map number 3. We'll see you there in just a moment. We are at the halftime of Avengers: The Battle for New York. We're tied up, rather, 1-1 between Huntington and All Hallows High School. That was quite an interesting Kings Row, Billy. Quite an interesting Kings Row, and a great clapback from Huntington.
I mean, I was scared for them after Nepal. I have to be completely frank with everybody out there, because that was dominant coming out of All Hallows. But, Control, throughout our casting career together, we've always said that Control is the outlier. And yeah, it has not changed. They did not win in their other match on Control either. They ended up winning on Oasis, though, in their map 5. So maybe Nepal is just not their map. But Volskaya has been chosen by All Hallows, and I expect to see a steady diet of Ash here from Phoenix, depending on which side of the map they're going to start on. And I got to tell you, Huntington, this could be the moment where they start to accelerate forward. This is where they turned it around in their previous matchup, where they started the reverse sweep.
Exactly.
So this is the moment. Who is going to come out on top and put their nose ahead again?
Their choices were Volskaya or Hanamura. And All Hallows have chosen Volskaya. And just based off of what we saw, exactly what you're talking about, this was the starting point of the big turnaround for this Blue Devils team. And they put up a fantastic defense on point B. And they were able to move in and claim this one for their own. And Huntington have looked like a different team ever since we saw them in our second series of the day. And it was Volskaya that was that big turnaround. And that was where we saw Azer make the swap. That's when Azer went to DPS and has stayed on DPS throughout the rest of our day 2 here in the High School National Championship. Now they take to the defense, look to put up another big stop, see if they can take the lead here in game 3, the most important game of the day.
This is everything right now. This is the drama and tension that you love from competitive Overwatch. And let me tell you, I mean, watching, not only the other high school competitions that we've casted, Bull Skunk, but this just feels like it's more tense. It feels like there's more riding on the line. And we do see Azer coming out with that Ash. So you are going to have that long-range poke coming in. You're also going to have Vesper on the trusty Junkrat. Once again, I'm surprised they're not matching the Hanzo here. But Azer went back and swapped out McCree. I hope they can get back to point in time to be able to be a force to reckon with for All Hallows.
Yeah, neither team with a Lucio. I mean, Huntington not able to really taxi Azer in any quicker, but All Hallows not looking to pounce upon him either, so they may have a little bit of time to set up. Looks like All Hallows are going to loop around left side. They're going to try to push straight through and go to the point, and you're trying to grab high ground. They took a lot of damage just starting this rotation. They're going to use a May wall to create a little bit of breathing space and continue to push around counterclockwise around the map. It looks like they may be trying to go for that high ground. It's a little too early to tell.
I think they're either going to feign the push onto the high ground and go directly, and especially if Oblivion's on the Zarya now, takes out Junkrat.
Yeah, we got Darklighter back onto the Reinhardt. We saw this in our first game of the day. And Oblivion's, I mean, it's just a mean Zarya. And that opening pick, I think, is what initiated it. Let's just go straight on to the point. Sauerkraut very low, but Darklighter is as well and is currently purple. Had to back up, find that healing. The healing is there. Big ol' boy walked into an ice storm. It's frozen up. Now the Coalescence combined with the anti-nade, and Darklighter can't survive. But the Coalescence is enough to help them push through despite being down their main tank.
Yeah, I mean, just the focus fire and just the bursting down of Oblivions just decimated Huntington. I mean, the Coalescence kept them up at the best possible way. So they're going to have about 5.5 minutes to take point B. They're going to have ultimates to go to. Grab Dragons will be available to them in this next fight.
Certainly will, but we'll have Grav Tire on the other side. Sauerkraut does get that online, so they get caught up. Now it's just a matter of who's going to find the opportunity to pull the trigger first, who's going to get more aggressive and create that opportunity. The May wall might be just the ticket. Bubble used to try to get Big Ol' Boy back into safe place. There comes the grab from both sides, and it's the Dragons from All Hallows. Azer! It's the Deadeye that nobody anticipated fighting too, but the Blizzard comes back the other way. 4 kills for All Hallows, courtesy of Majin in a huge Blizzard, but they've suffered some casualties, including Darn Azer. Azer just saves this point, single-handedly finding 4 kills on the back end of the fight.
The Electric Cowboy!
That was at least 6 for Azer.
That was 6. That was a full wipe there. Didn't hear the gong go off because of the spacing of it, but I mean, I tell you what, Float was just pumping the damage in. So was Adra, just trying to keep poor Azer alive, and they did it. And look at this, 77% to another Deadeye. Nothing online for either team. Dark closest with a Coalescence. I'm looking forward to seeing how they push with this.
Oh my goodness. Well, let me remind you, friends, Azer was playing tank, is normally a tank player for this team, and then just brought that last fight down from a huge deficit. Now has another Deadeye. This one not quite finding the success, but there's an Ant Matrix there to double up on this Peacekeeper damage, and it's enough to thwart this second assault from All Hallows on point B.
He just used the Ant Matrix as well to get halfway to another Deadeye. So, I mean, this is what you want to see. This is the power of these supports right now. Float almost has another nano going on. So they completely devalue the Coalescence. They completely devalue the Shatter. And now, I mean, the belief has to be there that they can full hold this. As long as they rotate their ultimates in the right way, there's not going to be much that All Hallows can do. Adra has been being much more restrictive and much more judicious with the Immortality Field. That is a huge loss.
That's a big pick, but All Hallows got to move quick if they want to take advantage of it. They're throwing dragons up, and it's going to allow them the space to move in. Vesper dropping Tire, but it's got Phoenix right in their face. Phoenix finds that kill, but Adra's able to pick up 2 on the other side with the Baptiste. Big old boy finds 2 of their own. And, I mean, Float got that. I think that nano boost might have got interrupted, but, I mean, it's not going to matter in this fight, but that may come back to haunt him in the next.
Yeah, especially with Majin coming up with a Blizzard, I think being able to employ that onto one of your tanks, keeping them up through the duration of the Blizzard is going to be absolutely nasty. So now, Adra has to place this Immortality Barrier in a place where it doesn't get taken down immediately by All Hallows.
Hollows, they even have that Ant Matrix to follow up on that Blizzard. Oh, the Immortality Field comes out beautifully placed behind the corner, just as you suggested. It's nice and hidden and allows time for Azer to find 2. Adra picks up another one through the double damage window. And Azer and Adra, the double A's have just been phenomenal here on this defense.
Can we call them double A battery, please? Can we call them double A battery? Because they're using people to charge their ults. Ah?
All right. I'm on board.
I liked it.
I like it. I'm on board.
Okay. But still, 95 seconds. Shatter and Graviton Surge. I mean, Grab Dragons are available again, plus the Coalescence to keep everybody up to go in there and just lay havoc with everybody.
Yes, indeed. Oblivion's 2% away. Gets that filled up. Just looking for a place to drop it. Coalescence used to start the fight. It's going to force Huntington around the corner and right into central range of the Shatter. The counter Shatter comes through. That's 4 down for Big Old Boy, but is the follow-up there? It doesn't look like it. Even the offensive grab. Okay, that's going to do it. Holy cow, did that do it? It wasn't actually the Dragons getting the final blows, but it put in enough damage to start getting work done on this percentage.
I mean, they're going to be able to touch here. And I don't know if the stall game is going to be strong enough for them to get in and take care of this and bring it down to that all-important time. No, 47 seconds, but let me remind you, it was almost 5.5 minutes on the clock that All Hallows started their aggression onto point B with. They had 5 ultimates, a nano boost and a dream onto Azer. Completely derailed what could have been at least 4-minute time bank, whittled down to 47 mere seconds. The DPS battle is real. And I got to tell you, Azer aced that exam in the best possible way. This is exactly what they have entrusted to their teammate. And I'm telling you what, they knew what they were getting out of Azer. And I think Azer is coming into their own right now. So Azer putting up a big performance there. Let's see what they do on offense. All Hallows, once again, bringing out the Torbjorn. And, well, I mean, it looks like they're bringing out Builder Comp here in the DPS. So this is a bit different. I mean, pulling in an unwitting target into a turret and into the Symmetra turrets. My God, that could be a real bad kill zone, depending on how they deploy it.
Yeah, going back... Talking about Azer, it's that trust, right? When we spoke with Azer after the second series, we talked about how much his team trusted him to be able to pick up this DPS role, and that faith has been rewarded so far. Yeah, All Hallows were able to eventually get it, but whittling down to 47 seconds, I mean, this is certainly winnable. And now Azer is picking up the Hanzo, yet another hero in the pool of this traditionally tank player for Huntington High School.
What a hook, but oh, what a sleep!
Oblivion's getting back on their feet, but there's those turrets coming through. Vesper walking blissfully unaware into the turret setup of Phoenix. And you can just see in the top left corner, all those health bars just dropping so darn fast. They're going to chase out Sauerkraut. Sauerkraut does manage to pick up the Mega, but can't escape far enough to get out with their life.
Yep, and I mean, this is the beauty of the Builder Comp is that you can slow people down. You've got the auto lock of the Torbjorn turret, and then it's just all about killing and focusing down targets at that point. Now, Darklighter Shatter available. I mean, they took a ton of damage in there. Look at Dar's ultimate charge. They could theoretically build up this coalescence and just stop them at the choke point.
The thing to keep in mind is the slow on those Symmetra turrets. You get hit by 3 Symmetra turrets and suddenly you are just walking through molasses. It makes for an easy hook target for Oblivion. So there's actually a lot of synergy into this unusual builder composition. But with Phoenix out of the fight early and an Ant Matrix up, although here comes the Shatter from the other side. Vesper goes down. Everybody goes down. All back to spawn you go, Huntington, to try again. All Hallows so far aren't giving up anything.
I mean, honestly, they need to go aerial. They need to bring out something aerial, something that can teleport. They've done that. A's are going over to the Reaper. That's another wrinkle that we're seeing from this player. I think that, I think going with an Echo, maybe, if you can focus down the turret fast enough, I mean, that is a win condition in and of itself. You've got to be able to deal with the Symmetra first.
Yeah, I mean, I'd almost be inclined to bring a Winston, but Majin's Torbjorn is designed perfect counter towards a Winston. Just more of that synergy built into this All Hallows comp. Azer with the Reaper teleporting up to the high ground looking for an opening, but Big Ol' Boy's going to fall on the approach. So they don't have the pushing power to create any space, and Huntington have to just back right on out yet again.
Yep, and it's those turrets again. I mean, Azer had the opportunity to take those turrets down, and maybe Vesper gets out and is a little bit easier of a reset for them. But, I mean, Azer is just getting eaten up by so many different sources. The turrets, the Symmetra turrets, the orbs coming in from Dar. They've got to figure out something fast. They are almost at 60 seconds.
I think they're going to teleport across the coast. Azer coming out on the sim. Yep, that's exactly what they're doing. They're teleporting across coast and just going to circumvent all of that. So they make it around that big kill box that you're referring to. Let's see if Phoenix and Majin can adapt in time. Wasting no time. Huntington just going to drop immediately on the objective, but Oblivion's awaiting them with a whole hog. Float's already down. Photon barrier is up, and half of Huntington are still stuck on this side. The other half trying to push all the way across, but getting split up. All Hallows just divide and conquer on this defense.
Yep, and that's just beautiful work out of All Hallows. They have absolutely unlocked the key to this point. I mean, Dar is going to go and probably pop a Coalescence just to slow people down and get the damage in on them.
This is final fight for Huntington High School. The Blue Devils. We've seen them dig deep so many times, but now is the most important one. They need it now more than ever. And they use their immortality field early, which means they have nothing to protect against the Molten Core coming in. But Azer is able to pick up 2, dance around the lava, find a couple of kills with the burr. Now it's Vesper taking on the Torbjorn on the high ground. The Hellfire shotguns are a little bit better. It's like, you got a shotgun? I've got 2 of them. And Huntington High School, they finally do find that extra oomph they needed. Find that heart and find point A.
Yeah, I mean, they got 3 minutes. So, I mean, self-destruct theoretically could burst open this point for you. Seeing a swap come out from Majin, bringing out the Echo now. So you're looking for a duplicate target. Now that D.Va's on the field, that's going to be point number 1. We'll see how they address this. Big Ol' Boy, that Shatter, even though, you didn't think you got much out of it, they actually got a lot of value from that.
Yeah, and 60% towards another one. Make that 90% after that big cleave swing and a great fire strike. Suo holding the only ultimate for the defense, but Big Ol' Boy's shield is sub 200. And it looks like that defense matrix was used, so a lot of cooldowns already pulled out from the attacking Huntington as Big Ol' Boy got hooked in and can't make it back to safety. Self-destruct comes out to try to buy some space. Doesn't find any kills, but allows enough room for Huntington to push on the objective and for those DPS, for the AA batteries to come up with a couple of clutch picks. Now you've got Sauerkraut holding Majin off on the side. He's able to get that kill before Majin can get that duplicate online. But All Hallows have reinforcements returning to the fight, and Huntington had just already suffered too many casualties on the approach.
Yep, and I mean, they have an opportunity right now, though. They're at a minute 45. They're going to have Deadeye coming up soon. So I think that they've gotten the photon barrier out of the way. So once you take down Darklighter, that's going to be their primary focus right now. Other than Majin, gosh, already worked up to a duplicate so fast. I think that dropping the Shatter and then letting loose with all these ultimates going in there, I think you can win some serious work out of this.
Deadeye coming through, but Majin's on the flank. Majin picked the McCree on that right-hand side. Azer is able to pick up 2. Big Ol' Boy picks up 1. Majin answers back with 1 of their own, but still a massive advantage to Huntington on the attack. Right at 60 seconds on the clock as Vesper eats a hook. Use that rage form to back up, create a little space, try to put some shots down, gets that health back, gets the kill onto Oblivion. Turns around with a nice shot as well. Death Blossom is out. That's going to pick up Phoenix. And Huntington High School have got percentage building. Ant Matrix out on the table to stop the stall. Picks up a couple kills on the back of that. 40 seconds on the clock. 7 seconds separating these two teams as the Wrecking Ball emerges onto the point to stall for even longer, but not long enough. 11-second difference between these two teams heading into extra innings.
Oh, it could not be any closer, Bull Skunk. And I tell you what, the heart is there for Huntington. They almost got full held. They almost got full held, and they had just the wherewithal there in the last couple seconds of their first point attack to be able to push over. And then they had smart ultimate rotations. So now, I mean, it's an 11-second difference. That's not much here on Volskaya A. Probably looking at a draw here, unless they have some kind of massive push come out that circumvents the builder comps that we have seen coming out of All Hallows. I mean, there's no reason not to go back to it, but it looks like they're going to go back, well, somewhat. Majin's going to bring out the Symmetra. That's going to be able to get them back to the point should they have some catastrophic losses. Also, the turrets, once again, being able to slow down and build up towards that photon barrier. Right now, yeah, Big Ol' Boy, I think this is actually the play. I think that you could actually get in there, take care of the turrets, and then be able to move your way forward. So Sauerkraut and Big Ol' Boy in concert are going to have to take down those turrets. They're going to have to watch out for Oblivions on this Roadhog, though.
Agreed, but with the Torbjorn off the table, this is actually a very good guess from Big Ol' Boy. I had mentioned this on Huntington's original attack. Winston is extremely good at dealing with the Symmetra and all of her little pesky turrets. Big hook in, but a nice defense matrix from Sauerkraut is going to keep Azer in this fight, who's also taking up the legs. This is yet another hero. How many heroes have we seen Azer play? And seems to be exceptional at all of them, frankly. Immortality field out early is going to allow Huntington to get aggressive and try to push in. Now it's a little bit of a duel over the corner, but Big Ol' Boy somehow gets burned down. Didn't quite see the positioning on that, but the result is Big Ol' Boy back and spawn. There's enough time left for a regroup, but Huntington need to do it quickly.
They really do, and I mean, Sauerkraut is just trying to do what they can. I mean, they've got 18 seconds. They've got the Amp Matrix already. That could be the ticket to get them through.
Oh, good kill on the door. So close to Coalescence. Azer pops the tack visor. Nobody in sight just yet. Everybody from All Hallows is back on the objective. Turns the corner, is able to pick up Phoenix with it. But not before Phoenix finds one of their own. +1 to Huntington in this fight. Azer is trying to get that Sin down, but the Shatter comes through. Azer's on their back. Sauerkraut was hit as well. And it allows Majin to pick up 3 kills onto the Symmetra, or with the Symmetra rather. Oblivion's there to finish it off with a double damage whole hog. And All Hallows High School, the Gale Gamers give up not a zip, 0 in extra innings.
They're going to have 11 extra seconds to do what they can and get a singular ticket and take themselves to 2-1 here in our last series of the day here. Day 2 of group stages here for the EGFH National Championships. This is all to play for. This is going to give you the momentum to try and close out the series, or it could be a draw, and we're going to be getting some extra bonus Overwatch here, which I am totally not against in the slightest.
Not opposed.
I am not opposed. I think that right now they've got to watch themselves. I think they need to make sure that they're picking the right heroes. Huntington looking at Ryan Zarya. I don't hate it. The BAP and Ana, I don't hate it. Yeah, I'm digging what they're bringing out here. They've got the burst damage down. They've got something to take care of the tanks. Majin's going to have to be dealt with, though. And an offensive Symmetra here is going to be a little bit difficult. Are they going to go coast and try to make the rotation around? Or are they going to try and go top of center box and just circumvent all the posturing of Huntington High School?
There's so many options. I love the creativity that a Symmetra brings to this game. What a great change, making her teleport on the cooldown like it is. Hollows. Looks like they're feigning main. Okay, no, they're all going main. The trick is this Mahjong teleport. Okay, looks like they're aiming for center box at the moment. Doesn't quite get the teleport up. Okay, there it is. Teleport finally comes through, and All Hallows are going to push up and claim center box, try to rain down some fire from above, but they don't have any long distance DPS. Really, Suho is going to be your best option for damage from the center box for now. But Phoenix makes it into the back line. Sneaky edgelord finds Azer right out of the gate and is now hovering on Mega. Is going to loop back around. Has the supports in their sights, trying to take down Float. Adria is there with a bit of support, able to keep Phoenix at bay temporarily, but that opens up things from the front. Major's going to come and find 2 kills, and this is done and dusted. All Hallows High School, it took them a little longer than I think they would have liked, but they emerged victorious in the end.
You deal with a problem like Symmetra. Sorry, Sound and Music came out there for a second. Symmetra absolutely destroyed them here, just getting that microwave beam up to level 3. There's nothing you can do. I mean, just burr. Symmetra goes burr, and you have nothing to answer for it. I mean, there's no amount of healing that can keep up with the burst damage that comes out once that microwave beam comes up to number 3. And I mean, just you saw the value. Not only offensively, but you saw it defensively as well, slowing down the members of Huntington High School trying to aggress through the main choke there. I mean, they were just being popped like popcorn seeds. It was just not a very good time for them. They were not having fun with that.
No, and that Symmetra was just music to All Hallows' ears right there, with her instrument of death just singing those burrs every step of the way. Oh man, it gives them the 2-1 lead, putting All Hallows High School on match point. And we'll see if the Gale Gamers can close it out. We're heading to map 4, but man, this one has been neck and neck. It would not shock me in the slightest to go to yet another map to 5. But it's going to be up to the Blue Devils. They have map pick going into Escort. Choices are Route 66 or Watchpoint Gibraltar.
Oh boy. I mean, if they did their homework, they would probably go to Watchpoint Gibraltar, maybe?
I mean, it varies. It varies. Watchpoint Gibraltar has, I mean, they both have a lot of high ground to work with, a little bit more for WPG, I'd say. But we've seen Huntington, I mean, playing a little bit more of these brawl comps this time around. So it is going to be Route 66. This is going to allow for longer sight lines for DPS. So you can stick Azer on that Ashe or on the Hanzo and really find a lot of success on Route 66.
Well, I mean, but no, I've seen it in some games. You can actually set up a little bit of a car wash underneath the first bridge around the corner. If you're a defensive team, you can also use the teleporter to get yourself off from the ledge to the top of Big Earls. So there are actually areas here where Symmetra can actually own and really deny a lot of space coming in those turrets. Once again, we saw it time and time again, people going down to those turrets. So you can actually play a defensive Symmetra here and get a lot of value and get a lot of extra mobility with the teleporter. And then we saw how many times that photon barrier came out from Majin in that last map that just absolutely saved their team's hide.
Oh yeah, that was a key part of the strategy from Ex Oblivione out of European contenders, where they had a very specialized defense where they would bounce back and forth between the top of Big Earls and that far side high ground. And then you just have an Ashe and a Zen sitting up there, and I believe they utilized a Sigma as well. And it was just so much long-range damage, and the attackers couldn't lock them down. I mean, Symmetra can open the door for some very creative stuff, particularly on the defense, like you're mentioning.
Yeah, I mean, I've also seen it back in our console days. There's a clip out there where they teleported a Reinhardt charge on top of a Bastion. It was one of the most frightening things that I've ever seen in my life. It was also one of the most creative things that I've ever seen in my life using a Symmetra teleporter. And I mean, so the sky is the limit, but it looks like Majin's going to go ahead and we're going to get the Southern Shooters here on the attack. But look at Huntington. They do, in fact, bring out Azer onto the Ashe. So You're going to have the long-range snipes there from the Viper. You're also going to have the spam damage coming in from Heights, from Vesper. So this could be a very explosive scene here as they allow a lot of free cart progress if they're just going to hold on top of big girls.
I'd almost like to see an Orisa for Big Old Boy to help hold Big Girls and have the halts to combine with the dynamite and the long range damage pairs very well with the Baptiste as well. But you can see Big Old Boy's just going to drop down and take the fight right around this corner. Vesper joining them, so you just get all that spam damage up front. And we're getting a little bit of an Ashe duel between Phoenix and Azer. Both have been phenomenal on this Ashe today. Phoenix lands a good headshot. Azer's got to fall back. Big Ol' Boy eats a Bionade, is also backpedaling, but Big Ol' Boy cannot escape. The pin comes through, and Sauerkraut falls as well.
Yep, I mean, this is just right now just a push difference, an aggression difference, if you will. And Phoenix, you know, has that tether that I've been calling for all day long. We finally see the damage boosted Ashe, and we see the immediate results of it now. I mean, look at the ult charge between the two. Azer, you know, landing a lot more damage, but Phoenix is starting to catch up very quickly.
Yeah, and Azer's going to go ahead and swap over to the McCree. We get a little bit of that story duel that we've seen in the lore cinematics. Majin, though, on the McCree is the one finding first pick in this second engagement. Cart right at the door. Hammer comes down from Big Ol' Boy, but they can't find the kills. Follow-up just not quite there. Azer is able to pick up 2, and I believe it's a 4v4 on this point right now. Majin's going to go ahead and drop the Deadeye from the back, and Vesper finds Dar, though. Majin not able to get anything with it. Vesper with the defensive tire coming out from Huntington High School while Oblivion tries to push it in with the whole hog. Oh, it's a shatter from Darklighter. It looks to be the one. That's going to put 2 on their back. But Big Ol' Boy returns, shield in hand, to keep Huntington High School alive on this defense.
Yeah, and they've taken half the time off of the time bank as well from All Hollows. So this is actually not a bad play here. I'm digging that they were invested enough to come in and take that. That tire really pushed them off. Vesper does go down in the heat, but I think the work has been done. And every second that you can take off right now, if you are Huntington, this is into your favor.
Oh, absolutely. Route 66 this is an attrition. As I'd say more so than any of the other escort maps, where if you can burn down 3 minutes off this clock, it makes it that much harder to get through point B, and especially if you can get ults out of the attacking team, which is what Huntington are doing here. Huntington do use their coalescence on this defense, and All Hollows are smart enough to hold on to that Bob and coming up on an Earth Shatter, but it did take them quite a bit of time. It took them over 3 minutes to take that first point, though.
Yep, sure did. Oh my goodness, Azer, you can't poke your head out like that, buddy. That is not optimal.
Dar as well.
yeah, it really was.
Azer just ate all kinds of damage simultaneously, and that should not have been peeking on that one.
What I'm looking for next fight, though, Bullskunk, I mean, Azer has Deadeye ready to go. I think there's a, oh my word. I'm not sure what's happening right now on these flanks, but I think that they need a full regroup as a 6. I think they've kind of gotten themselves staggered out. You've got weapons to really stall the progress here. That's one of them right there.
Coming through. Azer's not in a great position. Has to drop down and take advantage of it, and then has Phoenix up on that top left side, shooting down with the crossfire. Even throws Bob into the back line. Big Ol' Boy has sacrificed themselves, which means now there's a free shatter coming through from the other way. Darklighter happy to take advantage of that opening. Does miss that hit onto the Roadhog, but still has gained a lot of space for their team to work. Sauerkraut able to find a kill on to Phoenix, but I think that's just a little bit of a morale booster, more than anything that's going to help this defense.
Yeah, I mean, it gets you a little bit more ult charge. That's about it.
Sure.
They're going to have 4.5 minutes. I'm sorry, 4 minutes to go through the last point here. I think some fundamental changes. Not the Genji. I don't get it. I don't get it with the Genjis today. I'm not a fan. I mean, other than really onto this Deadeye, hopefully being able to throw it back in their face. But I mean, there goes out the window. So now he's going to have a free shot at it.
Oh, and Majin's Deadeye is able to find float. So that's Yana's gone. The flash fan onto Azer. Majin has no qualms dealing with that duo. Here comes the nano boost in on a Darklighter who's gone deep into enemy territory. Really can't find much in the way of targets, but it did leave Big Ol' Boy isolated back on the cart, and they're taken out by Oblivion's Whole Hog.
Yeah, I mean, they're getting so much value out of this push. Vesper does get a little bit of revenge back in Nazer, coming back on the Junkrat. Now this might be the point where they turn it around.
Maybe. Big Ol' Boy, or excuse me, Darklighter did get rezzed up in that. But they did lose Oblivions during that res. So yeah, All Hallows are going to go ahead and reset here.
Yeah, I mean, they've got Whole Hog to kind of push people away from the point. What I'm looking for is, where is Phoenix going to employ this teleporter? Where do they go? Where are they trying to push people into? That's something that I need to see from them right now. Where are you going with this?
Phoenix trying to bait somebody to come running in that left room. But Big Ol' Boy was a little too wise for that one. Dragon's thrown down from the defense. Shatter invested as well. That's a two-man Shatter and a Nano Boost onto Big Ol' Boy. He's going to charge forward, dismantle Phoenix with a quickness. And now push forward and make sure All Hallows have zero thoughts of pushing forward. No, they're just going to pull Big Ol' Boy in. It's like, we're headed back outside and you're coming with us. Fortunately, the heals are there from Ager and Float.
Another massive anti from Dar, though. Dar getting a lot of value on this Ana. And here comes the Photon Barrier, so they're going to be able to split off this point.
Yeah, and they find Big Ol' Boy in the process. Shatter coming down. Lord. That finds 3. Float is out of the fight. Phoenix charging forward. I mean, you can hear that beam in your nightmares. That is nightmare fuel coming from Phoenix right now and just melting the defense of Huntington High School. All Hallows, it took them a moment, but now they're in a prime position to take this home. Phoenix coming through with a nice multi-kill on the back of this. The Nano onto Oblivions to close it out.
Yeah, that's just filthy. And Symmetra rears her ugly head again here on map 4. And, I mean, it's not the best time bank, but it's not the worst time bank. It's kind of middle of the road. So Huntington High School, as long as they play themselves smartly and you know, concisely and as a full 6, you know, they've got to really recognize the DPS problem that is Majin and Phoenix. Because they didn't deal with the Ashe in the beginning, they got burned. They didn't deal with the McCree in the beginning, they got burned. And bringing out the Mercy, which we haven't seen at all today until Volskaya. Mercy playing a pretty darn good role here for All Hallows. So, I mean, there are ways to combat this. I would honestly expect to see your own, because I mean, it's basically a 7th man.
I mean, yeah, particularly on the defense. Just being able to get somebody back into the fight, that can be the difference between holding or not. I mean, double sniper hanging up on top of Big Earls right now. You can see Maja just pushed a little bit forward. I'm anticipating a similar positioning from this defense. Majin's going to, I suppose, send a recon arrow in just to do a comp check here in the very beginning. But I anticipate Darklighter and Oblivions will hold that first corner in front of Big Earls.
Yeah, I mean, this is to keep themselves in the series. This is match point for All Hallows. This is for the last precious transfer spot into our semifinals for this weekend. So it's now or never. Huntington High School have to come out the gate and be as lethal as they can be while being smart at the same time.
They've had such a good run through the back half of our last series into this one, but do or die time indeed, and that's a clutch pick for Vesper. Not letting the pressure get to him. The res comes through, but you're sending a message, and you got rid of any charge Zarya had built up. So if there's anyone that is okay for the opposition to res, it's like, okay, well, at least I got Zarya's beam down back to 0. You reset that. The rest of your team can continue to push. Vesper follows it up with another kill. This one on to Phoenix. Res not available this time. Darklighter goes down. Both of those two were holding ultimates. And Huntington High School managed to just systematically disassemble this defense of All Hallows High School.
Yeah, I mean, what a beautiful hook coming out from Sauerkraut as well. I mean, they're going to have lots of cart push here. What they need to do is make sure that they take the space away from All Hallows. That way they get free push going in here.
The gamers do have time to contest. They're going to throw Bob on here to contest. It's just a matter of when. Oh, they throw Bob in the back. Bob misses cart. Means it's gonna be up to Darklighter to come through and touch. Graviton Surge, Dragons out from the defending team, but the Immortality Field is there. Immortality Field is gone, and so are half of Huntington High School. The Wombo combo comes through for All Hallows, and the Gale Gamers make a stand.
Yeah, but it took 3 ultimates, Bull Skunk, and not even half the time off the bank. So, I mean, it's kind of a win for Huntington. Yeah, it's a team fight win. Yeah, you send them all back to spawn. But right now, I mean, you've got your own combos ready to come through. You've got the Amp Matrix that you can start out with to pull the cooldowns out of All Hallows, and then start letting loose with your own.
That was a really clever placement by Phoenix. Throwing that ball all the way in the back. It forced Huntington to the front of the cart, right into the grab. So even though it didn't contest, Bob did something big in that last fight. But now, oh no, Azer falling so close to their own Bob. Here comes the nano boost. Throwing on to Big Ol' Boy. He's going to go charging into the back. He's got to find some kills quickly. Otherwise, Phoenix is going to tear them apart. Dragons coming through. Majin second in 2 team fights with a flurry of Storm Arrows. They're going to take Big Ol' Boy out of this fight as well. And All Hallows High School have won yet another one. Sauerkraut still trying to brawl this thing out. Got one. Azer returns to the fight and able to get Majin as well. That's going to get Bob on the battlefield, and Huntington might just continue to try to put this pressure down. They are indeed. They're going to invest Dragons. They get a pick with that one, and now Azer has the position, has the shot onto Phoenix. Huntington read that one really nicely, and the continual pressure is rewarded.
You know, and the other issue here is that is going to be a long stagger for Dar. So Big Ol' Boy starting to throw the taunts out there. They're going to have Amp Matrix to get around the corner here. I mean, I'm looking for a quick contest coming out of All Hallows, but I mean, without Bob online, I think that Phoenix can win this fight just with a simple press of Q.
It all depends on timing and placement. And not to mention, they do have that Amp Matrix. Bob through an Amp Matrix is surprisingly deadly if you can coordinate that positioning. Not typically likely because of the ability to throw Bob into the back line. Ooh, fat dynamite coming out from Phoenix, but Vesper lands the headshot. They do get the Bob onto the battlefield and is able to get one, and it's a 2-for-2 trade so far with these teams. This tank battle might determine it. Darklighter is going to win it, has the Earth Shatter if necessary, but I'm not even sure they're going to need it. Not this fight, at least.
No, they're waiting for Grab Dragons for next fight for the defense. I mean, coming up on 4 ultimates, almost. Well, I mean, we've got 4 ultimates ready to go for Huntington High School. You're trying to build up Bob. I think Bob is the fight winners right now, and I mean, they're starting to really push here. Oblivion's getting high charged once again. This is something that they've got to really start being cognizant of. Huntington High School not allowing Oblivion to get such a high charge.
Oblivion's just looking for a place to drop this Graviton right now. You can see him waiting for it. Immortality Field is out. That's the combo coming through. They deal with the Immortality Field. That's 1 at the combo. They also buys time for the Reds. Now, Majin does fall in the process, but ooh, Azer with a nice shot on the back of that fight. Are they sticking around here? Bob throwing in from Azer as well. And somehow, despite the Grab Dragons, Huntington managed to limp their way towards the back of the point and find enough kills to have the space. But Phoenix has gotten another pick. Oh, the Shatter! The Shatter comes down. That's 2 kills on the back of it. Big Ol' Boy does fall. Oh, but that was a big Bionate, and it devalued the Amp Matrix. And that is going to be enough to push it on in. These doors are opening wide.
Yeah, and I mean, they've got serious tools to get this done with now. A's are swapping over to the Cowboy, so we're going to see maybe a Nano Cowboy. We might even see a Nano Roadhog going in with that whole hog. There are so many win conditions here for Huntington. It just depends on how they want to address it, and can they take care of Phoenix in the interim.
Phoenix sitting up high on the platform. Defensive Dragons coming out, not waiting for Oblivions this time, just using to try to split the defense. All Hallows have done this before. Split the defense and then try to pounce on him, but Vesper's all over it this time. The Storm Arrows take care of Phoenix. Azer with the headshot on Damage. That is big. Shatter comes through from Darklighter, but without the DPS, the follow-up is just not there. Float is going to take Darklighter out of this fight, and, well, that's Huntington just marching on forward through the warehouse.
Yeah, they've got about 30 seconds difference between the two. Majin, no, bringing out the cheese!
Yep, there is a Bastion on the battlefield. Bob thrown in from Phoenix. A dying wish from the Ashe. Majin's managed to work around, is able to pick up one. The big Omnic Butler grabs another. Big ol' boy with the charge and the slam. Is going to find 2 kills and enough room for this cart to stroll on in. A couple of kills from the defense of All Hallows High School in that final engagement, but they can't stop the cart.
9 seconds difference. I mean, it's all about getting as far as you can get here. And, I mean, do we see the cheese come out again from All Hallows? They have not been afraid to go back into the tableau de fromage, as you would say in French, because that's just not, it's not fun. It's not fun. I mean, they brought out the Tord, they brought out the Symmetra, and now Bastion has reared his ugly head onto the battlefield as well. So, I mean, they were trying to get as much as they could out of Huntington High School. Huntington High School just went past Bastion and just said, yeah, we'll just take the point and we're good. So, we will see All Hallows here. The Gale Gamers Blue on the offense. We'll see what they bring out. Boy, I'm not so sure about that. Really, now we're seeing for the first time today a Mercy come out onto the field for Huntington Blue Devils. And, I mean, if they do end up staying with this Bastion, Adra has to make sure of the placement of the Immortality Berries. You can't just throw it out willy-nilly because the damage coming out from Bastion alone is going to melt it as fast as you like.
No, but, you know, we've seen Azer pop off already, and now, with a damage boost, Azer might be able to take care of that Bastion.
Get
A
the
little
charge.
hog duel up on the high ground. Oblivion's just going to go ahead and drop back down.
Look at
I'm sorry,
Azer's
go ahead.
charge. Look at Azer's charge, 55% just out the gate. And taking down the Baptiste is massive.
Oh, and there goes the Bastion as well. No challenge here for Azer, just a sit and duck for this Viper. And All Hallows High School, they've already lost a decent amount of time and a decent amount of players. Phoenix is going to go ahead and swap off, move over to the Hanzo. Nice shot.
Azer.
Tank player, by the
Azer,
way.
absolutely filthy. You just got to watch the hook. Oh, my word. That's a hook coming in from Sauerkraut. Big play there.
Shatter is going to land. That's going to find 2. Vesper falls, Adra falls. Sauerkraut on the back foot now, but Oblivions is able to get that hook onto float, just circumvents the hogs. Like, nope, I'll take that nice squishy target over there. Yep, that's the one with the wings. Clip those wings, and All Hallows continue to march forward, but now they cannot leave cart. The overtime wick's starting to burn.
Yeah, and they've got 6 ultimates ready to go for Huntington High School. This should be a fight win for them.
Should be. Vesper, that's a good early pick. No ult needed. Shatter coming through from Big Old Boy. That one got blocked, but Azer gets yet another kill, winning the duel over Phoenix. The DPS duel has just been fantastic through this series between those two. Sauerkraut able to get one. The Tac Visor was unleashed, showed promise, but is not enough for All Hallows High School, as Majin had to step off cart to find that angle. And Huntington High School, well, once again, just take the fight forward.
Win condition set. Why haven't you been playing a damage boosted Ashe all bloody day? That's my question, because you just saw the value that Azer got. And it searches my mind at sometimes you got to keep your strats close to the chest, but sometimes you just need to go out there and just alpha a team. And that's exactly what Huntington did there on their defense. They've got an extra 9 seconds. They got to push it 69.91 meters to take us to map 5. It'll be their second map 5 in a row. It will be a tremendous achievement for them should they be able to do it.
Attackers incoming.
This is insane. This is hype moments. This is gonna be the most hype 90 seconds of this entire day so far. And look at Huntington. They're just dancing away. They're feeling that energy. They are feeling the vibes right now. Just going by attitude. I think Huntington might have the wind in their sails. They might have the ability to do it. But with only 90 seconds, it is by no means a pushover. They're going to be running into Phoenix on this Ashe. Azer picking up the McCree. Going to have a little bit of a distance disadvantage. Okay, yeah, it's going right back to the Ashe. We're going to get the Ashe duel. Can Huntington send us to this map 5? I cannot wait to find out. They've got 75 seconds to make it happen.
Can I please get the Mercy, please? Please, please. Need the mercy. Oh, that's a hook and a half.
Big ol' boy pushing forward on the back of that immortality field. They do get the DMAC onto Darklighter to start. Oblivion's already 92% to the first shatter right out of the game, but can't survive long enough to get it online. The ante comes through from Float. Vesper landing those shots. Everybody landing those shots. That was a team effort. Great focus fire. And now Huntington High School pushing forward. They've got the box of victory in their sights.
Oh, my goodness. And taking care of Majin on the top there. The kills are going back and forth right now. If you get the DMAC onto the Diva, though, that's going to pretty much spell the end of this fight. What a great App Matrix stud! Take it out!
Shatters from both sides. Big ol' boy, he comes out on top, but Azer goes down. Phoenix wins that duel, but can't touch Card. Huntington High School. Oh my goodness, the split-second shatters coming through simultaneously from Darklighter and Big ol' boy. Big ol' boy able to find the kills. Man, that Route 66 was down to the milliseconds, the millimeters, and it's Huntington High School able to send it to map 5. It's going to be one map to decide who goes on to our postseason and who is watching from chat and having to watch from afar. This could not be any better. This is Overwatch, and I'm loving it.
This is why we cast the game. This is why we love the game, Bullskunk. 2 map 5s in a row for Huntington. I mean, come on! This is the Cinderella story of the day.
This is the 2021 EGF High School National Championship. We're going to return with map 5. Y'all stay right on the edge of those seats. One control map separates these two teams from the postseason here in the 2021 EGF High School National Championships. And I can't wait. I can't wait to see how this unfolds. This has been an outstanding matchup. We are headed to Nepal. All Hallows map pick. They think this is going to be the one to bring it back. This has been Oasis, excuse me. Nepal is our first map. What am I saying? Oasis is our fifth and final map. And this has been back and forth. All Hallows won map 1. Huntington won map 2. All Hallows won map 3. Huntington won map 4. If this trend continues, it's All Hallows map to take. But last time we were in a map 5 situation, Huntington went to Oasis and they closed it out.
Absolutely did. And it was 2-1 in it, but they still won. And I tell you what, I mean, this is the map that they want. This is the map that they feel like they can get everything done that they need to get done. And it's going to be a main tank battle. It's going to be a DPS battle. It's going to be a 6v6 slug-o-rama. And I am here for it. They have played their absolute hearts out. I'm going to be crying for one team and elated for the other team, and I'm not sorry about it at all. I get emotional when these things come down to the match. You know this about me, Bullskunk. Now everybody else out there knows. Oh, my word. This is one of the best days of Overwatch that I have casted in quite some time. And let me tell you what, these kids are absolutely putting it out on the line. They are not holding anything back. Like you said, milliseconds, millimeters difference between the win for Huntington on Route 66 and going home in defeat. So now we start on University here. Now's the time to let everything hang. Let everything come out. Leave it all on the field because you don't get a do-over. And I got to say, is Majin going to bust out the Symmetra here? That's something that I want to see because I mean, if anybody busts out of Symmetra, this is the map to do it on. You can get so much value out of those turrets, gatekeeping the choke points. That I'm surprised I haven't seen one yet.
Oh, and the Azer Phoenix battle as well. Like this DPS duel has been something of legend here in the high school scene. This has been phenomenal. And it's Phoenix right back onto that Ash. Azer onto the McCree. Here we go. Map 5 has begun. It all comes down to this.
There's going to be a double shield variant coming out of All Hallows. We've got the Celtic Pride line coming out with the Ryan Sigma. So there's going to be CC. There's going to be Hyperspheres. There's going to be abilities to get out. And there is the first frag right there. Phoenix taking the Domer to Vesper.
Yeah, there's going to be Phoenix claiming victims with this Viper. Of that, there's no doubt. A +1 to All Hallows, but Huntington do have a bit of a positional advantage. It's going to force All Hallows to drop eventually. Okay, they decide the time is 9. Big dynamite into the back, and Phoenix claims another. Oblivion able to land that fire strike, and Big Ol' Boy just trying to get out with their lives and are unsuccessful in doing so.
Well, I mean, that's an Ash versus Hans or versus McCree difference right there. Majin's actually putting in more work than what you're seeing come out of Phoenix, and I mean, Sauerkraut fed there. I mean, you don't go into a Sigma and McCree and expect to come out alive. I mean, you get hooked, then you get stunned, then you get everything else into it, and you're just feeding ultimate charge.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Darklighter and the Sigma is so good against a Roadhog. You can put a lot of damage in from the distance. You can block hooks. You can interrupt the take a breather. That's a great pick coming out from Darklighter. You can see Vesper on this Honda trying to challenge Phoenix from the side. Did land one of those arrows, but Phoenix is still sitting pretty. Shatter block, Shatter return. Suho is down, and Sauerkraut coming up with the pick on Oblivions, but Roger from the outside, able to land that Deadeye, and the Bob is in. Coalescence interrupted by Azer, and is going to back out. The nice hook finishes off Dar, but in the interim, Phoenix had managed to take out Big Ol' Boy. And Huntington High School, they're kind of limping backwards now. They decide not to stick around in this fight.
Hello there.
Yeah, but I mean, they've got aggression tools to come in with, so don't count them just out yet. I'm expecting to see. Oh, what? We're going to a Zarya from Big Ol' Boy, so this is going to be an interesting caveat into this fight. I think you're just using this for the bubble to protect against the whole hog.
Well, that's some flavors of late 2020 Overwatch. And we're getting the double off takes coming in. A lot of damage available, but not a lot of protection. Deadeye from the back. And Azer doesn't provide much. Putting that flank up top. Nice! Darklighter gets their Gravitic Flux interrupted. Oblivion's charge taken down, and Azer with a swift jab takes Phoenix out of the fight.
Okay, but it's at 92%. So you lose one fight, you lose University, and that's not optimal for them. I mean, it cost them 3 ultimates as well. So we're looking for, Sauerkraut to get something big. I think the Zarya bubble keeps them alive and maybe gets enough of the collateral damage on the Oblivion shield that you get the value. They force them off the Sigma. That's a huge change of events here for All Hallows.
That's going to be... Oh, what a play from Float! Oh, Sauerkraut still falls. Darklighter able to get that pull in onto Azer as well. This opens up room for Magen and Phoenix to get work done. Both landing headshots. And yet another Bob. Bob gets 2 kills this time around to clean up the fight. All Hallows win that one precious fight they need and are in a prime position to take University right out of the gate. Can Huntington even get into touch? There's a Deadeye blocking their path. They do initiate the overtime, and the hook is landed, but there's still just not enough bodies to get onto the objective. A quick 1-0 for All Hallows to start things off.
Why, oh why, Azer, are you not playing the Ashe? You matched Phoenix blow for blow and actually came out on top on Route 66. You've got to get your composition right. And if they run the Celtic Pride again against that, yeah, I like the echo there. Vesper, this is also a good pick. So now we're starting to see the modifications to the composition here. Azer, I'm not digging Kree right now. Yes, you got some good work done, but I think that the Ashe still is the better choice.
Ooh, there's an interesting wrinkle. Sauerkraut going over to the Orisa.
Oh, man. Halting people in to a Vesper?
Yeah.
I like it.
I mean, basically, I think if Huntington can win this opening fight, they'll be able to lock down this point, but retakes are going to be difficult. Phoenix on that high ground in particular could be a massive problem, a massive thorn in the side. Huntington right now not making the rotations. They're just sitting. They're going to wait for All Hallows to jump off this point, but Float's already down. The main source of sustain gone. Now both sources of sustain are gone. Oblivion's gonna batter down Sauerkraut, and All Hallows drop down in just the perfect moment to take this point away from Huntington High School.
You need to be echoing the Ashe, because you cannot poke her from range. You've got to answer it. You've got to answer it. There it is. I don't know why we were so stubborn to stay on the McCree for so long. I like I like the Reaper. I like everything else. I just think that you needed to answer that back on University, and you were just stubborn with it. Stubborn. Don't like it.
Now trying to fight an uphill battle. Let's see how they push on. Okay, they're just gonna go directly on to point. No cheeky rotations coming through. Oh, Vesper gets picked out early. We're getting the Azer Phoenix duel. Phoenix lands a shot. Azer's going to rotate around, try to peek from the other side. Big ol' boy in the meantime is going to drop a shatter. Back both shatters came out. Huntington found both supports with it, but there's just not enough follow-up to get those kills. Big ol' boy is going to drop, and the rest of Huntington are retreating.
Man, I'm scared for this next fight coming out of them, and Big ol' boy foregoing the Reinhardt now, bringing out the Sigma. So now you've got what was the meta for so long, the double shield meta. They have done nothing to dislodge All Hallows from this high ground.
No, and this is the rotation I think is key. Get up to this high ground, challenge them face to face, close that distance. But Majin's got a Deadeye. There's an Ant Matrix up as well. Now that you waited until third fight to make this happen. Coalescence pushing out. They manage to fight. That's a massive shatter. That's a 5-man shatter into the stairwell. And All Hallows High School, they've almost done it. They are 15 seconds away from punching their ticket into the postseason.
Bob can stall the point off as well. And they can Sigma 9 this.
Gravitic Flux, Coalescence, so many tools available. Azer trying to desperately make swaps to find the ticket to unlock this, but they're running into that double damage. The Ant Matrix, big ol' boy spinning to win on the point, but no, it's just not going to have enough of an effect. All Hallows clutch it out on Oasis. It was a close match. It was down to the wire, but All Hallows emerge victorious. They take that one extra step needed. Phoenix on this Ashe, just absolutely unstoppable on Oasis. All Hallows moving on to the playoffs starting Saturday.
Oh, and boy, did they earn it. This shatter, though, absolutely filth. Oh my god.
Oh man. Oh, that just makes every main take player out there either extremely happy or extremely upset, because we've been on both sides of that.
Yes.
Both the dishing out and the receiving in. That was a phenomenal shatter. What a way to end the day. What an exclamation point on a phenomenal series here between the Blue Devils and All Hallows High School. All Hallows taking it in a map 5. Huntington were so close. My heart breaks for him, but my heart also celebrates for the victors of All Hallows High School. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I'm just spent. Like I'm mentally exhausted after that. That was one heck of a series.
Got our money's worth. I tell you what, I hope
We're all
everybody out
winners
there
on that.
enjoyed it.
That was incredible Overwatch.
I've got to say, the performance of Phoenix stood out all day long. But I think the anchor of the team was Oblivion's. I think Oblivion's just absolutely had it in the back pocket. The swaps, the changes, the chain. Every time that they decided to recompose themselves and redefine themselves as a tank line, this was a performance that I could not believe. I was honored to be here for this one. This ends our group stage. We will see Richardson Nuclear Eagles and All Hallows High School Gale Gamers Blue representing Group 2. They will be the two teams going on to our semifinals and finals weekend this weekend. And man, I cannot wait to see it. Cannot wait to see how this shakes out.
Alongside them, Crespi Celts from Crespi Carmelite High School, the Rockford Rangers from Rockford High School, and the Cougar Claws, hailing from McNair High School, will also be in those finals to round out our 5 teams you will see in the postseason starting on Saturday. Well, you know what time it is. It's time for our winners interview. Give us a moment to get that set up. I believe we're getting Phoenix in here. DPS extraordinaire for All Hallows High School. Bear with us a couple minutes. We'll be right back with some insight from our winners here in this matchup. And we are here with Phoenix from All Hallows High School. Thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations on that big W. How are you feeling right now?
My chest is pounding. It's really indescribable. I Today was a lot of back and forth, very competitive, and I loved every bit of it.
Man, I'm exhausted watching that match. I can't imagine the endurance you almost have had going into map 5, and how exhausted you must be at this point, both mentally and physically.
Yeah, especially after that, the back and forth, especially map after map, going into that last one after a loss, really could have like messed up our team morale, and I'm just so glad we stuck through it and we won in the end. It was really amazing. I love each and every one of them.
Oh, that's awesome. That's so cool to hear.
Oh,
Talking about some specifics. All right, so we saw some role swapping coming through. I mean, Majin going to tank at one point, going to DPS and played some Torb at one point. Dar, who'd played DPS in the previous series that we saw, moving over to support. Give us some insight behind your little bit of musical chairs going on here.
Yeah, there's a specific point on the Volskaya game where we realized that they started running Lucio and started running Sim so they can start getting past us a lot quicker or around us a lot easier. And we felt that any comp that could really slow them down would work. And me and Abiel, or sorry, me and Majin really decided to play off each other a lot when it comes to DPS duoing. So I allowed him to take care of the range more of, take care of any Sky characters while I try to slow them down as much as possible on the front line.
And that kind of feeds into my next point. So, was that part of the strategy behind bringing out the builder comp, the Symmetra and the Torbjorn?
Yes, they're really, really good whenever they can push through us. And I will say our team has a little bit of trouble whenever we just get ran through, like a full team just charges through us and just starts hammering us down. So any effort that we can to really slow them down, just so our team can really get back together and just handle ourselves in a proper manner to win these fights, really mattered.
So you're investing more in holding the line than playing more of a push and pull kind of style.
Yeah, definitely.
Right on, right on. Another big point for me that I saw today was the duel between you and Azer. It seemed to go back and forth and be neck
He's
and neck a
amazing, man.
lot of the way. Go repeat that again. What was that?
He's amazing, man. I'm sorry for cutting you off. Like
No, no. By all
on
means,
Route
you're the star
66,
here. You talk.
I didn't expect him to really come with so much power, and he really, really did. On Route 66, I will say he was the better Ash on that map. I just couldn't keep up with him. I was receiving a pocket and everything. And then finally, when we got back to Oasis, I felt like me again. I calmed down over the loss, and I felt like I could really hold them down.
That was a big difference maker in that map 5 for sure. We were talking about it on broadcast. They didn't seem to have any answer for you on Oasis. Didn't even really get close.
Yeah,
So it's
sorry.
no props to you. Props to you by all means. Go ahead.
Yeah, my team tried to. So for that Oasis game, another comp they were trying to run, we used Ryan Sigma, and then we played double hit scans to try to keep the space between our team and their team. Again, playing off that initial stagger comp that we ran on Volskaya that really tries to prevent them from pushing through us. And that really allowed me to just get as many picks as I needed. And then after we got our picks, we could just push through them.
well, it looks like both kind of got sucked into the matrix. So I'll go in with my next question. So, you said that we were talking before we came on the air, and you were saying that even with the loss against Richardson Nuclear Eagles, it was still fun. It was still competitive. Is there anybody that you're looking forward to playing again? If you are placed against Richardson again, is there anything you think you can do to get a better result?
Against the Eagles, we have to play more composed or more together. I feel like there's a lot of situations up against the Eagles that we could have won if we didn't get picked off. And I really have to go review the game to give you perfect answers and tell you why or where we messed up. But truly, Richardson is a great team without a doubt. And we're just going to have to become a little bit better and play a little bit more composed to be better than them.
Right. Now, Crespi Celts, Rockford Rangers, and the Cougar Claws coming out from Group A. There's 3 teams that came out from them. Have you played against any of them previously in the EGFH championships or playoffs?
Can you repeat the teams, please?
Crespi Celts, Rockford Rangers, and Cougar Claws.
we played against all of them, and again, all of them are spectacular teams. I mean, like one thing I would like to say is that you don't get this far by being a bad team. You have your strengths, you have your weaknesses, and it's just really what the enemy team can exploit. And each and every one of those teams, I would say I'm pretty excited to play Crespi. I want to see how that matchup would go.
Looking forward to that one ourselves, no doubt, no doubt. I want to ask about the victory moment. You're on gardens, the massive shatter comes down the stairs. What were comms like? What were comms like when that huge earth shatter landed?
The second that shatter landed, we knew that that was it. That was the team fight one. That was the team kill, and we were gonna end it. Obviously, they had another contest after that, but still, we knew that we could hold that point, and we knew we were gonna win right then and there, and that just raised the morale up to maximum. There, we all were just ecstatic. The entire comms were just. I couldn't hear anything.
I was about to say, was it
I was
deafening?
screaming myself.
Yes. Oh, it's fantastic. Well, congratulations once again. It's one of the most exciting series that we've ever cast in the high school competitive esports scene. We were
Thank you,
privileged
thank
to be a part of it. Yeah, absolutely. Huge congrats. Well, before we let you go celebrate with your team. Any shout outs or thank yous you want to give out there?
Well, I initially want to shout out our coach. Recently, our school didn't really have an esports team, and our coach really pushed that forward to the school so that we can get the funding, we can get the computers and everything. And it's really impressive to see what he has done. And if anything, I want to shout out Majin in scrims whenever we're practicing against each other. He really is like we play off each other all the time, so we know each other in and out. We know how to play against each other, and we have gotten better and better by facing each other every day.
Oh, fantastic. I love the coach shout out in particular and driving to get esports into the schools. That's just
Yes.
amazing. That's just amazing. Well, thank you once again, and good
Thank you
luck
for
in the
having me.
playoffs.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Well, that is gonna do it. We are done with group stages for Overwatch in the EGF High School National Championship collaboration with Walt Disney World and ESPN. It has been a blast of a day. Oh my goodness, each series seemingly better than the next. And I didn't think that was possible after the second one. And then we were treated to that gem there in our third series. Oh my goodness, Billy. You have any final thoughts for us?
Um, these teams need to be watching out for all hollows, especially if there's a pocket for Phoenix. They've got to watch out and they've got to take care of Oblivions. You know, we interviewed him earlier today, and albeit nervous, I think that he exudes his confidence inside game rather than inside an interview. And I think that duo right there is scary enough. Add into it all the other moving pieces of Huntington. They are going to be a force to be reckoned with. I'm really looking forward to seeing Richardson versus Crespi Celts. That's going to be a heck of a series if they end up going up against each other.
I mean, after what Phoenix is saying, I'm interested to see All Hallows versus Crispy Kilts as well. So that action will start on Friday, I believe at the same time as we did today. I believe that's at 3 o'clock Eastern. I know all of our other group stages this week will start at 3 o'clock Eastern. We're going to have Rocket League tomorrow and Thursday. We will also have some Super Smash Brothers Ultimate Thursday and Friday. There's still plenty of more high school national championships to check out. So we hope to see you then. But that is going to do it for Billy and myself today. So thank y'all so much for hanging out with us. We really appreciate it. Couldn't do it without you. Really a big shout out and appreciation to all the players and coaches and everybody involved. Special shout out to our producer and observer, Will English, behind the scenes, keeping us on track, keeping us looking good. We wouldn't be here without him. And then Tyler behind it all with the EGF, making this all possible. But with that, we're going to go ahead and say goodnight. Y'all remember to look out for each other in game and out, and we'll see you tomorrow for some more EGF High School National Championship.
Hi, guys. Love y'all.